Content warning. The following video contains material that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audiences. Chapter 1. We see a girl telling the MC that since he wouldn't quit, no matter how much she bugged him, it's time for the coup de grace. Now we see her sitting half naked on the table as she says that if she shouted something like, "Help, it's a rapist," a super duper, cutie, high school model versus an unremarkable teacher, who do you think society will believe? We see the MC with a blank face as he thinks that someone said that Class A-1 was hell itself, and the homeroom teacher of this class always, without a fail, quit their jobs. We see someone say that a girl's high school is a garden. As graceful the flowers growing here may be, for a male teacher, it's nothing but a bed of thorns nonetheless. Having high expectations will only get him burnt. We see a teacher asking the MC if he's prepared to face what's behind these doors. The MC replies and says, "Of course, I'm a teacher." In the faculty room, we see a female teacher getting surprised as she says, "What? Another one's coming? A new teacher?" A male teacher asks her if she hasn't heard, and that lately teachers have been quitting one after another. Another teacher replies and says that it's because of Class 1A. The black-haired teacher says that she wonders what kind of crazy guy was willing to taking over that class of monsters. Another male teacher speaks and says that he hopes that this new teacher lasts at least a week. The black-haired teacher screams and says, "No way, zero chance. Those kids are so rotten to the core that I wouldn't take them over even if they doubled my pay." The teacher in tracksuit asks them if they want to bet lunch on it, that the new guy won't even last less than a week. Everyone bets on the same thing, making the bet useless. But Tenjiku seems like she doesn't like what they are talking about. We see the MC standing behind them and suddenly say, "Hello?" He asks them, "How do you do?" and that he will be teacher here with them from today, and that his name is Jimmy Taro. Seeing the new teacher scares and shocks the other teachers who were talking about him. The tracksuit guy asks the MC for how long has he been there, to which he replies with, "For a while." The tracksuit says, "Jimmy Plain, what now?" trying to say his name, but the MC tells him that it's Jimmy. The teachers pat the MC's back as they say with pity, "On top of it, it's a guy who's recently graduated. My condolences." The black-haired one says that it looks like they didn't even need to make bets, implying that the MC will definitely quit. The other male teacher tries to be supportive and tells the MC that it'll be tough, but he should give it his best. Seeing everyone talk like this to the MC makes Tenjiku feel bad. She gets concerned for the MC and tells him to not mind them, and that they're all just a bit on the edge because of the frequent changes in staff lately. Suddenly she gets surprised when she sees that the MC is not there anymore. The black-haired teacher says that the MC already headed over to his homeroom. Tenjiku gets surprised as she says, "Isn't he eager? There's still over 10 minutes until homeroom." The female teacher replies and says, "Silly indeed. Way too eager too, who's just here to fill in. I suppose he doesn't know what he's in for." As we see the MC making his way to the classroom, she continues and says that he's up against 1A, the class of hell. She hopes that he won't start his new job by falling victim to them. She says that despite the graceful and delicate flowers lining up here, this garden is a bed of thorns. We see the MC standing in front of his classroom. He looks at his watch. He is waiting for the exact minute for the homeroom to start. While he waits, we can hear the students in the class say, "Didn't you hear? We're getting a new homeroom teacher today." Another replies and says, "Again? How many does that make now?" Another one asks her if she really cares about it though, and that he's gonna quit anyway soon. Now we see the MC writing his name on the board, and suddenly introduce himself to everyone and say that he'll be their homeroom teacher. All the girls get surprised and scream, "When did he come inside? He's so unremarkable I didn't even notice him." The MC says that he specializes in subjects related to mathematics and that it's nice to meet them all. A girl says the MC's name wrong, which the MC corrects her. Everyone says, "You're kidding? That's the new homeroom teacher. He's the most boring out of them all so far. Doesn't he look a bit edgy?" The MC tells them to please settle down, but he gets ignored. Suddenly, someone screams and tells everyone to settle down. The class goes silent as we see a girl stand up and say that she knows that everyone is excited because they have a new teacher, but if they have something to say, they should raise their hand and tell it to the teacher himself. She smiles at the MC and asks, "Right, Mr. Boring?" The MC stays calm and tells her that it was a commendable attitude and tells her that his name is Jimmy. The girl laughs and apologizes to him and raises her hand as she says that she has a question for him. She suddenly gets a villainous smile on her face as she asks the MC if he's a virgin. The entire class goes silent. The girls look at each other and suddenly start to laugh. Everyone starts speaking again as they say things like, "Come on, don't be like that." It's so obvious at first glance. Do you think anyone would give this uber lame-o any attention, and that he's totally a virgin? The MC confidently tells them, "Yes, I am. I'm a virgin for life and a teacher for life." Hearing him say this without getting flustered surprises the girl. The girls repeat what he said and wonder if he meant that his job is his lover. They think that it's very sad and that there's just no one who'd take him. The MC asks the girl if she has any more questions as he tells her name and attendance number. Hearing him say her name surprises her. She comes near him, acting all cute, and says, "Wowzers! You already remember Momo's name. Good boy. Just what I'd expect from someone who gave up his private life to be a teacher." She laughs and says that she was just kidding and that it isn't actually strange that he knows her, as Momo is a famous super-duper cutie after all. She continues and says all her details and that she is a famous high school model working for the trendiest magazine called Heaven Teen. Suddenly she looks disgusted at the MC and tells him that she can't stomach a creepy teacher like him. She smiles and picks up the attendance book and says, "If you got that, why don't you just quit?" and throws it into the trash and calls him Mr. Boring again. Now we see Tenjiku look at something. She looks at the MC with a duster on his head, covered with chalk dust. She gets surprised and asks him what happened. The MC calmly tells her that nothing special and that after homeroom, their first class was math, so he held both together. She tells him that normally they wouldn't look like that after holding classes. She gets concerned for the MC and says ganging up on the weak to bully them like this is despicable. She says that Hanaka was definitely behind this. Suddenly she realizes that she called the MC weak to his face and apologizes to him. Tenjiku looks tired as she says that the truth is that a lot of people burnt their hands thanks to Hanaka's whims. As Tenjiku and the MC look at a poster of her, she says that Momo was a child actor and she's been in show business, and maybe because everyone was always so head over heels for her, she does whatever she wants if something upsets her even a little, and that she's really a handful. She continues and says that some teacher tried to be tough with her, as we see a flashback of a teacher standing there as Momo screams that he pushed her onto the ground, and that's corporal punishment. We see her saying that her body is a tool for work, and what if she got a serious injury? She uses this against the previous teacher and threatens to press charges against him if he doesn't quit. In the present, we see Tenjiku say that because of that, the school had no choice but to fire him, and that she's a celebrity too. And as a private school, trouble like that wouldn't sit well. After that, it's been one teacher after another, quitting because of harassment. She suddenly gets awkward and tells him that she's sorry and that she shouldn't be talking like this on his first day. To cheer him up, she asks if he wants to go out for drinks and that they can have his welcome party that way too. Suddenly, the MC tells her that he's not going. Hearing this surprises her. He tells her that the responsibility of a teacher don't include that, as he recalls. He tells her that a teacher is someone who educates and guides students at school. His contract doesn't include anything outside of the responsibilities of a teacher. She looks sad as she thinks that this almost sounds like she's getting dumped. As he's going, he tells her that he has to prepare for his next class, so he'll see her later, and thanks her for the handkerchief. Hearing him say her name makes Tenjiku wonder if she ever introduced herself to the MC. Now in the class, we see Momo seeing the MC and looking all confused. She points at him and asks him why the hell is he here, and that their next class is physics, but he's a math teacher. The MC replies and tells her that he did say subject relating to mathematics. He has a teacher's license in multiple subjects. From today, this class will be special as he will be taking over and teaching multiple subjects here. Hearing this makes all the girls surprised, while Momo says that their grades will mostly depend on his evaluations now. People start saying that it's unfair. The MC tells them that he will only be fulfilling his responsibilities as a teacher and nothing else. However, if their grades are unsatisfactory, they might have to repeat a year. Hearing him say this makes the girls worried. He turns around and starts the class and telling everyone to open their books to page 34. Suddenly, something splashes on him. We see that it's Momo with a box of juice in her hand and smiling. She apologizes to the MC with no sincerity and tells him that her hand slipped. The MC calls her name, but before he can say anything, she tells him if that made him angry and if he wants to hit her. She smiles and tells him to go ahead and try it, but if he does that, he'll be fired in an instant. The MC calmly takes the juice from her hand and tells her that if her hand slipped, that's unfortunate. However, eating and drinking during class is against school rules, so he asks her to come see him at the counseling room after school. Hearing him say this shocks her. The entire class starts talking and saying things like, "Damn, did you hear that? Getting detention in high school. Maybe Momo will have to repeat a year." Someone says that's so lame. Hearing this makes her turn around. She sees that nobody is talking. Momo gets angry and grinds her teeth. After the class, we see Momo screaming and says, "What's his deal?" Not only does he ignore her provocations, he doesn't even flinch or anything and wonders if the MC is used to being abused by girls. Suddenly, Momo gets a call from her manager. She cheerfully picks up the call and asks the manager, "How's it going? The variety show I was supposed to appear on? What about it?" Suddenly, she hears that it's canceled. She tells the manager that it's no big deal and that Momo is super duper cute, so there'll be another chance. She cuts the call and immediately throws the phone on the ground. She says that at least here at school, she wants to feel like she's having a good time. Now we see the MC looking at his watch as he stands in front of the counseling room. The second he opens the door, we hear Momo say, "Aren't you late, Mr. Boring?" Inviting a girl and then making her wait is such a virgin thing to do, as we see that she's sitting on the table, fully exposed and smiling. The MC tells her that he came right on time and asks her why did she remove her clothes. She smiles and says that she decided to throw a bone and take his V-card, but immediately says that she's kidding. She tells him that since he wouldn't quit no matter how much she bugged him, it's time for the coup de grace. She asks him what would happen if she shouted something like, "Help, it's a rapist." She continues and asks him, who would the society believe? A super-duper high school model versus an unremarkable teacher, as she smugly smiles. The MC understands what she's trying to do and tells her that she wishes to fake an attack to get him to resign. Seeing that he got her plan, she says, "Bingo." He removes his tie as he says, "To be honest, only a third-rate teacher would answer a student's provocations, but this is something I can't overlook." He rips his shirt as he calls her attendance number and name. He tells her that it's time to educate her. She sees the MC's elephant and starts sweating as she screams, "What the fuck? Are you actually going to attack me?" She covers herself and asks him, what about the virgin for life thing and that he was just making an excuse? As she's screaming about this, the MC turns around and slides the door open and starts screaming for help and that there's a rapist. Seeing him do this scares Momo. As the MC is still screaming, Momo grabs his shirt and tells him who in their right mind would want to attack him and that something's wrong with his brain. The MC replies and says, "I wonder about that." Now we see the other teachers running towards them as they ask the MC if something happened. After they see Momo and the MC in their weird situation, they get confused. Momo starts acting and tells them to not listen to the MC as she cries. She tells them that Momo was so cute that the MC decided to attack her and that she tried to resist as hard as she could. Tenjiku says, "But wasn't it Jimmy Sensei who shouted for help?" The tracksuit replies and says, "Come on, would a high school girl really attack a teacher?" The black-haired woman joins in by saying, "Especially that guy." As the MC is wearing his pants, they tell him that this is going to be a big problem and it's not something a resignation would solve either. The MC calmly replies, "Yes, that's true." He continues and tells them that if he really did attack her, he believes that they're dealing with harassment, a criminal case. So he will deny everything. Then, after fingerprints are taken, they will leisurely wait for the results. Hearing this worries Momo a little. He continues and says that since their school's uniforms have zippers, his fingerprints should be on hers. The tracksuit agrees with him. The MC says that it's impossible to collect fingerprints from clothes as well, and asks Momo if she's willing to undergo that. He says that either way, he hasn't touched her at all, so they wouldn't even find any fibers belonging to him, let alone fingerprints. He points towards his collar and tells her that they would find fingerprints on his collar, though, and he thought that something like this might happen. So he wore a shirt that makes finding fingerprints easier. Hearing this shocks Momo. We see Momo realizing that she's majorly screwed and starts tearing up as the teachers wonder if Momo was really the one who tried to attack the MC. Another one says that a popular model attacking a plain-looking teacher would be a great scandal. Momo starts crying as she can't think of anything. Suddenly, she kicks the MC as the others tell her to stop. The female teachers grab Momo as Momo screams at the MC, saying, "You smug little, what makes you think you can talk like that? Do you think I'm stupid?" The MC suddenly tells her that the teachers who had to resign because of her were probably feeling the same way as you do now. As he gets up, Tenjiku sees blood and tells the MC that he's bleeding. He tells her that this is nothing and it's part of the job. Tenjiku screams at Momo and tells her that she went too far and she'll be lucky if she can get away with a suspension. The tracksuit says, even worse than that, if we can't deal with this without causing a fuss, won't she get a criminal record for assault? Hearing this completely scares Momo, and reality hits her. She can't believe that she will get a criminal record. She starts asking the teachers what should she do now. Momo calls the MC and gets on her knees as she begs him for forgiveness and tells him that she'll do anything and that she'll be a good girl from now on. She continues and says, I'm sure the school wouldn't want to get the police involved, right? The MC says, you did say you'd do anything, in which case there is one thing you must take to heart from now on. He smiles at her and tells her that this is the garden that nurtures her, and she's a blooming flower. She should be pure of heart and have a wonderful, fulfilling school life. Seeing the MC react like this shocks the other teachers. They freeze as they say, that's it? Momo also gets surprised as she asks him why. Even after all the things she did to him, he could get back at her if he wanted to. He replies and tells her that he doesn't want anything like that. He tells her that she understood that she's done bad things. He managed to guide her onto the right way, and that's all this needs to be. He smiles at her and tells her that it's part of the job. Seeing the MC say this makes Momo's heart go kyun. She thinks, for a plain guy, he seems to be shining. As she's on the floor, she starts crying and telling the MC that being in the show business has been so tough and that she wanted to quit for so long as she thinks that this kindness makes her want to spill everything out. She cries harder and tells him that she might say that she's a popular model, but she's actually not a big deal. She can't make it on TV either, each and every day. It made her frustrated, so she tells him that she's sorry for raking it out on him. Tenjiku tells her that it's fine, and as long as she understands. But suddenly someone says, excuse me. We see that it's the MC looking at his watch and telling everyone that it's time, so he'll be taking a leave. Hearing this leaves everyone dumbfounded. The tracksuit tells the MC to hold up a bit and that they're dealing with his student. Tenjiku agrees with the tracksuit and tells the MC that he just spoke like a perfect teacher, so shouldn't he at least listen to Momo until the end? Hearing this makes the MC say, listen? Is that the responsibility of a teacher? Whether she quits show business or not, those have nothing to do with school life, do they? Hearing him change up so fast shocks everyone. He continues and tells them that it's fine to pursue activities that the school allows, but he'd rather not get involved in any troubles or responsibilities that go over the bounds of his job description, and that it's not in his contract. He tells Momo that he can't be her father nor her manager. Hearing this absolutely shocks Momo. The MC tells them that he's a virgin for life, teacher for life. He tells everyone goodbye and walks away like nothing happened. The teachers are still in shock and disbelief that he's actually going home. No blood, no tears. Momo wipes her tears and smiles as she calls the MC's name and says that he really sucks and he's a total virgin. The teachers discuss how the MC knows everyone's name without them introducing themselves, while Momo stands there being angry. A teacher says that the MC has teacher's licenses for multiple subjects, and as far as they've heard, he has 3 or 4 maybe. Hearing this shocks the others as they ask how old is he now, and didn't he just graduate? We see a girl standing behind a wall and seeing everything which went down. Now we see some other girls talking about Momo as they write something on the board. One girl mocks Momo for saying that being in showbiz is tough, as another says that she exploded like that and then did a 180. Good for her. Another one says that they can't rely on some idiot who's only good for her looks after all, while the last one says that if Momo sees something like this tomorrow, she might stop coming to school. One of them says, that's fine, isn't it? Both the virgin teacher and her, let's make them completely disappear from our sights. We see that these 4 girls have written horrible things about Momo and the MC on the board. They see their drawing as one of them says, welcome, Mr. Boring, to class 1 freaking A. Chapter 2. We see the teachers in the staff room talking. One of them asks the others if they heard about what happened yesterday. A female teacher replies and says, about how that Momo pounded Jimmy Sensei. You gotta be kidding me, that plain teacher couldn't have. Before they can finish, suddenly someone slams the door open. We see that it's Tenjiku panicking and tells the MC that something's happened and tells him to please come to class 1A immediately. We see Tenjiku explain that there are 5 boss monster in class 1A As the MC is going up the stairs to his class, Tenjiku calls him and asks him if he knows why those problem children have never been dealt with. She says things like donations and connections, in other words, adult problems. They aren't just problem children, these girls. Amidst them, some of them are the chosen ones. Now we see some girls look at someone in admiration. We see that these are the boss monsters of the class. First is Yabu Tsubaki. She was the top of the freshman class, the daughter of the politician Yabu Shuzu, and she's a beauty from whichever angle you look. Second is Tsutsuji Erika, the daughter of the Tsutsuji Zaibatsu, an industrial and financial conglomerate. Her results are top class, even comparable with Yabu. Third is Okuna Nazasa, a cool beauty who helped the volleyball team reach the nationals this year and called as the queen of Kisono Girls' School. Fourth is Oda Maki. She is a brilliant artist with a cute Instagram account, and many publishers have reached out to her even though she's in high school. The girl says that all of them are wonderful, and 1A certainly has all the cool kids. More girls look at them in admiration as they blush and say they're in a whole other world, but the best of them all has to be Hananaka Momo. Now we see Momo standing in shock as she sees something. She sees the drawings of her and the MC on the board and gets shocked. She screams and says, "What the hell is this? And who would do such a thing to the super cutesy Momo?" She keeps asking who did this. A girl next to her gets scared and tells Momo that the drawing has been there since this morning. Momo goes close to the board, and as she touches it, she thinks she knows who the person is. Suddenly, someone bumps into her. Momo turns around and sees that it's the other 4 girls. Tsubaki tells Momo to move it and that she's in her way. The girls start talking about what period is next as they completely ignore Momo. Momo tells them to wait. She screams at them and asks Tsubaki if she's the one who drew that on the board. Tsubaki calmly says, "So what if I did?" Momo asks her, what is she trying to do? She calls all their names and says, "You guys are Momo's friends, right?" as she cries. Tsubaki calls Momo and laughs at her face as she says, as if anyone here thinks they're her friend, and calls her stupid. We see Erika tell Tsubaki to not put it that way, but Tsubaki screams and tells everyone that Momo is a traitor who was sucking up to the MC. Oda joins in and says that she saw it with her very own eyes, and that Momo was bawling onto the MC while in her underwear. Hearing this shocks the other girls. They start saying stuff like, "For real? How slutty. So that wasn't for the cameras. Of all people, she did it with that virgin." They call her gross and to get some better taste. Tsubaki walks past Momo as she tells her to never talk to her again, and that she doesn't want to see her face either. Suddenly, the MC and Tenjiku enter. Tenjiku screams at them. She starts cleaning the board as she asks who wrote such terrible things on the board and asks them to raise their hands if they know. Tenjiku continues and tells the girls that they keep subjecting others to such mistreatment as they all stay silent. The MC looks at Momo and sees her in shock. Tenjiku aggressively cleans the board as she says that she cannot allow this to happen and asks the MC to say something. The MC looks at his watch and tells Tenjiku that first period is about to start and asks her to leave. Tenjiku goes out the class and suddenly wonders if what happened now is her fault. In class, we see Momo reach in her desk and notice something. She pulls out her book and sees bad things written about her. She wonders why is this happening to the super-dupe cutie Momo as she bites her lip in frustration and anger. She thinks that this is all the MC's fault. After class, we see Momo throw the book at the MC's back. We see her panting heavily as the MC looks at her and calls her name. He looks at what's written on the book and asks her what it is. She screams at him and tells him that her life is a mess thanks to him. She looks scared as she shows him a phone and tells him that someone uploaded this, and it says that Momo is the sicko who attacked him, and it even made news on the internet. She looks worried and says that her manager will definitely blow up when he sees this and she'll lose her job. She looks sad as she says that this can't get any worse and that she wants to quit this school already. The MC calls her name and asks her if she's okay. Hearing him ask this suddenly makes her heart skip a beat and blush. She asks him, "What?" as she blushes. He tells her that he's a teacher after all. It's natural for him to be concerned for students who are having trouble with school life. He tells her that he'll place an order for a new textbook for her right away and starts writing it. Momo blushes as she thinks that it grinds her gears, but as a teacher, the MC really does have a kind side. Suddenly, the MC tells her that he'll be off now, but Momo holds him and tells him to wait a second. She grabs his shirt and asks him what's going to happen to her modeling career and tells him to take responsibility. The MC looks confused and asks her if that's a teacher's job with a straight face. He tells her that he's not concerned with whatever she does for her job. He tells her that he mentioned it yesterday, and he told her not to bring in affairs which don't fall within the scope of a teacher's job. He'll do what he can to let her live a comfortable school life, and that's all he can do for her. He walks away as he tells her that she has physics next, and if she's going late, it'll go on her record. Hearing all this leaves her shocked and speechless. Momo screams at him and tells him that he sucks, and he's a stupid virgin teacher. She follows him around as she tells him that if she's losing her job, she'll make sure he loses his too, and she won't stop for anything. To this he replies and says, "That's great." We see some girls looking at Momo and asking, what the hell is she doing? A girl says that Momo ain't half bad, while the other says that it's kinda sad though, and that she's a model after all. The girl says that Momo could have had any guy she'd ever wanted in the entertainment world, and she chose that virgin above everyone else. The other one adds in and says that if it was at least Sakaede from the social studies department, he'd have cut her some slack. They continue and say, "There's nothing more you can ask for once you've isolated yourself from the class, is there? But then you've really dropped down to a new low Hananaka Momo." As we see Tsubaki standing and watching her, Tsubaki walks away. They continue talking as one says, "Oh yeah, didn't this happen before? Remember the one that caused that incident with the previous teacher of 1A? The other one tries to recall who it is. Now we see at the infirmary, someone seeing the news about Momo on their phone. We see Tsubaki asking this person if they got a minute. Now we see a girl on the infirmary's bed with bandages covered in blood all around her, as Tsubaki tells her that she's got something to tell her. Chapter 3. We see the 4 girls walking as one of them asks Tsubaki why did she go to the infirmary. Oda replies and says that's where the hooky girl who dropped out from school is. Nazasa recalls that there was a girl like that and tries to recall her name. Erika tells them that it's kinda mean to call her names like that. Tsubaki smiles and tells them that she'll tell them a story. One day there was a new teacher at this school. He was a determined person who was overflowing with passion. But before long, 2 problem childs appeared before him. One of them was a really cute, disobedient girl. The other was an introvert and is a hooky girl who always reported sick at the infirmary. The disobedient girl continuously teased and bullied the teacher. On the other hand, the hooky girl kept encouraging the teacher. We see the hooky girl telling the teacher that she hates this school and that she wants to be with him. Soon after, she became very close to the teacher. However, that's when it happened. The teacher was forced to quit due to the schemes of the disobedient girl. Till this day, the hooky girl still deeply hates the disobedient girl for doing that. It wasn't the teacher that had to go. It should have been that disobedient girl. Now we see a pair of shoes all messed up. We see that they belong to Momo as she looks at them and gets annoyed while saying that this sucks. We see Momo walking with only her socks as she says, day in, day out, at this rate, Momo will lose all her stuff. She continues and says that they keep calling her an ugly bitch, but Momo is super cute, and she's no ugly bit. She suddenly sees the MC and Tenjiku together. He looks at her and asks if she came to school just now, and that homeroom is already starting. Momo gets angry at him and tells him that now's not the time for this. She tells him that it's not just her textbooks, and this time her indoor shoes also got messed with. As she's saying this, they suddenly hear a loud sound. They turn towards the sound and see that a girl has fallen down the stairs. Tenjiku sees this and gets scared. She starts panicking and asks what should they do. The MC calmly tells her that she's making a racket. The girl tells them that she's sorry and that she slipped while coming down the stairs. The MC sees that she's still conscious. He says that he doesn't see any major injuries, but they should call the ambulance to be safe. Meanwhile, Tenjiku in the back wonders if the MC is a doctor. The MC says the girl's index number and name as he asks her if she belongs to Class 1A. Now we see the ambulance taking the girl. The MC tells Tenjiku that he'll tag along with Mari and he'll leave the rest to her. Tenjiku looks concerned and calls the MC. She asks him if he's known about Mari since before, to which he replies, "What about it?" She continues and says that Mari is nicknamed the Hooky Girl. Even since she enrolled into high school, she's been missing her lessons and spending days in the infirmary. Let alone knowing how she looks like, her classmates barely remember her name, and for the MC to remember her name despite having only come here recently, she's surprised. The MC replies and says, "That's for sure. I am a teacher after all." He gets in the ambulance and goes off. We see Momo hearing everything as she realizes that Mari is in their class. Suddenly, she remembers that she forgot to mention about her indoor shoes and wonders what to do now. She sighs and says that she should go borrow some slipper. In the hospital, we see the MC asking Mari if she's feeling better. He tells her that thankfully, aside from a sprained left ankle, there's nothing else wrong with her. Suddenly, Mari calls the MC and suddenly hugs him as she thanks him. She tells him that she has a frail body and she couldn't get to know her class. Nobody knows about her, and all they address her by is hey, if not you. She continues and says that it's been a long time since someone called her by name and she's really glad. As we see bandages on her hand, she asks the MC, "You won't just quit like that, right, Sensei? You won't leave me alone, right?" She smiles at him and asks him if she can believe in him. She continues and tells him to not abandon her. Now, back at the school, we see Momo scream as she sees her table is scribbled with horrible stuff and ask what happened to her table. Momo tries to scrub the writing, but it won't come off. The four girls smiles at her pain as they look at her struggle. We see Momo's lunch also get thrown in the trash, and more of her books ruined. We see the black-haired teacher asking Momo if she forgot to bring all her English materials. As she looks at the other girls giggle, Momo tells the teacher that it's not her fault, but the teacher tells her no excuses from her and that she can't get by in this world just by being cute. Momo starts to cry and screams at the teacher telling her that it's not her fault and calls her a noisy hag. Hearing Momo call her a hag shocks the teacher. Now we see Momo going to her locker as she looks pissed and thinks that no matter who it is, they all don't listen to what Momo has to say. As she's thinking that she's hungry now and this all sucks, she opens her locker. She sees that her gym clothes are torn and messed with and gets shocked. She turns around and screams, "Who's responsible for this? Give me a break already. If you thought that the ultra-cute Momo would let you get away with this." As she's saying this, Oda splashes a drink on her as she smiles. Seeing this shocks Momo. We see Oda and Nazasa look at her and giggle as Oda sarcastically say that she's sorry and that she lost her grip. Momo stands there drenched in the juice as the girls make fun of her and how she doesn't have any more clothes now. Tsubaki says that maybe if she cries for help, the virgin sensei will come running to save her. Oda tells her that he's not Doraemon anyway as she laughs. Momo stands there and questions if they really had to take it this far. Suddenly she remembers that she did the same thing to the MC. She says that she's getting the same treatment as the teachers now, and it's pretty harsh to taste one's own medicine. As she's changing her clothes, she sees "ugly bitch" written in her locker. The MC sees the girls walk out of the locker room as they laugh about Momo. Suddenly Momo walks out screaming that she is not an ugly bitch and that she's super cute, but she runs into the MC and slips and falls. We see the other male teachers walk around the corner and hear them fall. They see Momo on top of the MC and get shocked. Momo sees them and gets confused. The tracksuit asks her if she's at it again, and the rumors were true after all. Momo panics and says no multiple times as she tries to clear the misunderstanding. She tells them that this is not what it looks like, and that the MC tries to harass her. She continues and tells the MC that she thinks that a virgin teacher like him will be better off quitting. As they are looking at each other, the MC calls Momo. She gets off him and screams at him, saying that it is his fault in the first place for standing there, and tells him to get out of her face as she calls him a stupid four eyes. The MC hands her a fresh set of clothes. He gives her a new pair of indoor shoes as she said that her old ones were damaged. And when he checked again, her notebooks and stationery were gone, so he prepared new ones for her. He also tells her that if she doesn't use alcohol, she'll never be able to clean her table. And also he doesn't think that she's had her lunch, so he got her some bread. The tracksuit gets surprised seeing the MC bring all these items and asks him if he's Doraemon. Momo holds the items and asks the MC, but why? He tells her that it's because he's a teacher, and as long as she's his student, he'll always be there for her. Seeing the MC's kindness makes Momo cry. In the back, we see Mari looking at Momo and the MC. She has pitch black eyes of an obsessed person. Now we see Tsubaki in the gym talking about the story from the morning and saying that there's actually more to it. She tells them that after he quit being a teacher, he suffered psychological damage and was admitted into a mental hospital. Nazasa gets surprised and says, "Huh? How mentally weak? Would someone normally get admitted to hospital after quitting because they got bullied by Momo?" Oda adds in and says that he's a loser, and it did indeed feel like the previous teacher was in sort of dreamy state as she smiles, while Erika says that everyone has their limits though. Tsubaki replies and says, "Nope. The one who dealt the real damage wasn't the disobedient girl." Now we see splatters on the ground. Momo and the MC turn around as someone calls for the MC. We see that it's Mari telling the MC, "Please don't leave me behind, Jimmy Sensei," as she hurts herself. Chapter 4, the teachers see Mari hurting herself and scream, "What the hell? The MC has a blank expression while Momo looks shocked. The teachers scream at her as they say, "Banri-san, what have you done?" The MC calmly walks towards her. Seeing this worries the other teachers. As he approaches her, they scream his name. Now we see Momo carrying Tenjiku while screaming at her, saying, "Why are you the one fainting here?" Tenjiku looks sick as she apologizes. She tells Momo that she cannot stand seeing blood, and horror movies are a no-go too. Momo gets annoyed and asks her, how did she make it being a girl until now? As Momo is finding medicine to help Tenjiku, Tenjiku looks at her and tells her that she's so kind. Momo turns around looking confused and asks, what does she mean by that and if she's being sarcastic? Tenjiku tells her that she really means it. Momo tells her that she's not kind at all. She has boycotted her class before too, and she even threw erasers from behind. She continues and says that Tenjiku stood up for her when they wrote nasty stuff about Momo on the blackboard, and that was really nice of her. Hearing this surprises Tenjiku. Now we see Mari in the hospital bed, as Momo says that she just recovered, so she didn't realize at first that everyone has times when they would like to be treated nicely by others. We see Mari thinking about her past. As she sits in the class, her classmates don't even know who she is and make fun of her. When she tells her parents that she can't get along with her class, we see the parents tell her that they are busy and ask her to not bother them with her problems. Now we see her smile for the first time as she talks to the previous teacher. She remembers having fun with him. She puts her hand up in the air as if she's reaching for something and says, "Sensei." Now we see a teacher named Hiragi scream at the MC and say that she heard all about the incident and how he handled the student with the knife. The MC looks at her with a blank expression. She continues to scream and asks, "What if things took a wrong turn there? As yearhead, I too have to take responsibility, you know." She says that thankfully Akashi and Sakaede were around too, but they both stop her and tell her that they didn't have a part to play in it. Instead, the MC immediately took away the knife from Mari, which surprised them. She says that she could have lost control and stabbed herself there and then at worst, and that girl is one real problem child. Sakaede tells her that Mari once went all the way to the previous teacher's house and hurt herself in the same way while yelling, "I'll end myself here and now." Hearing this scares Hiragi. Akashi remembers the incident and awkwardly tries to recall the name of the previous teacher. The black-haired teacher replies and says, "If I'm not wrong, that gave him a nervous breakdown." The MC intervenes and says that Mari won't die. Hearing this confuses the teachers. The MC continues and says that it was just a bluff and the fall down the stairs this morning was most likely all an act. Hearing this angers Akashi. He tells the MC that he's terrible and only the victim herself can prove that, and not him. The MC calmly tells him, "It's pretty obvious once you see it. That's because I'm a teacher after all." The MC takes his bag, and as he walks out, he tells them that it's about time, so he'll excuse himself. Hiragi tries to tell him that she's not done yet, but the MC tells her that today's work hours are over and walks away. The other teachers see this and don't know how to react. Suddenly, the black-haired teacher tells them that Mari is one lucky girl because she got put in a hospital as a result. Her guardian told them to do so they have no choice. She won't be there for long anyway, and she'll recover pretty soon. Now we see a nurse getting shocked and run. As the teacher says, as long as no more problems crop up, that'll be great. We see that Mari is not in her bed, and the nurse screaming for the doctor. We see Mari walking in bare feet on the road as she tries to find Sensei. The next day, we see someone running in the school as they panic. We see that it's Tenjiku. She opens the staff room door as she says, "This is bad, Jimmy-sensei." Akashi tells her that the MC is not here yet, while Sakaede tells her that the MC isn't in charge of any clubs either, so she has to come at precisely the right time to catch him. Hearing this annoys her. As she's telling the teachers that this is really bad, we see Momo overhear them. Tenjiku continues and says that it looks like Mari has managed to slip out of the hospital last night. Hearing this shocks Momo. Outside the school, we see the students looking up in the sky in shock. We see that Mari is on the top of the school building as her eyes are pitch black again. The teachers rush outside as they wonder if she's planning to jump off. Akashi says, "Now look what happened. What, she won't die, you greenhorn teacher." We see the black-haired teacher screaming and telling Mari to come down at once. Suddenly, we see Momo and Tenjiku on the rooftop. Seeing them confuses Mari. She stands at the edge and says, "Why is it not Jimmy-sensei that had to come?" With pitch-black eyes, she says that he promised her that he won't leave her behind. She's been looking for him all night. If only she had known where he lived. She searched around all night because she didn't know. As she's saying these, Tenjiku thinks that he'll be back on time for sure. Momo hears all this and tells Mari that she doesn't know much about her, but Momo is here to listen to her troubles. Momo smiles and says that she's off work now, so she's free, and Momo has a lot of her own going right now, so she kinda gets how Mari is feeling right now. Hearing this angers Mari. She screams and tells her to not bunch them together. Mari calls Momo a spoilt brat, and she lives life however she likes, and tells her to not pretend like she knows everything just because she's gained a little independence. She continues and says that Momo is the one who made Suzuki-sensei quit. We see Mari bawling her eyes out as she says that all she had was Sensei. Momo feels bad and tells her that she's sorry. Hearing this surprises Mari. Momo walks closer to her and tells her that she has finally realized how many bad things she has done so far. She says that all teachers are annoying, and honestly speaking, if she asks her now, she won't remember a teacher named Suzuki anymore. She continues and says, but if you remember that name, he must have been a very important and supportive teacher to you. However, Momo thinks that this way of doing it is annoying too. Hearing this confuses Mari. Momo tells Mari that hurting herself and jumping off buildings is the same standard of harassment that Momo has done. If she wanted to prove her point, there are better ways, and this is why Mari doesn't have any friends. Mari suddenly screams and tells Momo to shut up. She tells her that she's being a nuisance and asks her to not poke her nose in here. Hearing her say this pisses off Momo now. Momo tells her why does she have to do such a thing. Mari tells her that Momo is a big bother for butting in between her and Sensei. Momo replies and says that she's super cutesy, so she's just being super attractive to others, and the jealousy from a gloomy person like Mari is really gross. Mari screams and tells Momo that she's a dummy with a bird brain. Tenjiku tries to calm down the situation, but Mari continues to speak, but suddenly her hand slips off the railing. Seeing this shocks Momo. Momo screams Mari's name and tries to reach her, but she can't. Suddenly, we see the MC jump over the railing out of nowhere to grab Mari. He grabs Mari and dives into a tree. Seeing this scares everyone. We see the MC say, that was a close call, as we see him grabbing on to Mari with one hand and a tree branch with the other. We see everyone telling the MC that they thought he died, while the others say that it's a miracle. The black-haired teacher asks him if he's all right and to not do rash things like this again. He replies to her and says that he'll head to the hospital later. Now he looks at Mari and asks her if she's injured. We see Mari in absolute shock as she can't believe that she almost really died. The MC tells her that he knows that she's not trying to stop existing. Hearing this confuses Mari. He tells her that she's right-handed, and that's why she purposely hurt herself lightly many times on her left hand. There will be lots of splatter, but it won't be fatal. If she really wanted to not exist, she would have used her strong hand to make deeper wounds. He asks her if she thought that he wasn't watching her. He smiles and tells her that he was watching every move, 'cause he's a teacher after all. He comes closer to her and says that he won't quit just like that, and as long as he's her teacher, he won't leave her behind. And that's why there's no need to do all this just to gain his favor. Seeing this makes her tear up like a child. She smiles with tears in her eyes and says, okay. Suddenly, the MC tells her that it's his private time during after hours and asks her to kindly respect that. He goes a few steps away and turns around and tells her to wear her uniform properly when coming to school. He goes a few steps further and tells her to not be late for class. Seeing the MC being so casual confuses Mari. Tenjiku watches the MC go and thinks that he dashed up onto the roof and left to save Mari without thinking twice. It's indeed a miracle that they were safe. One wrong step and they would have been dead meat. He didn't show the slightest hint of hesitation. She wonders who on earth is he? Chapter 5. We see Momo taking a shower. She thinks about how the MC jumped off the building to save Mari, and back then, Momo couldn't make a single move. She gets embarrassed and thinks about that virgin putting on airs and shoving it all in their faces, and gets annoyed at the feeling of defeat. She slams her hand and screams, "Really sucks." The next day, we see the MC teaching his class. He says, "For this graph, let me ask Banri-san." We see that Mari is finally attending her classes. As the MC calls her name, she gets happy and smiles. We see someone say that Mari actually stopped playing hooky and started coming to class. We see Akashi saying that this happened immediately after that incident occurred, and he thought that she'd be spending more time in the infirmary again. Sakaide says that it's not just Mari, but Momo too. She's really taking a beating on news sites and social media. Despite all that, she's still coming to school every day. He continues and says that usually they break down and shut themselves in and end up quitting school. The black-haired teacher agrees with him. We see Momo annoyed as she thinks that Momo was at fault too, but it was originally Mari's fault. Until she quits, Momo will never give up. We see Mari looking at the MC with love as she wonders if the MC will shower her with attention today too. We see Tenjiku say that Momo and Mari are really putting in effort, and it's probably thanks to the MC's influence. She suddenly gets concerned and says that there's something about the MC that doesn't feel right. While they are talking about the MC, he walks in, and Akashi says, "Oh, speak of the devil." He tells the MC that they were just speaking about him. Sakaede says, "About your splendid work in fixing those problem children in 1A. All the teachers smile and say that they thought he was nothing but a liability at first, but they were wrong about him." We see that the MC has already gone, which shocks the teacher. Tenjiku tells them that the MC has already left since it's time for his next class. Hearing this leaves each teacher in shock, confusion, and anger. We see the MC walking in the hallway as he suddenly hears someone clapping. He sees that it's the 4 girls as Tsubaki claps and says, "Congratulations, Jimmy-sensei." She tells him that he leapt off the roof in order to save Mari and what a hero he's become. She continues and says that he's different from all the previous teachers they've had, and it seems like he won't just run away and he's willing to face them. She never thought that Mari, who had never stepped out of the infirmary, would cause such a big ruckus, and asks, "Sensei, you've had it really rough too, right?" As she's saying this, the MC tells her that she really does know the facts well and says her index number and name. Hearing this wipes the smile off Tsubaki's face. He continues and says that, as she said, Mari didn't want to step out of the infirmary because she didn't want to anger a particular someone. Hearing this makes her say, "What are you talking about?" He tells her that Mari hates Momo for making Suzuki-sensei quit. After learning that the only people the newly independent Momo could rely on were the teachers, Mari thought that she had ended up in the same situation as earlier. By causing an incident and forcing him to quit, Momo would have been forced into a corner, like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, Erika tells him to wait a moment. She looks worried as she tells him that the way he's saying it, it's like Tsubaki is the one who did it. But before she could finish, he tells her, "It's not that I'm saying that Tsubaki is in the wrong," and calls her index number and name. Hearing this surprises her. He continues and says, "However, if such a person did commit such wrongs, this time's incident of Mari showing affection for me would have been a big misjudgment on my part. She might as well have told herself thoughtless things like, 'I'd rather be dead on the roof.'" As he adjusts his glasses, he says that he hopes that no harm comes to Momo and Mari. But suddenly Nazasa kicks the MC as she looks angry. Taking the kick sends the MC flying, and as he lands, his glasses fall down. Nazasa looks pissed as she tells him to stop shoving his one-sided thoughts in their faces and calls him a virgin. As he's on the floor, Nazasa tells him to not go around blaming people without any evidence and asks him who the hell does he think he is. He tells her that he's a teacher as he calls her name and index number. She replies and tells him that's exactly what she finds annoying about him as she steps on his head. She looks down on him as she's stepping on him and says that teachers are nobodies to them. She starts rubbing his head with her leg. She tells him that if he wants to put the blame on someone, he should show them some evidence, and the next time he utters nonsense like this. But suddenly, we see someone scream, "What do you girls think you're doing?" We see that it's Tenjiku running towards the MC as she asks him if he's okay. She looks at Nazasa and tries to say something, but Nazasa looks away and tells her that she doesn't know what happened and the MC just fell down on his own. We see Oda stepping on the MC's glasses as she laughs and says, "Are there men so pathetic that they'd get owned by girls like that?" The MC calls her name and index number as he tells her that she's stepping on his glasses. She sarcastically tells him that she's sorry and that she couldn't help it because he's so annoying. The MC wears his broken glasses as he looks at the girls, giggle, and go. Erika looks back to see if the MC is okay. Tenjiku sees them go and says that those monsters of 1A have done it again. The MC tells Tenjiku that he's all right, but she gets concerned and tells him that he doesn't look all right at all and this cannot continue. But the MC clenches his hand and says that he will not quit no matter what happens. Hearing this confuses Tenjiku. With no emotions in his eyes, he says, "I'm a teacher after all." Seeing this worries her. The MC gets up and goes as he tells her that he'll be going now since the school hours are already over. She tries to stop the MC, but he walks away. She suddenly notices something on the ground. She picks it up and thinks that it belongs to the MC. She looks at it and sees that it has 6-6 written on it. Now we see Tenjiku at her desk as she looks confused and in deep thought. She wonders what could JA and 6-6 possibly mean, and wonders if it's an agricultural cooperative. Suddenly, Amari-sensei comes and sees that Tenjiku is still there. Amari sees the key holder in Tenjiku's hand and asks her what that key holder she has there. Tenjiku awkwardly tells her that she found this on the ground. Amari looks at it, and as she's giving it back, she tells Tenjiku that she can check online to see who it belongs to. Hearing this surprises her. Tenjiku asks Amari, "How does she know about this?" Amari replies and asks Tenjiku if she's not taken a graduation class before. Amari tells her that the key holder is probably a graduation gift. Tenjiku looks at it and says, "What could this mean? A school name? I don't get it." Amari tells her that it's a commonly used abbreviation. For example, their school is called Suezono, so it becomes SZN, and 66 probably means 66th graduating class. She continues and says that there may be many schools that use JA nationwide, so she's not sure how long it might take her to find it. She tells her that if she can find out the school name, she might be able to find the owner. Now we see Tenjiku on the internet trying to find high schools which start with JA. As she's doing this, she asks herself, what is she doing by poking her nose into people's private matters like this? She thinks that the MC is no ordinary person, and honestly, she'd like to get just a glimpse of what he's really like. She finally finds something and reads an article about Juan Private School. She says that she's heard of this Juan place somewhere before. As she reads the article, she sees that there was an incident 10 years ago, and a homeroom teacher did some unbelievable actions, and that teacher's initial is J. As she looks surprised by this, she says, "No, it can't possibly be. It can't be, right?" She gets suspicious of the MC. She gets curious and wonders what kind of incident could have happened. She clicks on the article and gets shocked. She thinks that people said 1A is hell, and that class is filled with monsters. If only there had been an abnormal teacher who would not quit, no matter what. She reads the article which says that the teacher's initial is J, and neither blood nor tears flow within this teacher's body. That teacher is a cold-blooded murderer. Currently, he isn't serving a sentence and has only been slapped with a light charge. The notion that he will someday revert to his old ways has caused an uproar, demanding justice. Tenjiku looks at the article calling the teacher a murderer and monster and gets shocked. She starts to wonder if the MC2 is a true monster of 1A. Chapter 6, we see Tenjiku looking at the articles about the MC. As she gets shocked and says that he's a murderer, we see him standing right behind her and listening to her. Suddenly he calls her name. Hearing this surprises her, and she turns around to see who it is. As she sees that it's the MC, she screams in horror. The MC calmly asks her if she can return his key holder. He tells her that he noticed that he dropped it while going home and it's something important to him. She awkwardly agrees to him and hands him the key holder. The second he receives it, he starts going back. Tenjiku suddenly asks him if he's not angry at her, angry for digging into his private life. The MC looks at her and tells her that he's not really angry and he's not bothered at all if people find things about him. He says this and proceeds to walk out the door. Hearing this baffles her. She tries to stop him as she questions about how he's not troubled if people find out about him. She looks at the article and thinks that maybe she jumped to the wrong conclusion and the J might not have referred to the MC's name. She believes that has to be the case and thinks that it was beyond rude of her to accuse him of being a murderer. She thinks that she should stop snooping around. Now we see the MC walking in the hallway. He takes a handkerchief out of his pocket which is soaked in blood and dried out. He puts the key holder in the handkerchief and wraps it up and keeps it. The next day, we see the class is having a cooking class and everyone will be making cupcakes. We see a bunch of beautifully decorated cupcakes. We see that it's made by Oda. The other girls gasp and say that they look so great and the cupcakes she makes are so cute. They continue and say that they look like something they'd find on sale and that Oda has good sense of food, completely different from those online foodies. Oda smugly replies and tells them that this is nothing. She tells them that she's not trying to brag or anything, but recently she helped design a fashion magazine. Hearing this surprises the other girls as they tell her that she's already a real pro out there. As she continues and says that she knows some editors, we see Momo getting frustrated. We see that she's frustrated at the fact that her cupcakes turned out terrible. Suddenly, Mari comes behind and looks at the cupcakes and says that it's amazing, and with a cheerful tone, she tells her that her cupcakes are awful. She tells her that's the skill of someone who got booted from a fashion magazine, all right, and that she's mediocre. Momo gets embarrassed and tells Mari to shut up. Momo tells Mari that her cupcakes hardly look better. Mari replies and says that it's completely fine because she put her heart and soul into them anyway. She gets all romantic and says that she hopes the MC enjoys them. Hearing this weirds out Momo and asks her if she's being real right now. As they are talking, we see someone put some trays and pots on their cupcakes. We see that it's Oda. As she smiles, she calls them creeps and thanks them for volunteering to do her cleanup. Seeing their cupcakes get ruined shocks them. Mari visibly looks upset as Momo calls Maki and asks, what the hell does she think she's doing? Oda tries to act all cutesy and oblivious as she says that she has no idea. She smiles and tells Momo to not call her Maki anymore, as it kind of bothers her how close it makes them look. Hearing this confuses Momo. Suddenly, Oda looks at her meanly and tells her that they are not friends anymore and calls her an ugly bitch and tells her to take a hint. Momo tells her that Momo is super duper cute. But suddenly, we see Mari throw all of Oda's cupcakes into the air. Seeing this shocks Oda and the teacher. Momo also looks surprised as she asks Mari from when did she start standing up for Momo. Mari sounds pissed as she says that she didn't do it for Momo, she did it because her cupcakes were ruined, and tells Momo that nobody cares about her face. Oda gets angry and screams at them. She tells them to not get in over their heads. Suddenly, someone calls Oda before she could finish. We see that it's Tsubaki, as the other girls are also looking at her. Tsubaki tells Oda if she could stop picking fights with lower class, referring to Momo and Mari. She continues and says that it's getting pretty hard to watch. Oda immediately apologizes to Tsubaki, but Tsubaki gets up and says that this is all getting pretty bothersome and tells Oda to finish up her cupcakes too. Nazasa smiles and tells Oda that this is perfect for her and it's right up her alley. She taps Oda's head. She tells her that she'll also leave her cupcakes to her, and they both walk away. Erika looks at Oda and looks concerned and goes away too. We see Oda standing there all alone. Momo looks at Oda's condition and asks her if she feels good being around those fakers, even when they treat her like this. Momo continues and says that when she was around, she was getting all the attention, and Momo didn't really mind it much while she was busy flaunting her talents. Momo asks Oda if she felt like she lost her balance by the tiniest bit after Momo left the spotlight. She continues and says that it feels almost like Oda's gone straight down to rock bottom. Hearing this angers Oda. Momo keeps talking as she asks Oda, wasn't she rather popular online at first, and that she was boasting all about professional job now too? Her life was going all right without having to stick with those girls. Suddenly, Oda speaks and tells her that she's having the time of her life. She screams and says that she doesn't need someone like Momo to worry about her, and if she wasn't around, it would have been even more fun. Oda slams the door open and storms off as she tells Momo to never talk to her as if she knew her. Suddenly, the girls turn around and see that it's the MC. The home economics teacher is hiding behind him as she's scared of the students of class 1A. Now we see Momo angry and screaming, why does she have to stay behind and clean up as punishment? She tells the MC that Oda is the one who started it. The MC replies and tells her that according to the home economics teacher, Momo and Mari were the ones to start it. Suddenly, Mari replies and tells the MC that she was so scared because Momo suddenly started slipping the cupcakes around. Hearing Mari lie shocks Momo. Mari gets close to the MC's face. She blushes and tells him that the cupcakes were originally made for him. With no expression, he tells her to get back to cleaning. We see that Momo is still annoyed as she asks the MC if he's really fine with this because it's already past the time for him to head home. And wouldn't he have already left by now normally? The MC agrees and tells her that it indeed is time to go home, but in this case, as the homeroom teacher of 1A, he has to deal with this personally, and tells them that he's teacher after all. Hearing this makes the girls admire him for a second, but immediately he continues and says that, similar to other days with special agenda, as long as he submits a notice for overtime hours, he will still do his job, and as long as he's paid his due salary, it's still his job. Hearing him say this makes the girls completely silent. Momo sighs and asks, why is Oda so keen on staying with Tsubaki and others despite being treated so badly? She'd do just fine on her own if she broke free. Suddenly Mari speaks and says, girls being girls, for them to pick up their courage and say it's over is easier said than done. She asks Momo, hasn't she been alone from the start? Being called a loner indirectly makes Momo angry, as the girls are fighting. We see the MC looking at something on his laptop. We see that he's looking at the post about Momo with the blackboard picture, as he wonders what should he do now. Now we see Oda in her room as she types on her laptop. She says, just because I got stuck with those low-class creep today, and right now she's nothing, and she has no right to order her around. Now we see that it's Oda who's posted the picture of the board and accusing Momo. She looks at it and says that Momo is a stubborn bitch and that she's getting on her nerves. We see all the comments made by Oda about Momo using fake accounts. She gets frustrated and says that she doesn't care if Momo is a model or what, and asks who the hell does she think she is. She tells herself that she's the one with the better sense here. Now she smiles and says that Momo's super cutesy face is probably the result of plastic surgery, and everyone online thinks so too. Just because she thinks that she's on a roll, she thinks that she can get carried away. Oda continues and says that this is her punishment, and Momo's presence alone is already annoying as hell. Oda starts to think, as she says, that in order to put Momo down for good, she needs a little bit more. Suddenly, she gets a cunning smile and says that she just thought of something splendid. This time, the MC can't come to her rescue, and she'll end Momo once and for all, and make sure that she will never recover. Oda giggles and says that she'll take control of Momo's life from here on out. Chapter 7. We see Oda explain that hierarchies exist among friends while we see her thinking about her past, where some girls are praising her little charms and saying that they look really cute on her. As they are praising and inquiring her about where she acquired the charms, they also tell her that she's the cutest, and that she has great taste and fashion, and anyone would look up to her. Hearing all this makes Oda happy. As they try talking about something they saw online yesterday, suddenly someone notices something and tells everyone to look there. We see that it's Momo. The girls are surprised and say that it's the real Hananaka Momo right in front of them. They can't believe that she's in the same school as them. They look at the charm on her bag and say that it's the same exact one as Oda's. One of the girls realizes that it is indeed the same one as Momo's, and says that she didn't notice it at first glance because it looks so different on Momo because she's an actual model. While the girls are talking about this, we see that Oda is visibly jealous of Momo, as she thinks that she sure hopes that this doesn't end up causing her problems. Now in the present, we see the MC calling Momo. We see Momo sitting face to face with the MC as he asks her if she knows why she's been called to the counseling room. She giggles smugly as she acts like she knows the reason. She suddenly tells him that they both should start fresh, since he's already taken a peek at her bikini figure as she recalls the past incident and smiles. With a blank face, the MC asks her, what does she mean by start fresh? She goes closer to him and teases him as she tells him to not be shy about him finally being charmed by her overpowering cuteness. The MC looks straight at her and tells her that she's ranked last on the recent test, which is the 238th position. Suddenly we hear screams coming from the room. Tenjiku enters the room as she is surprised by the screams and asks what's all the ruckus about. Now we see all of Momo's tests. We see that she's scored a remarkable score of 0, 0, 2, and 4. We see Tenjiku also sitting along with the MC. She seems worried as she tells Momo that she understands that Momo is having a hard time continuing coming to school without fail during these tough times. But scoring such marks is clearly unacceptable. Momo pouts and tells her that she hates studying and she almost didn't make it in here anyway, and she only chose this school because of the cute uniform. Tenjiku replies and tells her that this will have an adverse effect on her extracurricular activities. Hearing this confuses and worries her. Tenjiku continues and tells her that her modeling career could be in danger because of this. Hearing this makes Momo sad. Seeing her sad worries Tenjiku. She tries asking her what happened. Momo looks dejected as she says that she's already at rock bottom and asks them, are they still expecting Momo to bite the bullet even harder? As Tenjiku looks worried, the MC suddenly tells her to please try her best. Hearing this confuses Momo, but also makes her happy. He continues and tells her that he doesn't know much about the entertainment world, but at this rate, she'll have to repeat the grade. Seeing how the MC doesn't really care about her entertainment career shocks Momo as she asks him if he's being for real right now. Later in the staff room, we see the MC and Tenjiku sitting and working. Tenjiku looks concerned about Momo as she tells the MC that she feels bad for her. She continues and says that he might not understand how big this whole entertainment business is to Momo. She was actually pretty high in her career before this. She was very popular and almost had the big break she needed. She emphasizes on the almost part. She continues and says that she can't even imagine how devastated Momo must be after her entire career went down the drain just like that. Tenjiku looks sad as she says that, if only there was something they could do to help her. The MC replies and tells her that they are teachers and their job is to guide Momo such that she doesn't end up repeating a grade. Tenjiku screams and tells him that she already knows this very well. She sighs, and as she looks at him, she thinks that it's like he doesn't even have a soul, and blurts out that the rumors were true after all. She suddenly realizes that she said this out loud. She panics and thinks that she shouldn't have said that, and apologizes to him as she tells him that she was really rude right now. She tries to save it by saying that someone who just leapt off a roof to save his student could never be so heartless. She tries more and tells him that he's all smiles in front of students, and he should smile like that more often. The MC does not look impressed by her and just stares at her. She pleads with him to smile a little as he's making her feel uneasy. He replies and asks her if smiling is a teacher's job. Hearing this leaves her completely speechless. Now in the library, we see Momo trying to study. Around the corner, we hear a bunch of girls yapping. One says that she loves the color of the lipstick. The girl replies and says that the lipstick was recommended by Oda from Class 1A online. Another girl replies and says that she saw that too, and that Oda really has a great sense for fashion. One of the girls asks her, wasn't she a fan of Momo before? She replies and says that Momo is a product past its prime, and she no longer posts online either. Momo hears this, and it hits a nerve. She suddenly gets up and shouts at the girls and tells them to shut up as she's trying to study here. Seeing Momo there scares the girls, and they scream. After the girls are gone, we see Momo looking at Oda's social account and sees that she has over 12,000 followers. Momo looks at it and thinks that what the girls said is true and that Oda is really popular for a commoner. She looks at her posts and thinks that all her pictures are littered with stickers. But she does have a good sense, though. She thinks that Oda is good at make-believe, and this is practically fraud. She sees Oda's post with the Tsubaki and others and thinks that she's pretending to be friends with them like always, and she hasn't learned her lesson yet. As Momo looks at the picture, she imagines herself in it. She gets sad as she thinks that, in the end, not a single one of those girls turned out to be Momo's true friend. Suddenly, we see Mari scream at Momo and ask her, didn't she say that she was going to study, and tells her to go somewhere else if she's not studying. Hearing Mari reminds Momo of her horrible grades, she says that she doesn't want to repeat a grade either, and the modeling world is waiting for Momo's grand comeback, so she has to work hard. Suddenly, Momo sees a comment under Oda's post saying that Oda is cuter than Momo. Seeing this makes Momo cry. She takes her phone and shows it to Mari as she cries and asks her who does she think is cuter, and persuades Mari to say that it has to be Momo. Mari gets annoyed at this and tells Momo that neither of them are cute. Mari looks at Momo's phone and questions about Oda being a high school fashion queen and says that she has no idea what she's up to. But regardless of how popular she is online, she's only at the tip of the iceberg. She tells Momo that Momo has 10 times as many followers as her, and she doesn't need to worry. Hearing this makes Momo happy, and she thanks Mari. Mari smiles and tells her that it's nothing. As she focuses on her studies, she tells Momo, but I still agree that your ship has already sailed. Hearing this makes Momo angry. She starts screaming at Mari that she's the ugliest and she's a loner. Mari replies back and tells her that she was just stating the facts and calls Momo annoying. We see Oda notice Momo and Mari arguing. She greets them with a smile and asks them, how are the unpopular freaks doing today? Momo looks at Oda and asks her, what does she want? Oda replies and tells her that she didn't really want to talk about this, and asks Momo if she remembers when Oda said that she was a pro at what she did. Mari replies and says, is she talking about the time when Oda talked about helping a fashion magazine or something? Momo also recalls this and asks Oda what magazine was it again, and flames the magazine editors by calling them useless as they brought on some intern who doesn't know shit. Oda smiles and tells her that's not what she wanted to talk about. She tells Momo that it's basic manners in this industry to at least greet their seniors. Hearing the word seniors confuses Momo. She continues and says that it's not like she wanted to or anything, but it's just that the editors were revamping some stuff, and she happened to get their thumbs up. Oda gets all cheered up and tells Momo that she's becoming a model. She says that they both are in the same business now and tells her that she hopes that they both can work well together. Momo is shocked at hearing this and asks if what she's saying is real. Chapter 8. We see Momo looking at her text to her manager. We see that she's trying to reach her manager and talk about her future as a model. The manager ghosts Momo. Seeing that he's ghosting her makes Momo sad. As she sits on a staircase alone, she says that working hard at school actually cost Momo her job, and Momo is a complete failure. Now we see Tenjiku getting shocked as she receives the news that Momo gave up on studying. The MC is standing next to Tenjiku as she asks Mari, why is Momo giving up at this time? And the makeup tests are next week. Mari remembers Oda telling Momo that she's in the same business as her and replies to Tenjiku that she has no idea, and Momo just became very demoralized all of a sudden. Tenjiku looks concerned. She asks the MC what is he going to do now. She continues and says that Momo missed a lot of classes due to her job, and at this rate, if she gives up her studies also, she'll have to repeat a grade without a doubt. Tenjiku panics more and tells him that at this rate, Momo won't stand a chance in advancing her model career. The MC adjusts his glasses as he calls Mari. He tells her that her chemistry homework is supposed to be due today and tells her to please submit it. Mari tells him that she already has it prepared. He puts out his attendance register and she puts her chemistry assignment on it. He takes the assignment and tells them that he'll be going now. Seeing this nonchalant response leaves Mari and Tenjiku shocked. Tenjiku screams at him and asks him, is that all he has to say about the situation? And asks what will he do about Momo. The MC ignores Tenjiku and keeps walking. She chases him while screaming his name. Mari sees him go and worries. Now we see that Momo is still at the staircase looking at her phone. She's checking Oda's social account and reading her posts. We see Oda post that she has a secret, and in another post saying that maybe something good is about to happen to her. Seeing these posts pisses off Momo. She says that Oda must be eager to announce to everyone that she's going to become a model. Suddenly, Momo goes silent and thinks, why? She suddenly loses her shit and grabs the phone with such force that her phone case breaks. She screams, why does it have to be Oda? Momo goes on a rant that Oda is shorter. She photoshops all her photos, and she is flat-chested. She wonders what kind of strings did Oda pull to get into modeling. Momo continues and says that her feet are much cuter than Oda's too, but suddenly she hears someone asking Oda if she's really becoming a model. Momo instinctively hides and sees that it's Tsubaki and the others. She hears them telling Oda that it's awesome that she's going to be a model and asks Oda if they can tell their club members. Oda gets happy from all this praise. She tells them to stop it and that it isn't confirmed that she's going to be a model anyway. Momo sits there as she controls her anger and annoyance. Oda continues talking to the girls and says that if they want to tell others, they should make sure to spread the rumors far and wide. The girls say, how modest, unlike that Momo. Erika looks concerned as she talks about how Momo has toned down a lot recently. Tsubaki agrees and says that Momo isn't stupid enough to keep kicking up a fuss, even after her status has been taken away from her. Oda laughs and tells them that it seems like Momo is actually quite stupid because she's at risk of repeating the grade after all. Nazasa gets surprised and says that Momo is worse at her studies than someone like herself, someone who's in a sports club, and says that Momo seems to be a lost cause, and she's done for. Hearing all this scares Momo. Oda smugly tells everyone that Momo is a goner in her studies. She's a loner at school, and on top of that, her almighty model career was easily overtaken by someone like herself. Oda continues and says that Momo wasn't a big deal at all. Hearing this worries Momo even more. Oda is still yapping as she says that she's still a beginner in the industry, and all she had to do was put in a little effort, and she's already on par with Momo. Nazasa smiles and tells Oda that she shouldn't be too complacent. When things get hectic, she too came close to repeating a grade, just like Momo. Oda takes offense to this and tells Nazasa that she's not as stupid as they think she is. She continues and says that Tsubaki and the rest aren't that bright either, and at least she's above average in terms of test results. Momo hears all this, and her spirit gets broken. She thinks that she's really done for this time. Later, we see Momo thinking that it sucks to not be able to defend herself as she looks at a magazine. She takes a closer look at it and gets shocked. She sees that it's Oda on the cover page, and thinks that Oda is already on the cover page. She thinks about the past and wonders how she was the one on the cover page a while ago. She starts telling herself that she's super cute. She keeps repeating it more and more, and every time she thinks that, she gets sadder and sadder. Now we see Momo barge into the chemistry room where the MC is, as she looks annoyed and pissed. The MC tells her that she's the person he wanted to talk to, and tells her that she hasn't handed in her chemistry homework yet. But before he could finish speaking, she grabs his shirt and asks him if he thinks that she's a bad person. She pushes him into the cabinet and screams at him to say that Momo is cute. The MC gives no reaction. Seeing this makes her more desperate and sad. As she's mounted on top of him, she pleads him to please call her cute. But the MC doesn't say anything. He asks her if that's supposed to be a teacher's job. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she starts removing her shirt. The MC remains calm and tries to tell her that she still hasn't learnt her lesson yet. But once again, she doesn't let him speak. She screams at him and tells him that if he doesn't say that she's cute, she'll make him lose his job for sure this time. She tells him that it's for real this time. With desperation and tears in her eyes, she tells him that she'll make sure that he will say that she's cute till he runs out of breath and tries to tempt him with her virginity in exchange for him saying that she's cute. She suddenly removes her bra. She pushes herself more onto him. She starts removing everything as she tells him that even someone like him shouldn't be able to resist what's right in front of him. She loses her mind as she goes full commando and tells him that she might as well lose it all anyway and might as well take him down with her. The MC has a face of despair as he looks at her commando. We see Momo still on top of the MC as she's full commando now and waiting for his response. He apologizes to her and tells her that he's unable to reciprocate her feelings and that this isn't working out. She asks him if he feels nothing, even if she went commando and risked her life for this. He replies and says, unfortunately, no. She gets sad and sits in a corner while still being commando. He walks away as he tells her to please put some clothes on and tells her to know her limits, even if she's running out of her tricks. He continues and tells her that no matter how great her body looks, it won't translate into good grades, and asks her if he can have her chemistry homework now. She once again doesn't listen to him and screams at him, telling him that he doesn't understand anything at all. Now we see Momo thinking about her past where she couldn't get through the auditions and worrying if she's not cut out for the entertainment world. She doesn't give up as she thinks that it's her job. She thinks about the time when she was away from school for so long that she couldn't catch up in her studies and wonders if her future will be all right. She gets angry and tries to tell him that even at school, everything is horrible, and remembers her past self where she kept telling herself to not worry as she's super cute and that it's going to be all right at the verge of breaking down. She screams at the MC and tells him that being cute is more important than anything else in the world to her, and without that, Momo is done for. The MC asks her what does she want. He tells her that he doesn't get what she's trying to say, because he's not her after all. He reaches his hand out and tells her that he knows one thing for sure, and tells her to hand over her chemistry homework with a straight face, and tells her that if she doesn't, her efforts will really be all for nothing. Now we see Tenjiku worried as she asks the MC if Momo handed her chemistry homework in the end. He replies and tells her that she didn't give it. As he keeps working, he says that he can afford to let this go today, but if Momo doesn't submit it by tomorrow, she'll lose her marks for that. Hearing this worries Tenjiku. She screams at him and asks him if this really is the right way to go, and asks what if Momo repeats the grade and decides to quit school. He replies and asks her what's wrong if she quits. Hearing this confuses Tenjiku. He continues and tells her that attending high school isn't mandatory. He keeps working on his computer as he tells her that as long as Momo is willing to work hard as his student, he will do his best to support her. But if she decides to not do anything, there's nothing he can do about it. If she decides to quit school, he's no longer her teacher, and he's just any other stranger to her. Hearing him say this shocks Tenjiku. As we see Momo depressed and sitting at the stairs, the MC keeps talking to Tenjiku and tells her that he has other students as well, and wasting time on personal matters that have no line to school life isn't part of a teacher's job. He continues and tells Tenjiku that she has her own students to handle, and he has things he needs to do too. What he can do is simply do his job. Hearing all this shocks her even more. Suddenly the staff room door opens and we see that Oda is there as the MC is telling Tenjiku that he's a teacher after all. Chapter 9. We see Oda standing there and looking at the MC. Tenjiku gets cautious and asks Oda what's wrong and why did she come to the staff room. Oda looks visibly angry as she replies that the MC called her here and asks him what does he want from her and calls him a filthy glasses jerk. The MC replies and asks her why does she think that he called her here. Tenjiku tells the MC to not ask Oda why does she think she's been called here, like as if this is some quiz. Oda gets annoyed and angry and screams at the MC while agreeing with Tenjiku. She tells him that she's not here because she wanted to be here. Hearing this makes the MC say, "So you don't want to be here." He tells them that's mystifying. Hearing this confuses Oda. He continues and tells Oda that she's a student who has always been very rebellious against him, and despite how much she didn't want to come here, she obediently came here without any intention of making fun of him, which surprised him. He mentions the making fun of him part because Momo comes to him and makes fun of him always. He once again asks Oda if she can give him a good reason why he bothered to call her here. This time, he calls her with her index number and name. Hearing this worries her. Now she acts a bit docile and slowly tells them that he maybe called her because she's working as a model now. Hearing this surprises Tenjiku. Oda now awkwardly tells him that she hasn't really told everyone else about it. He stops her and tells her that from the bottom of his heart, he doesn't care about what she does outside in her private life. Hearing this shocks her. He slides a form and tells her that she must request permission to participate in showbiz activities while schooling, and asks her to please fill out the form carefully. After this, he tells her that now, on to the main point. As she looks more worried now, he asks her, "Are you with me?" He tells her that she still hasn't handed her chemistry homework yet. Now we see Momo walking near the staff room. She suddenly hears a loud bang and gets taken by surprise. She sees that it's Oda looking annoyed at the MC and saying that he's a jerk and annoying as heck. She is annoyed at the MC for telling her that if she fails to hand her homework tomorrow, he can't guarantee her passing marks. She looks angry as she says that the way he said it really grinded her gears. As she's thinking about the MC, she runs into Momo. Momo heard her talking and asks Oda if she also didn't hand her chemistry homework as well. Momo is relieved a little, as she's not the only one. Oda doesn't reply and just stands there for a minute. Suddenly, she pushes Momo. As Momo falls on the ground, she asks her what's wrong with her. Oda replies and says, "Sorry," like a little baby. She looks at Momo in a hateful way and tells her that she didn't see her there, and people of lower level than her are invisible to her. Hearing this shocks Momo. Oda walks away as Momo is still on the floor. Suddenly, Momo screams in anger and tells Oda to cut the crap already, and mocks Oda for not handing in her chemistry homework too. We see that Mari is standing behind Momo as she hears Momo scream. Mari slowly calls out to Momo to see if she's okay. Momo turns around. We see that Momo is crying as she tells Mari that she definitely won't give up. She grabs Mari aggressively and tells her that she may not be as successful in her modeling career, but she'll definitely be able to hand in her chemistry home. She continues and tells Mari to show her homework so she can copy it. Mari replies and tells her that it's not possible, and she already handed her homework in. Hearing this makes Momo annoyed. She tells Mari that she's super selfish. Hearing this irritates Mari. She replies and tells her that she's not selfish. While Mari and Momo are arguing, we see someone swiping on their phone. We see that this person has captured everything that Oda did, how she pushed Mari down and how she humiliated her. This person takes all these photos and tweets them. The next morning, we see the students checking their phones. They ask each other if they saw the post from this morning. They wonder if what the post mentioned really happened. They say that real or not, what they saw was pretty messed up. Now we see Oda looking at her laptop while she's still at home. She gets shocked and drops her milk. We see that it's the pictures of her bullying Momo. The pictures are posted with the captions like, "Behold, the countenance of the one who leaked the model Hananaka Momo's incident online." Oda wonders how this all got leaked, cause this incident happened yesterday. She sees people commenting and saying that she looks very different from her selfies as they laugh at her, and some even say that they go to the same school as her and can vouch that Oda is a real bitch. There are other comments which show that they are supporting Momo now. Oda sees all this in shock and says that no one was supposed to know about what she did online. She sees one last comment saying that Oda is a D1 hater of Momo, and she's just jealous of her. This comment completely breaks Oda. Now we see Momo back to her modeling career. She smiles and looks all cute while getting her photos taken. After the shoot, we see someone congratulating Momo for getting to be a model again. Momo thanks her and tells her that she'll give it her all this time with a cheerful voice. The woman continues and asks Momo if the rumors online are true, that bullying was the reason behind all of this. She asks if her attacking the teacher was just a misunderstanding. Momo replies and tells her that it wasn't a misunderstanding. We see that the person asking the questions is recording Momo as this is an interview. Momo continues and tells her that Momo herself got herself into all these misunderstandings, and it is true that she got into trouble with the teacher, and Momo even dragged people who were uninvolved into this mess. Hearing this surprises the woman. She asks Momo, what does she mean by that she herself got into the misunderstanding? Momo replies to her while checking her phone. She tells her that she accidentally let the teacher see a bit of her underwear, maybe. Hearing this confuses the woman even more. She asks Momo if she actually likes the teacher. Hearing this creeps out Momo. She replies and tells her that she will never like him in a million years for sure, and that the teacher is a terrible person to begin with. In the school, we see someone looking at the magazine cover which has Momo's face on it. Suddenly they crumble the cover. we see that this person is Oda. Momo looks at Oda and tells her that she'll probably never have a chance to get featured on this magazine and tells her to look at what has happened to her so-called modeling career. Momo continues and asks her, "It's all over, isn't it?" Oda looks scared as she asks Momo if she's the one who did it. Oda screams at Momo and tells her that she used Mari to get the better of her. Momo looks at Oda like she's some lame person and asks her why would she do such a thing, and that she has no idea how Momo felt. Momo tells her that she definitely thought that it was Tsubaki and the girls who pulled off that blackboard gimmick. But she didn't think that they would go as far as shaming her online, and honestly, that was the last straw. Hearing this makes Oda start stuttering as she tries to find words to say. Momo tells her that nobody cares about it now anyway, because she admitted that she did something bad, and makes it clear to Oda that she wasn't the one to get dumped by the MC. Momo looks serious as she tells Oda that since she's trying so hard to pick a fight with her, she needs to find the guts to do it in herself, and tells Oda to stop cowering behind Tsubaki and the others and face her head-on. Suddenly, Momo smiles with a book in her hand and tells Oda that she already handed in her chemistry homework and got her results back. She tells Oda that she really doesn't stand any chance of beating her. She cheerfully goes away as she tells Oda good luck with whatever she's up to now. Oda looks at Momo, go to Mari cheerfully, and being happy. Seeing Momo happy makes Oda annoyed. Oda sits there while looking at her phone and repeatedly saying that Momo is annoying. Oda looks at her social account and sees that everyone is supporting Momo and shit talking about her. Seeing this makes Oda worry and think that this is no good. Nobody is supporting her, even if she uses her fake accounts to defend herself. She thinks that if it wasn't Mari who leaked the images, it has to be the MC. She continues to think that she has no idea what methods the MC used to get all the information about her, but he seems to be hard-pressed and a virgin. She wonders if he likes Momo. She thinks that it makes sense now, as she thinks that he did this for Momo because he likes her. She gets angry thinking that he's supposed to be a teacher and he gave in just because Momo cheekily sucked up to him. Suddenly, Oda notices something. She looks at Momo's account, in which Momo posted that she's sorry for the misunderstanding. She says that she's back and fully recharged and will give her everything. Oda looks at all the positive replies to Momo's post and all the support she's getting and gets more jealous. She wonders why is Momo getting all the good attention. She thinks of Momo and says that she's no big deal and she's not cute at all. Oda thinks that she's way cuter than Momo, but suddenly someone calls her name. We see that it's Tsubaki and the other girls. Tsubaki asks Oda if she's okay as she smiles. Seeing them worries Oda. She tries to apologize, but Tsubaki tells her that they were worried about her cause they are her friends after all. Tsubaki sympathizes with Oda and tells her that all those nasty things which were written about her online must have affected her modeling career, which was going so well, and asks her if she's feeling better now. Oda looks horrified as she says that it really sucks, and it's not even her fault either. Tsubaki replies and tells her that she gets her and asks her if she's going to let this be as it is. We see someone reaching for a bottle of acid, as Tsubaki tells Oda that she has a suggestion for her. Now we see the MC checking the chemicals kept in the chemistry lab. He gets worried as he sees that there's one bottle missing. He tells himself that it looks like he'll be working overtime again tonight. Chapter 10. We see someone asking someone else if they know what an acid attack is. They continue and say that an acid attack is when they splash acid on someone, searing their skin and leaving terrible burns. We see silhouettes of some girls talking and saying, "An acid attack sounds nasty." Another girl replies and says that she's heard a rumor that a chemical bottle's gone missing from the science lab. Now, we see Tsubaki telling Oda that she doesn't have to actually splash the acid on Momo as she smiles. She continues and says that just a little sprinkle on her clothes or hair is good enough. That should be threatening enough. Tsubaki reminds Oda that Momo is a model after all, and she'll get so scared over the attack that she'll quit her job or transfer schools. Hearing this plan scares Oda. Tsubaki continues and tells her that either way, she won't have to see Momo's face again. With a cunning look, she tells Oda that even if she messes up and accidentally gets some on Momo, she can count on her papa to make it like nothing ever happened. Oda hears this and makes up her mind. Now we see Oda with a bottle of hydrochloric acid in her bag. She looks at it and thinks that this is pretty nasty stuff, no matter how she looks at it. She looks at the magazine which has Momo's face on it, and remembers Momo telling her that if she has guts, she should do it herself, and she should stop covering behind Tsubaki and the others. She gets angry remembering this and screams that she'll show her. Now in the staff room, we see the MC correcting the test papers of his class. We see that he is correcting Momo's papers. Suddenly, Tenjiku jumps with joy and screams, "Thank goodness!" With excitement in her voice, she clutches Momo's test paper and tells the MC that it was a very close call, but Momo made it. She passed modern literature. She asks the MC how did Momo do in his subjects. He gives an okay sign with his hands indicating that she's passed his subjects too. He tells her that she barely made it. Hearing this makes Tenjiku happy and say that this is great, with great relief in her voice. She continues and says that with this, Momo has cleared the supplementary exam. The MC agrees with her. Tenjiku says that Momo can keep on with her modeling career without any worry now. We see that Akashi is listening to them from behind. He looks shocked as he asks, "Why is the MC still as emotionless as ever?" The MC replies and says, "As I always say, this isn't part of a teacher's job." Hearing this shocks Sakaede and Amari. Sakaede asks if the MC can't feel happy for her just once. Suddenly, the MC tells Tenjiku that some of her students from Class 1B have failed his chemistry exam and asks her what will she do about them. Hearing this shocks Tenjiku. This worries Tenjiku about her own class as she sees that their marks are pretty bad. The MC gets up as he reminds her that he told her before to pay more attention to her own class before worrying about others. If she doesn't, she'll miss out on the people who can still be saved. He says this and walks away. Tenjiku is stunned after hearing this. Akashi looks concerned for Tenjiku and says that the MC is being pretty harsh today. Amari replies and says that there's the issue with the missing chemical bottle. Sakaede also adds to it and says that if the MC can't find the missing chemical by the end of the week, he has to escalate it to the admins. Akashi tells them that the MC has been staying late every day looking for it. Hearing this shocks Amari as she can't believe that he's doing overtime every day. Sakaede looks concerned as he says that's something only the MC would do. Now, we see the MC outside. He sees that Momo is standing there as she looks worried and scared. He asks her, what is she doing near the staff room? With fear on her face and tears in her eyes, she asks him if she passed the exam. As she trembles, she tells him that this is the first time she studied this hard. She continues and says that she finally got her job back, but it's all pointless if she fails the exam now. The MC replies and tells her that he's always been encouraging her to study hard, but this time, he suddenly calls Mari and tells her that this is all thanks to her and thanks her. Hearing this confuses Mari. He continues and tells them that he could have tutored Momo himself, but he read that it's more effective for students to help each other with their studies, and he believes that they owe these results to Mari's constant effort. Hearing this surprises Momo. She asks him if this means that she passed. He replies and tells them that both of them worked very hard. Tenjiku walks out the staff room and sees the MC smiling as he looks at Momo celebrating. Seeing him smile like this reminds Tenjiku of the time when he told Momo that he's just a stranger to her. She looks at him and smiles as she thinks that despite saying all that, at least he smiled. She calls out to the MC and tells him that she'll help him look for the missing chemical bottle. She tells him that 2 is better than 1, and she's sure that they'll find it in no time. She continues and says that they should celebrate Momo's achievement together and suggests a cafe, which just opened near the station, with great joy. She tells him that it's her treat, but he immediately rejects her and tells her that he'll look for the bottle by himself and thanks her for trying to help him. As the MC walks away, Tenjiku looks angry and tells the other girls that they'll go without him. Momo gets happy and runs to her class so she can grab her bag. While Momo is going, Mari looks up the new cafe which Tenjiku talked about. Mari gets confused as she looks at the cafe. She thinks that she's seen this cafe's cakes before. Now we see Momo packing her bag. Suddenly, Oda enters the classroom. Momo looks fed up with Oda as she tells her to buzz off and that she's on her way to a huge celebration. Oda suddenly tells Momo to not move an inch. Oda looks crazed as she pulls out the acid and tells Momo that if she moves, she'll be in a world of hurt. Seeing this scares Momo. She recognizes the bottle and asks Oda if that's the chemical bottle which the MC has been looking for. Momo doesn't understand what Oda means by a world of hurt and asks Oda what does it mean. Oda replies and tells her that she'll splash it all over her. Momo still doesn't understand what this means and asks her what will happen after it's splashed on her. Oda replies and says that it'll burn her a lot. For a second, both of them go silent. After Momo processes what this means, she gets scared and steps back as she tells Oda that she can't believe that she'd actually resort to something like that just because she's doing better than her. Oda screams and tells her that she's not doing this just because she wants to. She tells her that if Momo disappears from her life, she could continue hanging out with Tsubaki and the others. Hearing this surprises Momo. She asks Oda if staying in that group is really that important to her. Momo continues to ask her, is it because it makes people respect her? Because they come from prestigious families? Or because it makes her feel powerful? She tells her that this has nothing to do with Tsubaki and asks Oda if she isn't her own person. Momo continues and tells her that if she wants to get rid of her, she shouldn't do it in a rotten way and to face her head on. Oda screams and tells her that if she could, she would have already done it. Oda screams in frustration that she really would have if she had some way of surpassing her. She would have done it long ago. Oda remembers the first time she saw Momo and how everyone immediately complimented her. Oda starts crying as she tells Momo that this is all her fault. She remembers others saying that they have to be born with the talent to reach that level as they look at Momo. Oda screams at Momo and tells her that as long as she exists, she'll spend her whole life living in her shadow. Momo looks confused as she asks Oda what does she mean by that. While they are talking, suddenly someone intervenes. We see that it's the MC. He tells Oda that she's holding the bottle of chemical which he was searching for and asks her if she could return it. Seeing the MC spawn out of nowhere shocks Momo. She asks him, since when has he been there? He tells Oda that she shouldn't be taking these chemicals without permission and asks her if she was trying to threaten Momo. He tells her that doing something like that is pointless. He calls Oda by her index number and tells her that she's a simple-minded person. Hearing this shocks Oda. He continues and tells her that what she's trying to do is truly meaningless. Hearing this pisses off both Oda and Momo. Oda screams and asks him what is he trying to say, while Momo tells him to stop provoking her and calls him stupid Four Eyes. Oda tells him that he started all this, and if he hadn't written about her online, she wouldn't be in this mess. The MC asks her, what is she yapping about? She repeats herself again, but the MC tells her why would he do such a thing. He tells her that she obviously hasn't been listening to what he's been saying. He tells them that he has no interest whatsoever in their private life. If it has nothing to do with his job, he neither knows nor wants to know about the kind of things they do. He doesn't care about what they do outside of school, online, or whatever. He tells her that the online matters are the jobs of their school's online watchdogs. Hearing this surprises Momo as she thought that they didn't exist before. He continues and tells Oda that he's not her friend, he's her teacher. Oda laughs and tells him that despite him saying all this, Momo seems to be the only exception. Hearing this confuses Momo. Oda continues and says that there's no way she'll believe something like that from the likes of him, and she knows very well that he's all over Momo. Oda screams like a child and says that everyone only keeps talking about Momo this and Momo that, and splashes the acid onto the MC. The MC tries to protect himself from it. Oda stands there in horror as she realizes what she just did, and Momo stands behind her in shock too. Momo runs to the MC to help him. Now we see Nazasa asking Tsubaki, what if Oda actually does it? Chapter 11. Now we see the MC kneeling on the floor as he's drenched in the acid. Oda stands there shocked at her own actions as Momo goes near him to help him as she looks worried and panicked. As Momo is trying to help the MC, Oda tells her that it's all her fault. Suddenly, the MC calmly tells Oda that this stuff is dangerous to the eyes. Hearing him be so calm shocks them. Oda looks confused and shocked as she asks him why hasn't anything happened to him. He calmly tells her that he told her before that doing all this is meaningless. He asks this illiterate fuck if she even read the bottle label clearly. She tells him that it did say it was hydrochloric acid. He replies and tells her that it's diluted hydrochloric acid for use in the classroom. Now we see the MC outside the science room removing his shirt and glasses. He continues talking and says that it indeed is hydrochloric acid still, but it isn't strong enough to harm someone badly. As he cleans himself under a tap, he tells them that it is still a dangerous chemical and should be washed off immediately. He tells them that they should avoid direct contact, or they might get skin inflammations, and should the concentration be any higher than this, they should seek immediate medical attention. Oda looks shocked as she says that Tsubaki and the others told her that this would do serious damage. The MC closes the tap as he calls Oda. He tells her dumbass that it's about time she started looking at her own shortcomings. It was negligence on her part to not have realized upon seeing the bottle, and as a matter of fact, her grades in chemistry have been rather disappointing, and in addition to the chemistry homework she failed to hand in, she was absent in the supplementary exam as well. Her current standing is at the bottom of the cohort. If she doesn't put in any more effort than even Momo is, she's going to have to repeat the grade. Hearing him say this surprises and confuses Momo. She asks him to hold a minute. and asks isn't Oda's score at least twice that of hers. He replies and tells Momo that's impossible, and Oda's results have always been not much different from hers. Momo still can't believe this and tries to tell him that Oda was saying that her marks are better, but the MC stops her and tries to explain. As he's explaining, we now see Mari and Tenjiku. Mari tells Tenjiku that she's seen this cafe's cakes before. Mari looks at the images of the cakes and looks concerned as she tells Tenjiku that the cakes Oda said she made herself look exactly like the cakes from this cafe. Now we see the MC and the girls. He explains to Momo that Oda has been lying all this time. Hearing him say this makes Oda scared. Momo gets confused hearing this. He continues and tells her that he had no clue who was behind those incidents that happened one after another. But upon seeing the handwriting on the blackboard, he roughly knew that Oda was the one who had written it. If the one who did it was Momo's friends, they wouldn't have said that Momo was interested in me. It's clear that the culprit had evil intents against Momo in spreading such rumors. He continues and tells Oda that she's always involved in disputes with Momo, intentionally trying to spite anger and show off. However, all of it was just big talk with no substance behind it. He continues and tells her that when she didn't hand in the showbiz activities application form, he understood that her lying ass didn't participate in any modeling activities outside. Momo asks Oda why did she never ask the opinion of those who were involved at all, even though she said that she knows others in this line of work. Momo gets concerned and asks her why. Why did she still do such things, despite knowing that she'll eventually be found out? She tells her that she's only going to make a fool out of herself. Hearing this pisses Oda off. She bites her lips in frustration and helplessness. He continues and asks if she did all this so that she could feel superior. It may be true that lying can help her achieve more satisfaction, but that doesn't make her a better person at all. What she needs to do right now is to show the world her true potential, instead of continuing to lie to get the whole world on her side. Instead of closing her eyes from the truth and spouting every lie that comes into her head, she needs the strength to face truth head on. He grabs the chemical and notes down that he found it as he tells her that thankfully, he has no interest whatsoever in her private life. He doesn't care what she does outside school. He calls Oda and tells her that he wants her to make an apology for what she's done today, hand in her chemistry homework on time, and take the makeup supplementary exam. She tries to say something, but he continues and tells her that if he were to go by the rulebook, he would have given up on her already. But as long as she's willing to work hard, he will support her as much as possible as her teacher. He gives her a big smile and tells her to please put in her best effort. This is so that she can become a member of society instead of being seen as a liar. Hearing all this surprises Oda, and she tries to tell him something, but Momo jumps in and awkwardly says that she also thinks that this time Oda really messed up big time, but they all still have a long road ahead of them. She awkwardly tries to cheer Oda and tells her that even she has thoroughly reflected on her actions, so she can change too. Momo continues and tells Oda that she doesn't have to force herself to stick with Tsubaki and the others. Hearing all this, Oda smiles and asks her just how optimistic could she possibly get. She gets really close to Momo and tells her that this is the really annoying part about her and that she really hates it. She tells Momo it's a joke that they can work together. She asks her what could Momo possibly do and that she is already content with what she has in her life. Momo looks shocked. Oda screams and tells her to not look down on her just because she lied. Her life doesn't revolve around what they say. She's completely fine with who she is. No matter what others may say about her, the fact that she hates Momo will still remain. She says that she just can't stand the fact that Momo is always so blessed and can hold her head up high. She keeps screaming and asks them if they think she has a chance of beating Momo at anything besides academics, even if she puts in effort. She tells them that she can't do it, and that everyone is good at different things. She stands a much better chance at making her life shine when she sticks with Tsubaki and the others. Oda calls the MC and tells him that she may be stupid, but she's not that stupid. She asks him if he knows how disgusted she feels just by looking at him. As the MC just stands there and smiles, she continues screaming and tells him that he may be able to deceive Momo and the others with that suspicious-looking fake smile of his, but he'll never be able to get past her. She gets in his face and tells him that he really doesn't understand. As he keeps smiling, she tells him that he doesn't understand a single thing about her or the rest of the students. He's just doing this because he thinks that this is funny. Hearing all this shocks and confuses Momo. With tears in her eyes, Oda screams and tells him to keep dreaming if he thinks that he can become a great teacher by giving them that look. Suddenly, the school bell rings and the hallways fill with silence. As Oda is frustrated and tries to say something, the MC calls her index number and her name. He looks at her like she's a pain in the ass and tells her that she really is stupid. In the garden of the school, we see Nazasa asking Tsubaki if they are cutting off Oda, as she sounds confused. Nazasa looks concerned as she tells Tsubaki that those chemicals won't cause much harm anyway and asks, weren't they just for fun? Tsubaki asks Nazasa, what are you saying? Tsubaki continues and tells her that she was laughing behind Oda's back and saying that Oda is really an idiot and that she's a pathetic girl that's willing to tell any lie to just show off. As she is reading some papers, she tells Nazasa that she hates narcissist Momo for betraying them, but she hates liars even more. Oda continues doing all these things in secret, while not knowing that she's already been found out. Tsubaki continues and says that, thankfully the pictures came just in time. She keeps her phone down and says that it kinda feels like they are done with cleaning up. Erika looks concerned as she says Tsubaki's name. Suddenly, Tsubaki throws a bunch of papers and tells them that she was shocked when she saw this. It looks like someone else in their school needs much more cleaning up than Oda does. Now we go back to the MC. He tells Oda to excuse him and that the last bell rang, and it's now his private time. He tells Oda that he accidentally spoke his mind. He says, making your life shine. Please, for someone who doesn't even know their position, that's almost impossible. He tells her that if she doesn't want to lose everything, she should learn from Momo and make sure to come for the makeup exam next week. Otherwise, it'll really be all over for her. Hearing all this scares Oda. She reaches out to the MC and grabs his hand. He immediately smacks her hand away and tells her to not touch him. Seeing this reaction shocks her. He apologizes to her and tells her that he's had enough overtime hours for this week. He can't entertain her any longer. His job as a teacher is to teach and guide students. But as she can tell, he is a huge liar. As he says this, we get a glimpse of the papers which Tsubaki threw. The paper is an investigation report on the MC. The report says that a student was pushed to committing non-existence, and the teacher may have been too harsh on the student. Chapter 12. Now we see a room cluttered as someone says that they so freaking woozy, and that they've been sleeping all day every day and can't sleep anymore. Now we see that it's Oda in her room as half her body hangs off the bed, and she questions how long has she been away from school. She wonders if it's been a week or 2 weeks. Now we see Mari at an amusement park, as she looks like she hates being there. We see Momo holding 2 juices and screaming at Mari as she asks her why does she have a dull look on her face, and that she's even making Momo buy stuff for her. Momo looks pissed as she asks, didn't she say that she wanted to see her, and that Momo went all this way to invite her out for this? She reminds Mari that she is a super cutesy celebrity as well. Momo continues and tells Mari that the clothes she's wearing are lame, and if Momo didn't buy that shirt for her, she wouldn't be in this lame-ass mess. Mari still stays silent and takes the juice. Suddenly, NPC in the back looks at Momo and says that she's so cute. Momo hears this and quickly turns back to thank them, and then immediately asks Mari why is she wearing that coat in the middle of summer in the first place, and that it's sweltering hot. Mari still doesn't say anything. Momo suddenly laughs and tells her that she looks like she's not come to the amusement park with friends before, and asks her if she doesn't know how to dress up for these occasions. She continues to make fun of her and tells her that she doesn't have friends to begin with. Mari still stays silent and does nothing. Seeing this reaction pisses Momo off, and she screams and asks her what's wrong with her all this while. Mari looks dull as she speaks and tells Momo that the reason she wanted to meet with her was because she wanted to talk to her about the MC. Hearing this confuses and surprises Momo. Momo gets annoyed as she asks Mari why on earth must they talk about that stupid glasses virgin teacher while they're on a break of all times. They still have to see his face next week's summer seminar, no matter what. Mari speaks and asks Momo, hasn't she always been angry at the MC? She remembers the day when Momo said that she wants to celebrate but came late looking really furious. Mari continues and says that the MC, being the teacher he is, somehow went home despite being utterly drenched, but they both never spoke a word. In the end, Oda hasn't come to school at all till the vacation started. Mari asks Momo if something happened between her and the MC. Momo has a slight, pained look in her eyes. She tells Mari that it was nothing. Hearing this surprises Mari. Momo continues and says that she is angry because nothing happened. Now, in the staff room, we see Sakaede asking the MC if Oda really got away only with house arrest after what she did with the chemical bottle. He sounds a bit concerned as he tells the MC that there was in fact an attempt at theft and causing harm. He still can't believe that's all that she was given. He says that many parents were furious, especially due to Oda and Momo's whole episode of online turmoil. The MC replies and tells him that there hasn't been a damage report released. The school doesn't wish to escalate the matter any further for secrecy's sake. He tries saying something but remembers Oda mentioning Tsubaki and suddenly stops and tells them it's nothing. Hearing this intrigues them, and they try to ask him what was he going to say. We see Tenjiku looking worried as she asks him if he's okay. He replies and asks her why does she ask. She apologizes for asking him this, but she's heard rumors about Oda from Class 1A being uncontactable. She mentions that she talked to Tsubaki and the others who had always been with Oda, but they acted like they don't care about her and said that she's a liar. She remembers Tsubaki smiling and saying that Oda is a poor little thing, and to think that she actually told all those lies just because she wanted more attention, and it looks like in the end, she lost everything, and it was all over for her. Tenjiku remembers this and tells the MC that she just has the feeling that this is no trivial matter. The MC calmly replies and asks, "Is that so?" She looks a bit worried as she asks him, how could he be so calm, and asks him if isn't she a student from his own class. He calmly replies and tells her that she's right. Seeing him act so nonchalantly pisses off Tenjiku. She asks him if he's trying to pick a fight with her. Tenjiku starts telling him sternly that he's got to thoroughly consider why Oda told all those lies just to attract more attention to herself. She thinks that there surely has to be some deep complex of hers at work behind this, and as teachers, they should be thinking ways to address this problem. As she's still speaking, the MC calls Tenjiku's name. He coldly tells her that he already warned her earlier to please refrain from unnecessarily poking her nose into other people's matters. He tells her that he's the teacher in charge of Class 1A and not her. Hearing this leaves Tenjiku completely baffled. The MC tells her this and walks out the staff room as she sees him go. She immediately gets angry and screams, "What the hell," to the other teachers. Amari speaks and says that this is yet another ordinary day at work for the MC, and asks why on earth is he in such a suffocating outfit in this summer heat. Amari tries to console Tenjiku and tells her that she doesn't have to bother with him. Someone else says that they do agree that the MC is too cold and rigid. Hearing this makes Amari ask, "You think so too?" Now we see that it's Sakaedi saying this. As he's texting on his phone, he tells Tenjiku that he doesn't really dislike the way the MC handles these things though. And honestly speaking, he thinks it's already a miracle that he's still sticking with Class 1A as their teacher. And what he says does turn off people at times though. Now we see that Sakaedi is actually texting his students. The student texts that she handled the Shokun Sensei matter and asks him to praise her. She also tells him to go out with her for real if she scores well on the test. He replies and texts her that he'll think about it after she graduates, and that now is a pretty bad time to be talking about this. As he's texting the student all this, he talks to Tenjiku about the MC and says that it's enough as long as the MC puts in sufficient effort and delivers the right results, and that they don't really get proper summer vacations after all. Now we see Oda as she is laying half on the bed and half on the floor. She thinks about how the MC said that he's a big fat liar. She recalls that moment. Now we see Oda looking shocked after hearing him say that. She asks him if he's saying that as long as it isn't his job, he won't even try to support his own students at all. He replies and tells her that she's absolutely right. Hearing this shocks Momo too. She asks her if he's the same with her. She tries to joke and say that unlike the super cutesy Momo, Oda has like zero cuteness after all, and Momo kinda gets why he feels like just brushing her aside. She awkwardly asks, "But you helped Momo out, right?" The MC just looks at her and says nothing. Seeing him not say anything gets her a bit embarrassed. She tries to save it by saying that perhaps he felt that was part of his job too, and what he's done for Mari was probably likewise too, as she awkwardly smiles. The MC calls Momo's name as she talks. He tells her that if she's going to keep yapping about useless stuff, he'll go home now. The workday long ended and he wishes to treasure his private time. Hearing him say this shocks them. Oda slowly speaks and whispers, "You're better off." Momo couldn't hear this, so she asks Oda what did she say. Oda suddenly screams in anger and asks the MC that he didn't want a world where they must lie to get their way. She questions, what is he doing right now then? He should just quit being a teacher right now. She asks him, why did he even become a teacher in the first place? He replies and tells her, "I think the girl next to you knows the answer to that best." We see Oda on the floor, thinking about what he said in the end. As we see the MC in the school, we see Oda thinking about him and screaming in frustration as she says, "You stupid four eyes, haven't you realized that whatever you've been saying is just like your class? They're all tortuous as hell." The MC looks out the window as he hears the cicada crying and realizes that summer has come. He thinks this and says that it's the season he hates the most. The next day, we see Tenjiku asking Hiragi, "Where is the MC today?" Hiragi replies and tells her that he took 5 days of paid leaves because it's summer vacation. Hearing this shocks Tenjiku. She tells him that he's in charge of 1A and doesn't he have a seminar to run. Hiragi replies and tells her that he has the right to take leaves as she looks worried. Chapter 13. We see Hiragi calling all the first-year students and telling them that the 3-day, 2-night summer camp will officially begin today. She continues and says that the participation in this camp is optional. This year, they are seeing many more participants than last year. The teachers all express their happiness towards this increase in students' willingness to learn. As she's saying this, someone interrupts her. We see that this person is Momo. She looks concerned as she tells Hiragi that the teacher for Class 1A isn't here yet. Now we see that Momo has learned that the MC is not coming to the camp. She screams in anger and says that this is utterly unbelievable and questions how he can just take leave at a time like this. We see that Momo is talking to Mari. Mari tells Momo that it certainly is unfortunate, but she's heard that the MC is still coming tonight and says that she's worried that he might not be feeling well. Momo, being absolutely angry, says, "Yeah, as unfortunate as it may be, but that's not the point." She says that the students all forked out money to come here to study and questions. Isn't it the teacher's job to properly help their students? Mari is creeped out a little by this and asks Momo why is she suddenly so desperate. Momo replies with desperation in her eyes and says, "Of course Momo will be desperate." She pulls out maths and physics books with worry written all over her face. She screams and tells Mari that Momo is planning to audition for a quiz game show beginning next year. If the MC doesn't force them to study, the whole world will find out how stupid Momo is. After finding out that this is the reason for her desperation, Mari thinks that everyone already knows that Momo is stupid. Momo keeps losing her shit as the teachers look at her. Sakede looks at her and says that Momo has lost her mind. Akashi looks worried as he tells that Momo will be a disgrace to the school with an attitude like that. Amari asks them, "Hasn't that girl already had a change of heart?" To that, Akashi replies and tells that high school girls can be tough to deal with. Tenjiku looks worried, as well as she says that the MC fits the bill more than Momo, if they are speaking of hard to deal with, and says that she can't believe that he really took a leave. She looks at Sakede's class and says that his class is really well behaved. His class has the highest participation rate in this year's camp again, more than any other class, and on top of that, they're all really helpful too. Tenjiku cries and says that it's so sweet, but on the other hand, she usually gets belittled by the students. Akashi also cries with her and agrees with her. Akashi asks Sakede if there's some sort of secret formula to this. He looks at them for a minute and smiles as he says, "That's a secret." As the teachers are talking about this, we see Momo and Mari eating together. Momo asks Mari if she wants to take a bath after eating. Mari replies and tells her that she'll take a bath at the end of the day and that she wants to go when there's no one else around. Momo asks her why and if she's on her period. She tells Mari that it's okay and that she'll go ahead first then. She likes to take long baths to keep her good looks. Suddenly, Momo thinks of something. She gets a bit stern and tells Mari that last time she told Mari that her clothes look very lame. They're so unfashionable and out of season. She tells Mari that she should really go study fashion more. Mari gets annoyed and tells Momo to just go already if she said that she's going. Momo walks away as she says, "Fine." Mari looks at her hand and thinks if it were the old her, there'd be no way she'd go to this camp. Now we see Mari in her room. She picks out a dress with short sleeves from a bag and thinks about what Momo said about her fashion. Mari thinks that she's not gonna let Momo dress her up like that. She removes her jacket and throws it on the ground. She looks at her arms and sees all the marks she's left on herself. Her eyes go crazy as she thinks that though there are plenty of scars left behind, she was lucky that there were no other hand-numbing after effects. Her eyes get more crazy as she thinks about the MC and questions if he'll dislike a girl like her. She thinks that maybe he'll prefer a girl like Momo, who's gorgeous and cute. She suddenly stops herself and thinks that she doesn't want this. At this rate, she's just like Oda. As Mari talks about Oda, Oda in her house sneezes. Now we see Momo in the bath as she thinks that no matter how much she believes in it, no matter how much she thinks about it, teachers have to be just what teachers should be. As she's soaking in the bath, she thinks that it's not like anyone asked them to constantly stand by their side or work 24/7 without sleep. She recalls the MC telling her that as long as she's his student, he'll continue to support her. She thinks, wouldn't it be great if it actually happened? She remembers all the times the MC was kind to his students and thinks that it was all nothing more than lies, even if it was supposedly part of his job. She thinks that he's more fake than Oda, precisely because he's a big, fat liar. Oda sneezes again at her house as she wonders if someone is talking about her behind her back. Now we see the MC coming to the camp at night. Tsubaki greets him with a smile and says that it's about time for the star of the show to appear. The MC calls her name and index number and tells her that students are prohibited from leaving the school premises after 8 p.m. during this camp. She replies and tells him to not be such a dork, and that she just wants to talk to him in private, that's all. She continues and tells him that he doesn't have to be so defensive. Unlike Momo, she's not the type that will honey trap him. The only kind of girls who'll do that are worthless and brainless. She tells him if she ever wants to do anything to him, she can get him fired at the snap of a finger without having to resort to such roundabout methods. But that won't do. Like all the others they've had before, they'd like for him to personally resign after crumbling under his own chagrin and humiliation. He stays calm and says, I see. He walks past her as he tells her that this was a waste of time after all. As he's going, Tsubaki cheers up and says, as expected from Jimmy Sensei. She smiles and says that the willpower of a teacher like him that's so attached to his job is certainly different, no matter the circumstances. She gets close to him and smugly smiles as she calls him a murderer. He looks at her and doesn't say anything. She continues and says that it's sad, and he's only gotten used to his new job in their school. She asks him, wouldn't it be troublesome for him if others know of this? That he had forced his own students to their deaths in the past. They both look into each other's eyes as she tells him this. She smiles and tells him that she'd totally expect that even someone as hardy as Momo would be put off by this, and tells him that he really turned out to be much older than she had thought. She continues to yap and tells him that initially she thought that he was young, but knowing his actual age surprised her. As she's yapping, he calls her. He tells her that she's speaking quite a lot for once. Hearing this makes the smile off her face vanish. He continues to walk away as he tells her that since he's on a different schedule today, he's left with about 10 minutes till he has to clock in for work, and tells her to please return to her room. He suddenly stops and turns back as he remembers to tell her one more thing. He tells her that he doesn't know exactly what she knows about him, but if she's talking about what happened 10 years ago, he wants her to know that he had nothing to do with it. He tells her that those students brought it upon themselves. Now, in the lobby, the MC sees Momo sitting alone and calls her. Seeing him suddenly surprises her as she says, "Ga." He walks to her as he asks what's with that "ga" of hers. She replies and tells him that it's nothing. He takes a look at her clothes and sees that they are torn. He asks her why is she dressed like that. She tries covering them up and asks him, isn't it obvious that she's being bullied like always? She gets pissed as she says that everything had been going well recently during Momo's return to the modeling stage. But he can say that this was sort of a slip-up. Even if they can't write about how bad she looks anymore, the situation still hasn't gotten any better. After hearing all this, he just says, "Ah." Hearing him respond like this pisses her off even more, and she screams at him and asks, "What was that for? Isn't this the part where he should be removing his suit and putting it on her?" He asks her if that's a teacher's job. He tells her that he doesn't like removing his suit anyway. She asks him, didn't he do so when he was lecturing Oda last time? He replies and says, that's because he was splashed with acid, though it was rather dilute. She gets angry at him and tells him that's why he's still a virgin. He calmly replies to her and says that he's a virgin of his own will. She starts panting as she's tired from all the screaming at him. He reaches into his bag as he tells her that luckily he came at the right time and that he has a spare one for her right here. He holds it out to her so she can take it. She doesn't take it, so he questions her. She looks sad as she asks him if he's being kind to her because he's at his job now. Suddenly, she grabs his tie, and as she thinks that no matter how much she believes in it, no matter how much she thinks about it, even if he knows that he's a big fat liar, as she's thinking this, we see that she pulled him so that she can kiss him. As she's very close to kissing him, Mari sees this. She looks at Momo from the back as she's going in for the kiss and thinks about when she asked Momo why was she so desperate. Chapter 14. We continue with Mari's eyes going crazy as she sees that Momo is kissing the MC. We actually see that Momo just went up close to him. She steps back and starts to laugh. With a cheeky smile on her face, she asks him if what she did surprised him, as she looks at the MC who has a surprised face. She continues to laugh as she tells him to not be mistaken. She asks him if he actually thought that the super cutesy Momo would actually want to kiss a Mr. Virgin Glasses like him. As she's saying this, we see that Mari is hiding and listening to everything as she looks worried. Momo acts smug and says that it felt great. She continues and says, "So you're still able to maintain a straight face even after that, huh? You big fat liar." She says that she still thinks that he's damn lame and disgusting, but he's still reliable at times, so he's not that bad. As she's saying this, the MC just stands there without saying a thing. She continues yapping and says that leaving Oda aside for now, and Tsubaki and Nagisa too, and Erika and the others. But if we take Mari for example, even for a crappy teacher like him, he really needs to learn to treasure students who place their trust in him. She sees that he's not responding at all, so she calls his name. She asks him if getting deprived of a kiss came as such a shock to him, or was it because Momo called him disgusting. She blushes as she says that he's hopeless. As she says since he was nice enough to lend her his jacket, a kiss on the cheek should suffice. She goes in to kiss his cheeks. He suddenly pushes her back. Seeing this reaction confuses her. He takes a step back and suddenly covers his mouth with his hand and starts running. Seeing him do this confuses Momo. Now we see that he ran to the men's washroom to go vomit. Momo also follows him and sees that he's vomiting and gets shocked. Momo's eyes look confused as she starts sweating. As she's standing there, Akashi and Sakaede rush to see what's wrong. Akashi looks at the MC and asks him if he's okay. They ask him if he's feeling unwell and if this is why he took leave today. As Momo stands there pale and shocked, they ask her why is she in the gents' toilet and what's going on here. Momo is at the verge of tears as she mumbles and tries to explain to them that she tried to kiss the MC on the cheeks. She suddenly bursts out crying and runs away as she calls the MC a stupid virgin glasses and that he's really horrible. Seeing her react like this worries the other teachers. As they are looking at her run, Sakaede asks Akashi what's wrong with her, to which he replies and says that he doesn't know. Now, Akashi looks at the MC and asks him if he's all right, and sees him wiping his mouth as he looks very sick and tired. The MC replies and tells them that he's fine. The MC takes his bag and starts walking away, but Akashi looks concerned and asks him if he's really okay and that he can't afford to spread the bug to the students. But the MC replies and tells them that he's all right. Sakaede tells the MC that he should have told them that he took time off because he wasn't feeling well. But the MC once again replies and says that he's okay. With a serious look on his face, he tells them that he has already prepared all the teaching materials while he was away, and he's been told that there weren't any problems at school, and asks them if there's anything else. Sakaede panics and tells him that there's nothing wrong if he says so. He continues and says, "Thank goodness you're back to your usual self." Now we see Sakaede walking out first. As he comes out the washroom, he sees Mari walking away. As everyone is going back, Sakaede calls the MC. The MC turns around and asks him what's the matter. Sakaede smiles and tells him that he doesn't look too good and suggests that they should go outside to get some fresh air. The MC hits him with one of his famous lines, "Is that a part of a teacher's job?" Sakaede replies and tells him, yes it is, and that he wants to talk to him about tomorrow's recreational activities. The MC thinks for a bit and agrees with him. Now we see someone lighting a cigarette. We see that it's Sakaede. He blows a puff and asks the MC if seeing him smoke surprised him. He continues and tells him that he hasn't been smoking much lately because it's expensive. But having so much work to finish till you can start taking leave really puts the stress on. He tells him that he kinda envies him for being able to take leave just like that. He continues and tells him that he's not making fun of him, rather he looks up to him. Hearing this makes the MC stop for a second. Sakaede smiles and tells the MC that he's not just well known among the teachers. Everyone in the whole school has his name engraved into their memories. From the very first day, to say the least. He remembers the MC talking to a student of a different class and tells him that he's able to name anyone he meets in an instant, and he even knows which class they're from or what position they hold like the back of his hand. And that's not all. The most well-known fact is that he never even works overtime, and yet he still manages to finish his work, and that he has plenty of qualifications too. However, it seems that he sucks at dealing with girls. The MC just stands there in silence. Sakaede keeps talking and tells him that, like just now, which he managed to catch a little glimpse of near the end, he's really someone who's not to be underestimated. Sakaede laughs and tells him that puking was definitely too much, and that Momo is a celebrity, and as expected, She certainly is cute. He can understand if the MC was feeling tense around her, but he should remember that they are teachers. He admits that it is tough since the students constantly try to distract them from doing their jobs properly. At most, he should just think of them as cute little pets, and he doesn't have to remember every single thing about them. He remembers Mari passing by the washroom and tells him that he might find himself in a world of hurt. The MC finally speaks and calls Sakaede and asks him, weren't they going to talk about the recreational activities? Now, we see Momo looking shocked and defeated. She thinks that what happened was utterly humiliating, and thanks to those shocking events, it's her turn to coop herself up in the toilet. She goes to her room as she thinks about this. Suddenly we see Mari greet Momo with, "You're late." Momo tries to hide what happened by just saying that a lot of things happened. She tries to change the topic and ask Mari if she's already done bathing, and tries to tell her that she only took a shower. But before she can finish saying this, Mari replies and says, "By a lot of things? You mean you trying to kiss Jimmy Sensei, right?" Hearing this surprises Momo. Momo looks worried as she stutters and asks Mari if she saw them. Mari replies and says that she saw everything right up to the point where she caused him to puke his guts out. Momo immediately screams and says, "Then doesn't that show you how terrible he is?" Momo only meant it as a joke, and before Momo finishes what she was saying, Mari asks, "A joke?" with a serious tone. Mari turns around with a crazy look on her face and murder in her eyes, and tells Momo to not try to talk herself out of this. Mari asks, "Momo, didn't she earnestly try to kiss him? She said that it was as thanks for him lending her his jacket." Her eyes go pitch black as she asks, "Isn't that Sensei's jacket you're wearing now?" Hearing this shocks Momo, as she knows that her secret is out. She starts panicking and trying to hide it by saying that it was just a peck on his cheek, and it was merely an attempt. Mari doesn't take any of this and tells her that it doesn't matter whether it was just an attempt or not. He lent her that jacket because he was concerned for her. That's the thing that's really bothering her. Hearing this worries Momo, as she thinks that this bitch has lost her damn mind. Mari calls Momo's name and tells her that she thought that Momo understood how she really felt. Hearing this confuses Momo. She asks Mari, "That's yet another lie from you, isn't it?" She continues and says, "Don't tell me you actually like that stupid, lame, disgusting, pukey virgin glasses." Now we see Nagisa and Erika. Nagisa looks worried as she says that they're late for camp, big time, and that Tsubaki will surely be upset at this rate. Erika tells her that they couldn't help it, as she had things to settle at home, while Nagisa had a match to participate in just now. Nagisa agrees with her. She continues and says that there's no point in them joining this camp in the first place. Erika and Tsubaki both undoubtedly have excellent grades, and she hates studying anyway. She remembers the MC and says that it's their summer vacation, and she can't believe that they have to spend it looking at that glasses freak. She gets sick thinking about him and says that it makes her want to throw up. Suddenly, Erika calls Nagisa. She looks out the window and smiles as she tells her that the night view is so pretty. Erika tells her that this is a breathtaking view, to which Nagisa replies that they are on high ground after all. Nagisa looks a bit sad as she says that, unlike the surrounding mountains where all they can see are just trees, this place has nothing obstructing its view, and says that it would be better if there was at least a hotel store, but they won't be delivering any magazine. Suddenly, she says that literally no one will ever find out if someone ever dies here. Hearing this makes Erika tell her to not say such scary things. Nagisa replies and says that it's still not as bad as Tsubaki. As they are saying this, they suddenly hear something. They suddenly see Mari tackling Momo out of her room like an absolute pro footballer. As Mari's grabbing the jacket which Momo is wearing, she screams at her and says, "Then take that jacket off this instant, you bitch. If you're not going to take it off yourself, I will." Momo screams back and tells her, "Momo borrowed the jacket from him, so what does it have to do with you? If you're jealous, then just say so, you introvert." Suddenly, Mari starts tearing up and slaps Momo. Immediately after the slap, Mari realizes what she did and stops. Momo starts crying as she holds her cheek and asks Mari, "How could you lay your hands on a model's face? Me, super cutesy, Momo's face." Hearing this pisses off Mari and she tells Momo to shut up and that she's a narcissist. As they both are fighting, Nagisa and Erika look at them like, "What are these dumbasses doing right now?" As they are still fighting, we suddenly hear someone say, "Oh boy, didn't I already warn you? I told you I have the upper hand when it comes to dealing with the girls, Jimmy Sensei." We see that it's Sakaede telling this as he smiles and looks at the girls fight. We also see Tenjiku running towards the fight as she looks worried. Chapter 15. we see the MC and Tenjiku seeing Momo and Mari fight like cats. Tenjiku tells the MC to please stop them quickly and says that they both suddenly broke out into a fight. Suddenly, something flings into the air and hits someone as blood splatters. Now we see Momo and Mari sitting on their beds as they avoid looking at each other. Tenjiku looks concerned as she looks at them and says that she can't believe that Momo got into a fist fight with Mari. Amari looks worried as she asks, "High schoolers can do just about anything, can't they?" Now we see Hiragi. She looks at the MC who has a bruise on his face and asks him, how did he get beaten up more than the two girls who were actually involved in the fight? Tenjiku tells her that it's a long story. Now we go back to seeing Momo and Mari. Mari tells Momo that she's a horrible person for throwing a stun gun at the MC. Momo replies and says that she didn't throw it just because she wanted to. She lost her grip, which was all thanks to some girl with her one-sided love. Mari gets annoyed and asks her, why does she have a stun gun in the first place? Momo replies and says that she's super cute. That's why she needs a means of self-defense while outside school. Anyone who tries to hurt her beautiful face will be considered as enemies. Mari gets more annoyed as she says, "What? So you were trying to throw that at me instead?" Momo pouts and asks Mari, didn't she enjoy pain? Mari calls her an ugly bitch. Momo screams and tells her that she isn't an ugly bitch. Mari tells her that she has a bitchy attitude though. They both start fighting again. As Tenjiku tries to break their fight in the background, we see Hiragi scolding the MC. She tells him that he doesn't have the freedom to go home on time during this camp. Be it fights that the students get into, anything that happens will be his responsibility. She continues and says, I'm sure you're aware of the reason behind this fight, aren't you? He stays silent for a bit and tells her that he'll take full responsibility of the matter at hand. The next day, we see some girls playing together and having a fun time. Tenjiku looks at them and says that it's their free time now, and yet the difference between Class A and Class E is huge. Akashi joins in and says that it's like comparing between heaven and hell. Someone suddenly calls Tenjiku and says that they want some tea. Tenjiku gets startled and immediately goes to them. Akashi and Amari look at that person. We see Akashi say that this does not look like everything's okay. Amari adds to it and says that instead of being friends, it feels like she's being treated like a servant. She continues and says that it certainly bears being treated as non-existent like them. Akashi replies and says that his class said that he'll be a bother, so he should stay away from them. Now we see some girls fawning over Sakayede as they pull him. A girl pulls out a box of cookies as she blushes. She tells him to try them because she made them for him. He takes the box of cookies. He thanks her and tells her that they look really good with a smile on her face. Hearing this makes the girl really happy. Suddenly the other girls see this and tell him to not just look at her and that it's not fair. The other girls start clinging to his arm as they tell him to try their snacks too and that they want a photo with him. Momo looks at this commotion from the side and thinks that he's really popular. She takes a closer look and thinks that with him being that handsome, she wouldn't be surprised if she actually started liking him and compares him to the MC. Now we see the MC talking to Momo and Mari. We see them sitting somewhere isolated. He tells them that as their homeroom teacher, he wants to find out the reason why they were fighting last night. As he's saying this, Momo thinks that he looks so lackluster even when lecturing them, and wonders why would Mari even like him in the first place. He continues and says that he heard that Mari got jealous of Momo because he lent her his jacket and asks Mari if she would mind telling them why she felt that way. Hearing him makes Mari go silent while Momo thinks that he's so retarded. Mari starts blushing as she tries to say something. Momo gets impatient and asks Mari if she can't spit it out already. She gets more annoyed and says that if she doesn't tell it straight to his face, this filthy virgin will never get it. Mari tries to stop her, but Momo starts saying something. Suddenly, Sakayede comes from the back and tosses the cookie he received from the girl into Momo's mouth to stop her as he apologizes to her for interrupting. He whispers in her ear, "That's as far as you should go. A confession has to be made by the person themselves. Otherwise, won't it be too mean to Mari?" He continues and tells her that he'll somehow make the MC accept it and asks Momo to go make up with Mari in the meantime. As she holds the cookie in her hand, she sees Sakayede waving at her as he heads towards the MC. Sakayede goes to the MC and asks him if he can borrow him for a minute, as he has something to tell him. The MC asks him, is it a part of the job? Sakayede replies and tells him that it's part of the job. Momo looks at them talking and thinks that Sakayede is a good guy, and no wonder his students even baked cookies for him. Momo looks at the cookie she's holding and thinks real hard for a second. Suddenly, she suggests Mari to bake some cookies for the MC. Hearing the suggestion surprises and shocks Mari. Momo tells her that she should have more confidence in herself. She continues and says, "You can even cook well, but since Momo is so cute already, who cares if Momo can't cook?" Momo looks irritated as she screams, "Since you have so much time to be jealous of others, why not you spend that time on improving yourself?" Mari hears her and thinks that this might be her way of making up. She looks at the half-eaten cookie which Momo gave her and thinks about the suggestion she gave. As she's still looking at the cookie, she thinks that Momo is always so confident. She gets up as she thinks that she's the most unreliable and pathetic person of all. As Mari is doing this, we see some other girl looking at her. Now we see Sakaede and the MC. Sakaede asks him, why is he still a virgin? The MC asks, how is this question related to his job as a teacher? Sakaede replies and tells him that it's not directly related. The MC replies and tells him that if it's not related, he cannot answer him. Suddenly, Sakaede laughs and tells the MC that he's more dim-witted than he thought when it comes to girls. Hearing this confuses the MC. Sakaede continues and says, I can't help it if you still don't get it, but I'm telling you that Mari definitely has feelings for you. He continues and says that Mari's feelings are genuine, unlike Momo's, just like Suzuki Sensei from before. At first, he had thought that she was just being overly dependent on her teachers, but this time, it finally dawned upon him that she was feeling jealous because she likes him. He smiles as he says that although on the surface, he may have said that a confession has to be made by the person themselves, which might have sounded like he was putting on airs. Suddenly, he throws all the cookies he had received from the girl off the cliff, and with a serious face he says, but being confessed to by a student will indeed bring plenty of trouble. The MC stands there in silence as he hears this. Sakaede goes back to normal and says, but honestly, being liked isn't a bad thing. In a girls' school, young male teachers will tend to be somewhat more popular. By giving them all vague responses and letting them continue liking me, it'll be easier to control them, see? He continues and tells that people will do anything for the ones they like. They're like hostesses. Giving them false hopes and dreams just makes him feel like he's on top of the world. With a big smile on his face, he says, in that way, he can be popular among the students for as long as he likes. The key is to keep distance. If he's too frank about it like just now, all his efforts will go to waste. As he's saying this, the MC calls him, and with a serious tone he says, since when did I say that I didn't get it? Now we see someone asking if they saw the look on the MC's face. We see that it's Tsubaki and the other girls. Nagisa condescendingly says, he's already so dull and boring to begin with, and yet he's still giving us even more questionable looks? She laughs and says that she still can't believe that Momo and Mari were fighting over that disgusting virgin teacher, and she can't believe that Mari likes that guy. As she's saying this, she notices something. She sees that it's Mari standing at the edge of the cliff. They all look at her as she's on her phone. Erika looks worried about her as she says that Mari looks like she's alone. Nagisa says, so much for making up and pretending to be friends. In the end, everything is back to where they started. She questions if that is the result of the MC's guidance and says that it's seriously pathetic. Erika tries defending the MC and tells her that it's not true and that he made Oda stop lying. Nagisa replies and tells her that Oda only lost her platform to spout her lies on. That's all. Nagisa smiles and says that she does have to applaud him for putting up with all this harassment, as Tsubaki stands behind her and hears this. As Tsubaki is listening to them, she remembers talking to the MC as he said, I wanted to die. Suddenly, she joins in the conversation and says, no, the reason why he still hasn't quit is that we haven't harassed him enough. She continues and tells them that small, simple means don't bother him. To him, no matter how harsh the insults or how severe the blows are, they all have no effect. She looks real serious and says, he fears nothing. She suddenly walks towards Mari. Mari tries to turn around and see who's behind her, but suddenly she gets pushed off the cliff by Tsubaki. As Tsubaki pushes Mari off, she has a blank expression on her face. She smiles and says that the MC is just like her. As we see Mari at the bottom of the cliff, Nagisa runs to Tsubaki as she looks worried and asks her how is she going to deal with this now, and asks, what if Mari dies? As Tsubaki takes Mari's phone from the ground, she says, even if we get found out, who cares? That girl will be assumed to have jumped of her own accord. They'll just think that she couldn't think straight after the fight. No one will suspect that it's us. She takes Mari's phone and turns it off. Nagisa looks really worried as she tries to say something, but Tsubaki interrupts her and says that even if they proclaim that it's not an accident, she's not the one who did it. Suddenly, they hear a sound. They see the girl who was looking at Mari before, hiding behind a bush. As the girl is shaking from fear, Tsubaki says that no one will know why she's there in the first place, and says that this girl is from Class E, and she's Sakaede's student. The girl screams and calls Tsubaki a murderer, but Tsubaki acts oblivious and asks her what is she saying, and says that the girl will be named as the murderer. Chapter 16, we see that it's raining heavily. The students look at the rain through the window and get surprised as they say that it's raining cats and dogs. As the students are saying that the teachers are still out there in the rain, we see Momo looking out there as she looks concerned. Now, we see Mari at the bottom of the cliff curled up as the heavy rain pours down on her. As we see Mari, we hear the students say that the teachers haven't found Mari still. Now, we see Tenjiku looking worried as she says, "Where did Mari go?" and she hopes that she's all right. Amari asks Tenjiku how much more trouble is Mari going to give them. All the male teachers are out there looking for her. Everyone said that they haven't seen Mari, and the only one who said she did was Momo, and she's in a fight with Mari at the moment. Amari looks shocked as she says that it looks like Mari really doesn't have any friends. Hearing this makes Tenjiku feel bad. Amari continues and says that she really doesn't want to say this, but she hopes that Mari didn't do something stupid like jumping to her death or something. Now we see that the girl who Tsubaki threatened is standing outside the teacher's room as she hears this. Hearing this worries the girl. She recalls what happened with Tsubaki. We see her explaining to Tsubaki that she came here because Mari ate the cookies she made, specially for Sakaede. So she just wanted to give her a piece of her mind. She continues as she looks scared. She says that Mari is a deranged girl who attempted non-existence before, and there were rumors saying that she always sticks to male teachers. Tsubaki hears this and says, "Sakaede, you mean that Sakaede Sensei? A girl from Class 1E making cookies for her own teacher? You gotta be kidding me." Tsubaki continues and calls the girl a poor little thing. Tsubaki smiles with joy as she says that thanks to what the girl said, she managed to think of the best excuse ever. She tells the girl that she and Mari broke out into a fight over some cookies, and amidst the confusion, she accidentally pushed her over the cliff. Tsubaki continues to smile and says, "Let's see if they were to write a headline about it. Girl's impulsive act spurred by jealousy will sound perfect." The girl hears this and gets scared as she screams that she did no such thing. Tsubaki agrees that she did no such thing, but they have witnessed what she has done here. She implies that herself, Erika, and Nagisa will testify that the girl is the one who did this. As the girl looks scared, because it seems like she has no other choice, Tsubaki tells her that she just has to do as she's told, and they'll take this from the teachers. She doesn't want trouble on their hands either. Suddenly, the girl gets grabbed by her hand as she's asked, "Do we have a deal?" In the present, we see that someone was calling out to the girl as she was recalling what had happened. We see that it was Tenjiku. She asks Keisei if she's all right and tells her that Sakaede is out running some errands at the moment. Keisei suddenly dashes away in full speed as she sees Tenjiku. Seeing her run away worries Tenjiku as she asks what's wrong with her. Amari says that maybe she's embarrassed that Tenjiku found out that she's waiting for Sakaede and that he's popular among the students after all. Amari remembers how Sakaede was with the girls and says that if only the MC had been a little better at handling this situation, they could have avoided all this round of having to deal with fights and missing persons. Amari continues and says that the fact still remains that Mari definitely does have an interest in the MC, and they've got to handle this with utmost delicate care. As she's saying this, Tenjiku looks completely lost on what Amari is talking about. Seeing Tenjiku like this makes Amari wonder if she hasn't caught on yet. Suddenly, Tenjiku realizes what Amari is talking about and gets surprised as she screams, "Really? Mari and Jimmy Sensei? Since when?" Amari looks concerned about Tenjiku as she can't believe how oblivious she is. Now, we see the MC standing in the rain as someone calls his name. We see that it's Akashi and Sakaede. Akashi screams and tells him that the rain is getting heavier and they should head back for now. They can't keep searching for her at this rate either. They've been told that the area beyond the cliff is off limits to them as well. He continues and says that they can only sit and wait for rescue efforts to begin. Suddenly the MC says their name. He turns around and tells them that if they both wish to go back first, they can please go ahead. He continues and says that when the students' parents or guardians sign the authorization form, They owe a duty of care to the students' well-being during every single moment of this camp. Seeing the MC say this surprises Akashi and Sakaede. The MC tells them that letting Mari out of sight was his fault. That's why he's not going back until he finds her. He's a teacher after all. Sakaede can't believe the MC and tries to say something, but suddenly they hear Momo say that she's going too. They turn around and see Momo in a raincoat. Momo gets close to them and tells them to take her along too. Seeing her there surprises and worries them. She screams and asks, "Mari went missing, right?" Momo still has unsettled debts with her too. If she happens to die or anything, Momo will never be able to ease her conscience. The MC says that he understands and tells her to please stay by his side at all times. Seeing that the MC is letting Momo go with him worries them more. Sakaede screams and asks the MC what is he thinking by bringing a girl around in this rain, and tells him that he really doesn't understand a thing. As he says this, the MC doesn't listen to him, and Momo follows the MC. Sakaede tells Akashi to please go get help and that he'll try to handle this here. Akashi tells him that he's got it and heads out. Suddenly, Sakaede hears a scream and sees that it's Momo who slipped and fell down. As she's on the floor in pain, Sakaede comes and tells her that he told her so. He calms himself and tells her that he's worried about Marie, but he's worried about Momo too, as he smiles and reaches his hand to help her get up. He tells her that it'll be terrible if her job gets affected because she hurts her beautiful face. As she grabs his hand and tries to get up, she suddenly notices something. She sees the cookies, which Sakaede threw off the cliff before. She looks at them and asks, "What are these doing here?" Seeing that she found out what he did to the cookies makes him panic and worry. He tries to make an excuse and tells her that he just lost his grip, but before he can finish, Momo says his name and asks him, "What if the one who went missing was your student instead?" She turns around and gives him a mean look as she continues to ask, "What if it were the girl who made these cookies for you? Would you earnestly search for her till you find her, just like Jimmy Sensei?" Hearing these questions leaves him speechless for a minute. He starts stuttering and tries to tell her that the weather seems to be getting worse, and there's a limit to what they can possibly do. They should definitely wait for rescue to come. She stops him and asks, "We can search till rescue comes, right?" He replies and tries to tell her that's not the point. She continues and asks, "What if we don't have a moment to lose?" He still tries to convince her more, but she doesn't listen to him again and tells him that she definitely won't be able to sit still. She suddenly kicks him in his family jewels as she looks pissed. Suddenly getting kicked in his jewels stuns him. He grabs his jewels and crouches down in pain. As he's in pain, Momo turns around and tells him that she missed on purpose so as to not hurt his beautiful face and asks, "It'll be terrible if this affects your job, right?" As he's still on the ground, she looks down at him and tells him that he seemed like a teacher who only cared about his looks. She now sees the MC walking at a distance and says that teachers are full of lies. Now we see the MC going through the bushes as he tries to find Mari. Momo sees a cut on his hand and tells him that he's bleeding. He replies and tells her that he's fine and that she's hurt her face as well. Hearing this makes her worry as she says, "Seriously? Momo's super cute face got hurt?" The Maki pulls out band-aids, mirror, and antiseptic liquid out of nowhere. Seeing him pull these out surprises her. As she applies the medicine, she asks the MC why didn't he react to her tagging along. He replies and tells her that he figured that he wouldn't be able to stop her even if he tried. If he let her go on her own, and if she went missing as well, it'll only mean more trouble for him. As he walks ahead, he tells her that he fully understands how dangerous this is, but he can't let his students get into even greater danger than this. Hearing all this leaves her speechless. As he walks ahead, she pulls on his jacket. As he turns around, she puts a band-aid on his wound. As he's looking at the band-aid on his arm, she says, "You understand Momo really well, don't you?" He tells her that he understands her because he's a teacher. She stays silent for a bit and says, "A teacher, huh? Well, whatever floats your boat, Jimmy Sensei." She continues and tells him that even if it's his job, or if it's just a big fat lie, he's definitely someone reliable, unlike the other teachers. As she thinks that she had thought that she'd never understand how Mari could like someone like this, she tells him that he's much more of a hunk than that Sakaeda who's all talk. She suddenly realizes what she said and starts blushing as she tells him that this is only about his attitude towards his job, and just to be clear, she isn't trying to make any moves on him. As she's saying this, he stays silent. Suddenly, he tells her that hearing that is truly comforting. She gets confused by hearing this, but suddenly notices something. She runs away as she tells him to wait a minute and to look at what she found. She tells him that it's Mari's phone. The MC picks up her phone and says that it's a bit strange as her phone was turned off manually. As he's looking at the phone, Momo suddenly screams and points towards Mari. They both sit next to her and look at her. Momo screams and says that she's still breathing and looks up at the cliff above and can't believe that she fell from that high up. She starts panicking and asks what should they do, and that her body feels really chilly. He calmly replies and tells her to not move her body around too much. He suddenly removes his jacket to cover Mari. Seeing him remove his jacket reminds Momo of the time when he told her that he doesn't like taking off his jacket. He puts the jacket on her and tells Momo to stay by Mari's side as he goes to get help. Suddenly Mari grabs his hand. She opens her eyes and calls out to him. She repeatedly calls him as she holds his hand and suddenly tells him that she likes him, and that's why she was jealous of Momo. As Momo hears this, she starts sweating bullets as she gets worried. Momo panics and tells the MC to pretend that he didn't hear anything. Mari is still in a daze, so she's just saying stuff and she has no idea what she's saying. As Momo is panicking, the MC tells Mari that those words were what he's been waiting for. As he looks at her, he tells her that he heard her, loud and clear. He tells Mari that he blanks her. Hearing this shocks Momo. She can't believe what she heard, so she asks the MC what did he just say. Momo sees the MC smile as she recalls him saying that he hates Mari. Chapter 17. We continue as we see that Momo can't believe what the MC said, so she asks him, what did he just say now? As she sees the MC smile, we see that he said, that's because I hate you to Mari. Now in the hospital, we see someone say that Mari's injuries are all rather minor. Hiragi screams and says that these are not minor injuries to Tenjiku. She continues and says that Mari has 3 broken bones. Tenjiku immediately apologizes as she gets scared. As she's scared, she says that at least Mari managed to get away with only a bump on her head. Hiragi replies and says that it doesn't change the fact that these injuries shouldn't be belittled, and asks her how are they going to explain this to her parents. Suddenly, we hear the MC say that he doesn't care about her injuries. We see the MC with a tired look on his face as he says that he doesn't care how bad they are or how she got injured in the first place. As long as she's conscious, all is well. Hearing him say this shocks and scares all the other teachers. He continues and says that since there's bound to be much paperwork to be done following this incident, he's already checked how long she'll probably be hospitalized for this. Tenjiku suddenly screams and tells him to wait a minute and asks him if he knows that her parents are going to get involved. She continues and asks how could he treat Mari like this in front of her parents. She screams again and asks, don't you think that's way too harsh? He stands there as he looks like he could care less about what she's saying and stays silent. Seeing him silent makes her say, don't just stand there, say something, Jimmy-sensei. He calmly tells her that this is a hospital and she should lower her volume. Hearing him say this makes her shut up. He continues and says that anything nitty-gritty details that concern her family are all outside the scope of a teacher's job. As they looked shocked, Tenjiku once again asks him another question. She asks him, how will he handle Mari? Mari still does not have any close friend she can open up to, and Tenjiku is sure that Mari is feeling very helpless right now. Suddenly the MC says Tenjiku's name. As he puts his bag on, he tells them that working hours are almost over, so he'll be taking his leave now. Seeing him say this shocks the teachers yet again. Now in the hospital room, we see Momo enter Mari's room as she says, thank goodness. She looks a bit concerned as she tells Mari that they said that she doesn't have to worry about any after effects and that she'll be discharged soon. Mari just stays silent as she lays in her bed with the blanket covering her. Momo turns towards the door from where she could hear the teachers talk and asks Mari if she could hear him and the despicable reply of his. Momo looks at Mari with worry in her eyes. Suddenly Mari rustles in her blanket and says that when she regained consciousness after falling off the cliff, she immediately thought of the MC. Instead of realizing the pain that she was in or trying to figure out who pushed her off the cliff, all that was on her mind was to meet Sensei. As she says this, she starts crying. She continues and says that unlike Momo, she's not a cute girl, and that's just the way she is. Even her parents don't shower her with love. It makes her wonder who will ever like somebody like her. Hearing all this makes Momo speechless. As she recalls how the MC saved her, she continues and says that the MC is different from all the others we've had thus far. She squeezes the blanket and says that she was silently hoping for him to finally be the one to at least show her some kindness. She continues and says that she's so foolish. Now she's lost all hope in all she had. Hearing this makes Momo think about how the MC removed his jacket to cover Mari. As she recalls this, she tells Mari that the MC may be despicable, but he's kind to Momo and to Mari, both, as their teacher. After she's done talking to Mari, she walks out her room and sees the MC. He just walks past her, even after seeing her. Seeing him walk past her without saying anything leaves her speechless. She looks annoyed as she asks him to wait and says, "You may be infamously cold-hearted, but as a teacher, would you just leave your injured student behind and go home like that?" He replies and tells her that the summer camp has ended. Mari has already come too, and he has reported this to her family. There's nothing more he can do here, and his time as a teacher for the day is up. Hearing him be so unbothered by all this worries her. Now, we see her pressing a button. We see that she just got a can of coffee from the vending machine and tells him that coffee's on her, and tells him to hear her out. She tosses the coffee at him as she asks, "Now's your private time, right?" Seeing the coffee can flying towards him alerts him. He suddenly smacks the can to the ground. Seeing him do this pisses her off. She screams and tells him to catch that properly. He calmly replies and tells her that he doesn't drink sugary drinks. She sounds dejected as she says fine and picks up the fallen can of coffee. She sits on the nearby bench and asks him if he's only kind during his teacher time. As she drinks the coffee and looks at him, she asks him if hate is a word teachers use to show that they're being kind. She continues and says, "Since you've already gone that far, do you really think that Mari will just give up on you like that? The situation may be as it seems, but there has got to be a better way of putting this across." She laughs and says, "Well, what can one expect from a virgin, anyway?" He replies and tells her that it varies from teacher to teacher. He thinks about Sakaede and says that some teachers find themselves in a more favorable position when they share a special relationship with their students. However, he begs to differ. She replies and says, "So you're saying that it won't benefit Mari in any way?" He should have taken extra care exactly because it's Mari he's dealing with. Besides, girls take these types of things seriously. He immediately replies and says, "No. Is that a teacher's job? Honestly speaking, I find this terribly troublesome." Hearing him say this leaves her baffled. He continues and says that a romantic relationship between a teacher and a student is prohibited in the first place. Those are the rules here, at Suezono. He gets more serious and says that this is why he prefers to make clear what he can and cannot do. The teachers have a duty to turn down such confessions from students. To ensure that this doesn't get any more troublesome than it already is, he wants Momo to help him pass this on to her. He tells her that even after their teacher-student relationship ends, there's absolutely zero possibility that he can accept Mari's love. He doesn't care if it's Marie or any other girl. He will not accept anyone's love. He does not and will not intend to embrace the meaning of love. Hearing him say this worries Momo. She remembers the MC saying that he's a virgin for life and a teacher for life. She thinks that his very way of thinking is like a virgin. The MC continues and tries to say something, but suddenly Tenjiku sees that MC and Momo together and says that she thought that he left. He looks at them both and calls their names. He tells them both that he hates them. He really hates them both. He really hates everyone and this job as a teacher. Chapter 18. We continue as the MC just told Tenjiku and Momo that he hates his job and everyone. She calls his name and asks him, why does he hate his job as a teacher and all of them too? She remembers Oda asking him, why did he become a teacher in the first place before? He replies and says, why did I become a teacher? He starts thinking about the question and remembers Oda. As he's about to reply, Tenjiku and Momo are standing there in anticipation as to what his reason is. He replies and says that he had no other choice other than to become a teacher. Hearing this shocks them both. Both of them say, choice? In unison. Tenjiku looks concerned as she asks him if it was because of a rule set by his parents, or if he's from a family of teachers, or he was left with no choice after he got his qualification. As Tenjiku is asking these questions, we see Momo trembling. Suddenly she gets angry and screams at him asking, why does she have to be told by some stupid glasses-wearing virgin freak like him that she's being hated even if she never asked? As Momo is out of breath from screaming, Tenjiku is surprised by her. The MC replies and says, why? Why? That's all you ever say. He continues and says that it's always things like, what about Mari? And be more considerate when dealing with Mari. Always asking him about Mari. As he looks fed up, he tells them to give him a break already. he's not doing this job because he likes it, and asks them why are they making him do things that aren't even part of his job. Hearing him say this leaves them both shocked. As he's looking at them, Tenjiku replies and says that she loves to teach. That's why she became a teacher. Back in high school, her teacher always went out of his way to treat his students well, including her. She really looked up to him a lot. She does agree that separating his private life from work life is important, but as she's about to say something, he tells her that he's not interested in her past. Hearing him say that makes Tenjiku completely freeze up and Momo shocked yet again. He tells them that they're all talk and no action, and asks them just who do they think they are. Hearing him say this makes Momo realize something. She remembers Mari telling her that she's lost everything that she can place her trust in. Now, we see Mari in her bed. Tenjiku enters her room as she's nervous. She looks at Mari and asks her if she's okay to talk about what happened after she fell off that cliff. Mari replies and says that it's not like talking about it is going to help. Mari continues and says that she thinks that she may have an idea of who might have wanted to push her off a cliff. But she didn't get to see who did it, so she has no concrete evidence. As she thinks of Tsubaki, she says that even if she did, it's probably someone she doesn't want to mess around with. Anyway, she bets the school is probably feeling relieved because they don't have to deal with her parents who aren't even concerned about her. Suddenly, Tenjiku screams and says, "Jimmy Sensei will." Hearing this makes Mari sit up straight and ask, "Jimmy Sensei will what?" Tenjiku panics and nervously says that she's sure that Jimmy Sensei will do something about it. It's his job after all. He's someone that always does his job well. Mari immediately goes back to sleep. Tenjiku sees this and thinks, "Thanks for ruining my day." She remembers the MC telling her that she's not in charge of Class A and thinks that she wants to do something to help out. But whenever she speaks up, it will probably end up in her clashing with Jimmy Sensei again. She wonders if Mari was a student in her class, Class B, what would she have done for her? She did irresponsibly blurt out, "Jimmy Sensei will do something about it." But she wonders what's that something that she can do. She thinks more and stands there silent. Now we see a bunch of study material as someone says, "I really don't know." Now we see that it's Momo who said that. We see that Momo's manager is asking her if she seriously doesn't know how to solve this question, and that this is such an easy question. We see him crying as he tells her that being her manager is tough, and she has audition coming up for a new show early next year. They'll be asking her to talk about herself during the show too, and it's going to be broadcasted live. We see that the show they are talking about is How Many Can You Answer? 100 Q Academy. The manager continues and reminds her that the boss also wanted to portray herself as a capable young girl. It's just a quiz game show, so if she crams before the show, he's sure that she'll be able to handle it. Suddenly she replies and says, "I don't think so." Momo recalls Mari saying that she's not as cute as Momo, and says that honestly speaking, Momo had always been cute since young. She again remembers Mari saying that her parents don't even love her, and says that Momo's mama and papa both love her very much. Momo recalls Mari saying, "Who'll even like a person like her?" as Momo remembers that she has fans who like her, but Mari has no one. Momo thinks about all this and says that she has fans who have always been by her side despite all the bullying. Hearing Momo say all this makes the manager confused, as he tells her that she's been acting weirdly recently. He thought that she's gotten over her previous episode, but she ended up getting her face hurt. As he's saying this, she silently sits there. She thinks, what can she do, even if it's not her job? She touches the cut she got on her face and thinks that she doesn't have the slightest idea, and what can she do if he's not her teacher? Now, we see the show which Momo is on starting. The show starts as the host says that tonight they'll be doing a 2-hour special for next year's debut, and they'll be broadcasting this live. We see that Mari is seeing the broadcasting live through her phone. The host starts off with the talk of the town, Hananaka Momo, and asks her, how has she been doing in school lately? He mentions that he saw a lot happen, especially online, and laughs at it to make the mood a bit lighthearted. Momo smiles and replies that recently one of Momo's classmates got rejected by someone she liked. The host gets confused and asks her if she's sure it's okay to talk about this here, and reminds her that this is live on air right now. Momo continues and says that the friend ended up getting pretty depressed, but Momo thinks that it's not worth feeling sad over being rejected by a guy like him. He had a horrible personality after all. We see that the teachers are all watching this show too. Amari looks confused as she says, "A classmate that got rejected by a guy?" Akashi also looks confused as he says, "We're a girls' school though?" He continues and says that maybe Momo is talking about someone not from their school. As they both say this, the MC stands there in silence. Momo continues on the show and says that the guy Mari liked wouldn't even bat an eyelid if she were to get herself gravely injured. She acts shocked as she continues and says, "What Momo means by gravely injured is something like being pushed off a cliff during a recent school event." She says that the school probably doesn't want this to be made known, but Momo thinks that the culprit's got to be someone from within the school. This should already be called attempted murder instead of bullying, so Momo's really afraid of what's happening. Suddenly she acts like a klutz and says, "Maybe Momo shouldn't have mentioned this?" Now we see that Tsubaki, Nagisa, and Erika are also watching this on the big screen. Nagisa looks worried as she says, "Goodness gracious, is she really that stupid?" Tsubaki continues to watch the show without saying anything. Momo continues and says that no matter how hard it is to stomach, how could her parents not even visit her? As Momo says that she can't believe what horrible parents they must be, we see Mari's mother watching this. As we see the teachers watching the show, suddenly they start getting calls. Sakaede goes to pick the call and says that it's a complaint call. Suddenly more calls start coming in, and Hiragi is scared by this. Now we see all the teachers in panic as they receive the calls. Amari explains to a caller that they are still investigating the case. Akashi explains that they still haven't gotten a full understanding of the situation, while Sakaede answers another call, asking them if they have seen this case online and how it's everywhere. Suddenly, someone calls the MC. We see that it's Hiragi screaming at him and telling him that this is a total dumpster fire, and asks him what is he going to do now, as this concerns his students from Class 1A, and tells him that they really are monsters. She continues and tells him to do something about it this instant. He calmly replies and asks her what is she expecting him to do. He asks her if he should involve the police in this matter or bring this up to the board chairman. She sounds hopeless as she tells him to just do something. He replies and tries to ask her if that's a teacher's job, but suddenly hears the host scream and tell Momo to stop on the TV. The host tells her that they can't begin the show on time. Momo tells him that they might as well change the quiz to be about guessing who's the culprit who pushed her classmate off the cliff. The host panics and tells her that they can't afford to go into that. We see Momo's manager crying and telling her to stop talking about this, as the host tells her that she's really going all out today and asks her if she's really doing okay at school. Momo looks at the crying manager and suddenly smirks. She acts like a klutz again and says that she's fine and she's a bit of a blockhead, so she can't really wrap her head around it. But Momo's teacher is a very capable person, and she's sure that he'll be able to do something about it. The MC hears this as he looks like he's about to strangle someone as he got more work. As Mari is watching the stream, she hears Momo say that this is for her friend, Mari. Hearing this makes Mari cry tears of happiness. As Mari is crying, she says, "Don't go about saying my name on national TV, you idiot." Mari takes the top which Momo gave to her and hugs it tightly. She sits there as she hugs the shirt and cries into it. We see Akashi saying that he knows that Momo isn't a bright student, but for her to stoop down this low, the MC adds in and says that no words can describe this amount of stupidity. As Hiragi is shitting bricks in the background, the MC says that it seems like this is a job for him. He'll probably get her some flowers and he'll have to go visit Mari. Now we see Sakaede sitting at his desk and working. Suddenly he gets a call from Kase-san. Seeing this confuses him. He picks up the phone and asks her what's the matter, and that he's swamped with work right now. Suddenly he hears Kase pleading him to help her. Hearing this shocks him. We see that Kase was also watching the show with Momo on it. As she looks scared, she tells Sakaede, "At this rate, I wasn't the one." Chapter 19. We start as we see a bunch of flowers. We see the MC looking at these flowers with his dead eyes. He's at a flower shop, asking the florist for lilies. He tells her that he wants to buy chocolate lilies. Now we see someone looking at the information about the chocolate lilies. They see that the chocolate lily is also called Kamchatka lily, or black lily. It's a species of fritillary, also known as the Yezo black lily. In the language of flowers, it means both love and curse. We see Momo read this and get pissed as she asks him if he's serious right now as he holds the chocolate lilies. As she's pissed and angry, she screams and says, "Just so you know, what I did wasn't revenge for you rejecting Mari. It was because you pissed the hell off out of me." The MC gives her a serious look and tells her, instead of getting mad at him, how about she stops trying to go through his private matters? She was the one who said she didn't mind him being a liar. Seeing him like this scares her. As she's scared, she asks him if he's really pissed off right now. Mari tells them stop and shyly thanks Momo for worrying about her. She continues and says that thanks to her, the school finally started investigating it, but her important TV appearance was completely ruined. Momo starts blushing as she's embarrassed and says, "It's not like that. It's not like Momo did do it for you. She just did it because she wanted to." She blushes more as she says that her manager was super mad, but it's like really trending on social media, and she ended up startling all the viewers, but she doesn't regret it. Suddenly, she stops and looks at Mari with a dumbfounded look. She sees Mari's eyes sparkling as she holds the lilies the MC brought for her and thanking him for coming there. With love in her voice, she says, "I'm glad." Mari gets really happy as she says that she knew she could really trust him. He said that he hated Mari, but she still really loves him. The MC and Momo can't believe how quick to change she is. Momo wonders if pushing Mari down again will fix her head. Now, the MC speaks and tells them that they should get to the main topic. He asks Mari if she knows who pushed her off the cliff. Mari looks nervous as she says that she wouldn't say that she knows, but she thinks that she heard them. When she was about to pass out, she heard someone scream, "Tsubaki." Now at a random family restaurant, we see Sakaede looking worried as he says, "Yabusan's group pushed Mari off the cliff?" We see that he's talking to Kazi. He asks her if she's telling the truth right now. He continues and tries to say, "That couldn't be," but she immediately stands up and slams the table as she tells him that it's true and to trust her. He averts his gaze from her and looks at the glasses clatter. As he looks worried, he tries to tell her that he wants to trust her, but suddenly he remembers Momo angrily telling him that as a teacher, he's nothing but a pretty face. He remembers this and feels ashamed. He continues and tells Case that of course he wants to help her, but Tsubaki might be a very difficult opponent to tackle. Hearing this worries Casey. She asks him just who is Tsubaki. There are a lot of rumors going on about her, like she made lots of teachers quit, or that she's the daughter of a politician, but Casey never thought that Tsubaki would be that much of a big shot. Sakaede says that at first glance, Tsubaki was a friendly girl. Taking her upbringing into consideration, her presence would make her surroundings more cheerful. She was a student with a kind charm that's different from Momo's. Sakaede looks worried as he says that Tsubaki's a natural-born leader. She's smart and polite, so he thought she was a great kid who'd be admired by anyone, but only for the first 3 days. He recalls the first teacher of class 1A, who was Utani Sensei. She seemed like a pretty fussy lady to begin with, and that led to her clashing head-on with Momo and the others. He continues and says that besides the frequent harassment, because she was also a science teacher, she kept a parrot in the biology classroom. Utani Sensei said that Tsubaki killed that parrot in front of her. The staff didn't give him any details, so he doesn't know the whole story, but he heard she did it without batting an eye, as if some switch had flipped inside her head. Keisei asks him, wouldn't killing the school's pet give her an expulsion? He replies and says, yes. But Tsubaki didn't get an expulsion. It was Utani Sensei who got fired instead. Now we go back to seeing the MC, Mari, and Momo in the hospital. We see Momo looking concerned as she hears that it might have been Tsubaki who pushed Mari. Momo says that she already had some suspects in mind, but things might get rough if it's Tsubaki. Hearing this confuses Mari. Mari asks Momo, aren't Tsubaki, Erika, and Nagisa from the same middle school? Momo replies and says that she used to hang out with them, but you could tell that those three were especially close. Momo continues and says that Nagisa's caring to her friends, and that's great, but she's quick to retaliate. Tsubaki in particular apparently has pretty influential parents, and there are times when she gets strangely enthusiastic, and if Erika weren't there to hold the reins, Momo doesn't know what kind of trouble would brew up. Mari adds in and says, remember our first teacher, whatever her name was? Utani Sensei. After hearing the name, Momo also remembers the teacher and says, oh yeah, Utani. Momo continues and says that she doesn't know if Utani was from some good university or whatever, but she was that old hag who had a stick up her ass. Apparently, she got Tsubaki mad and got into a lot of trouble for it. Momo doesn't really get it, but she heard that she cried lots and made a big mess. Even Momo would get put off by that. The MC asks Momo what made Tsubaki angry in the first place. Momo replies and says that Utani picked a fight. She told Tsubaki, "Your parents are the impressive ones, not you." Tsubaki said she'd never, ever forgive Utani. Momo doesn't know what she did, but in the end, Utani was fired. The MC hears this and stays silent. Momo giggles and asks the MC if he got scared of this. The MC replies and says, "No. Doing whatever they please just because their parents are influential just makes them look even more like children." Hearing the MC be so ballsy makes the girls worry. The MC heads towards the door as he tells them that he'll be leaving now. As he walks out, Momo goes out too and tells him to wait. She screams and asks him if he even heard what she said. She tells him that if he doesn't watch out, who knows what kind of trouble he of all people will face. Momo looks at him as she's concerned about him, and he looks back at her. He suddenly looks really pissed as he asks, "I wonder whose fault is it that I now have to watch out for myself?" Seeing him pissed off scares her as she realizes that he's really pissed for sure. He replies and tells her that it's all right. Hearing this surprises her. He tells her that this is his job as a teacher. He walks away as he says this to her. As Momo turns around to go into Mari's room, she says that something smells weird. Suddenly, we see her scream and say that it's the flowers he brought. She screams that he really brought them just to mess with them and they smell like wet rags. Suddenly, we see the same chocolate lilies again. We see the MC standing at the exit of the hospital as he sees someone else carry these flowers. We see a woman in glasses carrying them as she says, "Long time no see, Jimmy-kun." She removes the glasses as she asks him if he's holding himself together. He replies and tells her that it has been a while and reveals that it's Director Takayama. Chapter 20, we see a flashback where someone is holding some flowers and asking Jimmy Sensei if he knows that these flowers are called black lilies. We see the girl smile and say that these flowers represent love, malediction, and one more thing. Now back to the present. We see the director, the MC, and Tenjiku. Tenjiku gets them both a cup of tea and nervously tells the president, Takayama. The president smiles and thanks her. Seeing her do this makes Tenjiku more nervous. Now, we see that the other teachers are watching them from the outside. Sakaede looks at the president and says, "That's the president, Kanoko Takayama." Amari looks at her and says that she's a beauty. Akashi tells them that he heard that she recently inherited her family management, but it's his first time seeing her. He says that she looks so young and wonders if she's still in her 30s. As they see the MC's face, they ask why the president is meeting with him. The president tells the MC that she has come to tell him the entire story. She pulls out a tab and shows the clip of Momo saying, "This injury is about someone getting pushed off the cliff the other day. It doesn't seem like the school will make this public, but I think it was definitely someone in our school that did this. This is no longer bullying. This is a murder attempt." She shows the clip and asks the MC, "Isn't Momo your student?" Sakaede stands outside and listens to the president ask the MC, "A murder attempt at school? There's no way something so fanciful could occur. So unreal. I can't believe it." Hearing this makes Sakaede remember Kase telling him about how Tsubaki tried to kill Mari. He looks worried and doesn't say anything about what Kase said to them. The president continues and tells the MC that the higher-ups are already pissed off by this uproar. There are a lot of recurring problems in the class of first year's Group A. She asks him for what purpose did he ask to be assigned to this class, and she doesn't understand it at all. The MC just sits there silently and doesn't reply. Tenjiku butts in and says, "Wasn't President Takayama the one who hired Jimmy Sensei?" But she gets ignored. The president tells him that she will apologize to both of Mari's parents. If this incident becomes a problem for their school, somebody needs to take care of it, and tells him that she would like him to give a solution as soon as possible. With absolute, soulless eyes, he tells her that he understands, because after all, this is his job. Hearing this shocks the president. She sighs and says, "Your job, you say?" She sighs again as she says, "You never change, huh?" She looks at him and reaches for the ashtray. She suddenly yeets the ashtray at his head and hits him. As it hits him, he starts bleeding. Seeing this unravel makes Tenjiku just freeze in fear. The president looks at the MC as if he's despicable and tells him that she really hates that side of him. As we see the MC bleed and look at her with no expression, she tells him, "You disgust me." As Tenjiku is still confused, she screams and calls the president. The president ignores her once again. She goes closer to the MC and says, "Don't forget, Jimmy-kun." She goes closer to his face and says, "Forever and ever." We see that the other teachers are still standing outside the room and seeing this unfold. Suddenly, someone walks right past them. Sakaede sees this person and gets surprised. Suddenly, we see Momo drop-kicking the MC as she looks embarrassed and angry. Seeing her drop-kick the MC out of nowhere shocks Tenjiku and the president. As the MC's fallen on the sofa, Momo screams and asks him what the hell did he do. We see her angry and crying as she says, "Because of those filthy flowers you gave me. When this stupid brat passed by Momo, he said that the flowers smelled like shit to this super cute Momo." The president looks at Momo clearly and recognizes her. Before the president could say anything, Momo looks at the president and asks, "Who are you? Who's this old lady?" Tenjiku screams Momo's name to stop her and apologizes to the president nervously. Momo hears Tenjiku call her president and gets scared as she says, "Don't tell me that she has the highest position." Momo suddenly switches up and apologizes to the president for doing something very rude and that she's always a good girl too. The president is surprised and speechless by this sudden switch-up. Momo suddenly looks at the flowers brought by the president and gets scared as she asks them, "Why are those filthy flowers here too?" and asks if they are that popular. Hearing Momo say this surprises the president. The president gets up and tells the MC that those black lilies are for him. The president tells him to do his best at work. As she leaves, she looks at Momo and smiles at her. Seeing the president smile like that scares Momo. Now back in the hospital, we see Mari sitting on her bed and scrolling through her phone. She suddenly hears the door open as someone says that they are coming in. Now we see a woman ask Mari how is she feeling. Mari gets surprised seeing this person. We see that this person is none other than Tsubaki. Tsubaki laughs as she says, "What is it? You're so startled." She continues and asks if she's not allowed to visit her, and she knows that they are not classmates either. Seeing Tsubaki laugh like this scares Mari. Mari looks really scared as she tries to say something, but she can't. She remembers the MC and Momo and tries to scream and say something, but Tsubaki suddenly says, "The person who pushed me off the cliff was Tsubaki. Is that what you're thinking, right?" Tsubaki continues and asks Mari what would she do if she were to say, "You're right?" Mari replies and says that she definitely wouldn't be surprised. Tsubaki tells her that she didn't stop Momo and she incited Oda. She's continuously been doing bad things. She even incited Mari too, in order to cause lots of trouble for Jimmy Sensei. She goes close to Mari and says, "I think, from the bottom of my heart, it would have been great if you had died at that time." Hearing this shocks Mari. Tsubaki reaches into her bag as she smiles and says that she has a get-well gift for her. She didn't know what to bring, so she didn't put much thought into it and asks Mari to try opening it. But Mari slaps the gift out of her hand in fear and drops it on the ground. We see that it's an envelope which contains condolence money. Tsubaki looks at her and smiles as she says, "How unfortunate." Mari looks traumatized as she asks Tsubaki why is she doing this. Tsubaki replies and tells her that she definitely wouldn't understand. The only one who definitely understands her is Jimmy Sensei. Now we see the MC walking as he holds the flowers which the president got him. He remembers the girl from the past who told him that these flowers are called black lilies. He continues walking as he remembers that these flowers represent love, malediction, and one more thing. Suddenly, he sees a body on the floor in front of him covered with blood. He gets shocked and drops the flowers as he remembers that the other thing these flowers represent is revenge. Chapter 21. We see Nobuko's parents asking her what the hell's the matter with her. She hasn't eaten anything for over a week and she's been holed up in her room. Now we see that it's Keisei. She's sitting on her bed and staring at her phone. She puts her phone to the side and says that Sakaede-sensei hasn't been responding online, nor has been picking up her calls ever since the incident happened. She thinks that he's really busy with his work and starts questioning if he's just running away from her. As she's saying this, she suddenly gets a notification. She looks at the message and sees someone say that the teachers found the culprit. The group chat goes crazy as they start talking about how it's someone from Class A, as another says that they heard it from the staff room. Seeing these messages scares Nobuko. She panics and questions if this means that they will come to her house. Even if they didn't mean her house, if they went to Tsubaki's house, then Tsubaki will falsely claim that it's Nobuko. She starts worrying and loses all hope as she wonders what should she do. Now we see Tenjiku looking really tired and out of breath. We see that the MC and her are walking on the streets. She asks him where he's heading to while she complains that it's so hot. He stays silent and doesn't reply. Tenjiku continues and says that Chairman Takayama apologized to Mari's family many times, but it seems like they still won't let us visit them. He replies and tells her that the place they are going to isn't Mari's place. Hearing this surprises her. She asks him, "Where are they going then?" He asks her if she can please quiet down. She immediately quiets down and walks behind him silently. As she looks nervous, she speaks again and says, "Thank goodness, Jimmy-sensei. Your wounds aren't as bad as I thought." He replies and asks her what is she talking about. As she looks concerned, she tells him that she was talking about the ashtray which the president threw at him. She continues and says, "So Chairman Takayama can also be violent, huh? I can't believe you were able to stay so calm after that horrible incident." He replies and says, "If you thought that was horrible, then Tenjiku-sensei would be glad if she quit, right?" She starts getting more nervous as she tells him that she tried quitting once, but it meant she had to talk to Chairman, and she didn't know how she should have gone about it. She continues and says, "Also, everyone turned a blind eye to what happened, right?" He stares at her without saying anything. She tells him that this is her explanation and apologizes to him. He immediately tells her that he doesn't care about that. Hearing this surprises her. He continues and tells her that from the beginning, he never expected anything from everyone else. Hearing this shocks her. Now we see the MC say that they've arrived at the place while Tenjiku is still tired from all the walking in the back. He looks at a huge mansion and says that this is Class 1A, seat number 27, Yabutsubaki's house. As they enter the house, Tsubaki greets them with a smile and thanks them for taking the time to come all the way over to her house and asks them if the outside was really hot. Tenjiku gets very nervous and says, "No." Tsubaki looks at the MC and asks him, "Isn't he hot in that outfit? And he's always wearing that." He replies and tells her that it is hot, while Tenjiku also thinks to herself that she's so hot. As Tsubaki asks them what business they have with her, Tenjiku thinks that Tsubaki is an amazing young lady, and she's the daughter of a famous politician. The MC replies to Tsubaki and tells her that he'll get straight to the point. He asks her if she was the one who pushed Mari off the cliff on the day of the training camp. Hearing him say this shocks Tsubaki. Tenjiku loses her mind hearing him ask this and screams. He tells Tenjiku to please quiet down. Tsubaki sips her tea and smiles as she asks him who on earth would do something like that. He tells her that all he's going to say is that he heard it from somebody and asks her if she can think of anybody who would say something like that. Tsubaki keeps her cup of tea down and says that she can't think of anybody who would want to sabotage her like that. But on that day, she saw Nobuko chasing Mari. Tenjiku recalls Nobuko and asks if she's the one in Class E taught by Sakaide-sensei. She wonders why would she push Mari off the cliff. Tsubaki calmly asks, "Don't you think there was a fight between them?" Mari ate the cookies made for Sakaide-sensei without permission. Seems like she got really angry. She continues and says that if they want to ask around, then she thinks that Erika and Nagisa saw it as well. And if they want, they might be able to ask the students from the E-class. Tenjiku says, "So you're saying that we should also ask Nobuko herself about the incident?" Tsubaki smiles and replies, "Sure, if that helps." But the MC says no, and that he doesn't have to ask Nobuko. He's asking Tsubaki whether or not she did it. Tsubaki stops drinking and thinks for a second. She laughs and says, "If I said that I did it, what do you plan to do? Would you hand me over to the police?" Tenjiku gets shocked hearing this and tells her that there would be no need for that. Certainly, for this incident, if somebody did it on purpose, it would be absolutely inexcusable. But there was definitely some kind of circumstance. Tenjiku continues and says that if it were her, she would want to help the teachers to the best of her ability. That's why she should believe in them, and please explain what happened at the time thoroughly. Tsubaki giggles after hearing this. Tsubaki tries to say, "What should I do?" But the MC cuts her short and tells her, "Don't be mistaken, Tsubaki. The choice is not up to you, it's up to the school." Hearing him say this so boldly shocks her. He continues and tells her that there is prominent evidence that she's related to the incident. That's why, for the sake of the school, they're investigating her, a Suizono student. To restore the school's reliability, they're conducting this investigation. If they are wrong, this won't end anytime soon if she doesn't speak up. He looks tired as he says that if she were actually the one who did it, there's nothing he can do about it, because it'll be the police's job from there. Tenjiku screams and tells him that's too harsh. To say that students are chosen, it's not that simple. The MC doubles down and tells her that they are chosen. Hearing him double down shocks Tenjiku. He continues and says, because in high school, students occasionally take exams. So, wouldn't it make sense for students to be chosen based on their academic ability and family lineage? Currently, school administration is a business. They are teachers who are employed at the school. It's a teacher's job to supervise their students. And there are times when they have to treat the students like humans and talk with them. These students have thrown away the value of being a student, and teachers have to wipe their ass, and that this society is inconvenient. Tsubaki smiles and asks him if he'll abandon her if she's the culprit, and mocks him by saying, "Scary." He continues and says, "Now what, I wonder?" Even if he did abandon her, in her case, her amazing father would probably do something for her, wouldn't he? Tsubaki's expression gets a bit serious. She says, "Jimmy-sensei, wouldn't that mean letting Juan Academy's Yuriko Kurosaki die?" Now we see the MC and Tenjiku leaving Tsubaki's house. As they exit the house, Tenjiku looks worried as she tries to ask the MC about the Juan Academy, which Tsubaki mentioned. As they are about to leave the property, they run into Nobuko. Nobuko gets surprised seeing the teachers coming out of Tsubaki's house. Tenjiku gets surprised seeing Nobuko there and tries to ask her why is she here. Nobuko gets scared and is unable to say anything. Tenjiku continues and says that she came at the perfect timing as they wanted to ask her something. Hearing this scares her more, as she thinks that she's going to jail now. She immediately starts running away from them. Tenjiku gets confused by seeing this and asks the MC why is Nobuko running away. As Nobuko is crying and running away from them, she screams that it wasn't her. As she's running on the road, a truck comes towards her, but she stands there in front of the truck to get isekai'd. Tenjiku and the MC see the truck absolutely body her. Tenjiku is shocked by seeing this, but the MC just stands there without any expression. As the truck hits her, we hear Tsubaki say that she thought that Jimmy-sensei understood her, but teachers from the start never expect a single thing from them. As she says this, we see Tsubaki crying while she looks through her window. Chapter 22. We continue as we saw that Nobuko almost got isekai'd and landed up in the ICU. We see the MC and Tenjiku at the ICU. Tenjiku tells him that even though Mari's going to be discharged tomorrow for the start of the new semester, this happened to Nobuko. Tenjiku looks worried as she asks, when will Nobuko wake up? The MC replies and says, "It's a jam, isn't it? This situation. It has become impossible to hear the story from Nobuko." Now we see all the students at the school early in the morning. We see Mari being shy as she's changed her look. She gets embarrassed and tells Momo that this doesn't suit her and it's a shame. Momo gets surprised and tells Mari that she looks pretty. Hearing this compliment from Momo makes Mari blush and stutter. Momo calmly then tells Mari that this is far better than before, especially with those flat colors she used before. Mari can't believe Momo and asks, "Really? It's the first time that I use this bright color. Is it all right?" Momo replies and tells her that yellow suits her. As Mari is still in disbelief, Momo continues and says that she's certainly become pretty. But now that she's become prettier than Momo, she shouldn't get conceited. Mari hears this and smiles and suddenly laughs and says, "I know." Momo gets nervous seeing this reaction and hesitantly says, "Yeah?" Mari continues and asks Momo if she thinks that Jimmy-sensei would also like yellow. Momo replies and says that she doesn't know or care about that. We see that Nagisa is looking at them from the first floor through the window. As she's looking at them, Erika asks her, what is she looking at? Nagisa replies and tells her that it's nothing. As she moves away from the window, she says that she was thinking that many unexpected things happened. Kase Nobuko from Class E. She had a traffic accident during the holidays and seems to be in a coma. Tsubaki hears this and acts surprised. She smiles and says that Nobuko is a girl with bad luck. Nagisa looks suspiciously at her and tells her that she's saying it like it's the first time she's heard of it. Tsubaki replies and says, it's the first time I've heard of it. If not, then what? Do you think that I did it? Suddenly, Erika comes between them with a pained expression on her face. She tells Nagisa that Tsubaki didn't do it, and she's sure of it. Tsubaki doesn't say anything and just walks away. As Erika and Nagisa see her go, Nagisa tells Erika that she's as kind as ever. Erika looks worried as she tries to say something, but Nagisa interrupts her and says, first of all, I don't think Tsubaki could have pushed Mari. She continues and says that she didn't think Momo was a fool enough to make a scandal in the media for Mari's sake. Those people have become closer than ever. Instead of that virgin bastard resigning, Tsubaki is about to be expelled. Nagisa looks annoyed and angry as she says, this wasn't definitely in the plan, right? Even with a wealthy papa, it will be difficult if the police gets involved. Nagisa apologizes for saying it directly and says that she's not complaining. She's just worried about Tsubaki. Erika smiles and tells her that she understands that Nagisa's just someone who cares about her friends. With a sad look on her face, Erika tells Nagisa to just say it bluntly, that she thinks that Tsubaki is nicer than her. Nagisa hears this and gets confused and says, no, anyone seems nice when compared to Tsubaki and what she does. Now we see that Mari is showing Momo the envelope which Tsubaki gave her. Momo looks at it and asks Mari, what is that? An offering or maybe a funeral offering? Mari tells her that Tsubaki gave this to her while she was hospitalized. Hearing this shocks and scares Momo as she screams, so mean! Mari continues and says that Tsubaki told her to open it, but it was too creepy so she didn't. She feels like throwing it away. Suddenly, we see Mari blushing and asking the MC what should she do about this situation. Seeing Mari go to him so fast makes her say, you sure are making use of the image change you've got? The MC opens the envelope and sees that it's a check of 830,000 yen. Seeing this shocks Momo. She asks Mari if she's going to buy a brand bag with this, while Mari looks at it and asks, why is this here? Suddenly, Momo looks worried as she asks, isn't she apologizing for pushing you? Or the TV scandal scared her? No, if it's her evil personality, then using hush money is also. But suddenly she stops and says that the 30K is a bit out of place. Mari also agrees to this. Momo throws the check and says that it's scary and that Tsubaki is trying to do something this time. She tells Mari that she should just return it just like it came. The MC picks it up and tries to say that there is something on the back. But suddenly Tenjiku screams his name. She looks worried as she tells him that it's serious and that something happened when she tried contacting Mari's parents. Now we see Tsubaki standing in front of a furnace as she looks into its fire. We see that she's burning the contact information of Mari's parents in it. We see Tsubaki looking at the fire with pitch black eyes as she remembers everything everyone told her and everything she told others. She remembers Nobuko's scared face and recalls Nagisa saying that she's got into an accident and seems to be in a coma. As she recalls all this, she says, let me run away without any problems. Even I didn't want to do it. Chapter 23, we see Tenjiku looking worried as she tells the MC about Mari's parents. Hearing what Tenjiku said shocks Mari as she drops the check on the floor. We go back to seeing Tsubaki looking at Mari's parents' papers being burnt by her. Suddenly, Momo comes behind her and says, so, you were here, Tsubaki. She looks at the fire and screams as she asks her, what is she burning here in secret and what in the world did she do to Mari's parents? Tsubaki slowly calls out to Momo and asks her how does it feel to make people unhappy with her selfish sense of justice. Hearing this confuses Momo. Tsubaki continues and says that if she weren't so conceited on TV, that plain-looking teacher wouldn't have moved. Mari wouldn't have been in any more other painful experiences than this. She laughs and calls Momo stupid. Momo replies and says that it's not Momo's fault. Bad things happen because of the bad people who do them. Hearing this pisses off Tsubaki a little as she loses the smile on her face. She smiles again as she says, right, then I'm not bad, you know, because I'm nice. She continues and says that she thought that Mari for sure would be experiencing hardships in the future, so she gave her the check. She smiles and says that the 830,000 is the combined salary of Mari's parents for 1 month. Hearing this makes Momo scared and worried. In the waiting room, we see Mari's parents. As the mother is crying, the father is worried and angry as he screams, why are we going through this? How do you plan to take responsibility for that student, Momo? Because almost all schools will take responsibility for the stupid acts their students do. As he is screaming, we see the MC sitting there calmly. Now we see that Mari's parents are worried because they have been dismissed from their workplace. In the staff room, we hear someone get shocked as they say, both of them were fired from their company? We see that it was Amari talking to Tenjiku. As all the other teachers stand there too, we hear one of them ask why again in this timing, to which another replies and says that it seems that Mari's parents think that Momo's speech in the media is the direct cause. Amari looks worried as she says that Momo isn't related. If so, how did they get fired so cleanly at the same time? It's like someone worked behind scenes. Someone says that this is as expected. No matter how much the chairman wanted, it was bad for Tsubaki to look for a fight. Suddenly, Sakaide speaks and says, that person's too young for a chairman. That person isn't calm enough and doesn't communicate well with other teachers. Suddenly, someone asks him, how is Nobuko's condition? He shakes his head and says that maybe as a professor himself, he has nothing to say about this matter. He averts his gaze from everyone as he looks worried and says that he honestly doesn't want to involve Tsubaki in this matter. Hearing this worries Tenjiku. Now back to Tsubaki and Momo. We see Tsubaki smiling and asking Momo if she knew that their school's the most expensive school in Japan, and asks would Mari be okay from now on? If she can't pay the school's fees, she will have to transfer. It would be hard if both parents lost their job. Tsubaki looks a little sad as she says that it's a shame, even when Mari was able to heal her wounds and go to school again. Hearing this shocks and confuses Momo. Momo tells Tsubaki that as she thought, she is bad. If she really is the one who pushed Mari from her back, she's really bad. But that's bad in a different sense. To be honest, the way she thinks is far, far worse than Momo thought it was. Now we see the MC looking at the check which Tsubaki gave to Mari. He looks at the amount and says, "As expected, it's too small and unnatural." We see Mari standing behind him, looking all scared as she calls his name. As he turns around, she tells him that it's the first time she's made friends at school. As she remembers the interaction she had with Momo in the morning, she says that this is the first time she's thought of going to school as fun. She clenches her fist and asks him if she can keep going to the school. He looks at her and tells her that he probably won't be able to pay the school's fees. If it's just about going to school, in the case of a person with excellent performance as much as Mari, there are still ways such as applying for a scholarship. Hearing this motivates her as she says, "If that's so, then I'll do my best." He continues and says, "But that probably won't resolve the problems right now." Hearing this confuses Mari. He continues walking as he says this. They reach the infirmary. She looks confused as she says, "The infirmary I was at before?" He tells her that the check given to her is a hint and the key's here. As he says this, we see Oda sleeping on the bed with a magazine on her chest and all kinds of snacks around her. Content warning. The following video contains material that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audiences. Chapter 24. We continue as we see Mari looking confused as she says, "By key, you mean Oda-san?" Now we see Oda making a YouTube video. She introduces herself and says that today she'll show them some cosmetics that are very popular these days. She acts cutesy and winks at the camera and says, "Expect my selfie edit course at the end of the video too because her pics are very edited too." She laughs as she says this and makes self-deprecating jokes. Mari sees this video on a laptop and gets shocked. As Mari is shocked, she asks Oda if she became a YouTuber. Oda smugly says, "Interesting, ain't it?" And quite popular too. Oda sits on the bed and proudly says that she thought it was a chance because she had time to spare during summer vacations. She was being flamed very hard on the internet, but when she started speaking about this one controversial topic, it had ridiculous good reception. Hearing this makes Mari say that she's determined. The MC intervenes and tells her that's enough about controversies and tells her to stop barging in the infirmary, please. Hearing this pisses Oda off as she screams and says, "Shut up, shitty four eyes. Deal with it, idiot." As Oda is still pissed, she asks them if they need something from her. Mari nervously tells her that it seems like Tsubaki made her parents resign from their company. Oda goes silent after hearing this. Oda suddenly bursts out laughing. As she's crying from laughter, she says, "Really? That's very funny. Tsubaki-chan went that far? No. From now on, I'll call her Shitbaki." She calms down and tells them that it's pitiful, and she can't do anything about it. She's not friends with Shitbaki anymore. The MC speaks and tells her that there is one thing she can do, and it's something that no one but her can do. He asks her if she can contact Tsubaki. Hearing this leaves her dumbfounded. Oda gets irritated and asks him why her and he should just ask Momo. If it's Shitbaki's contact number, then she should know it. The MC pulls up Oda's chemistry paper in which she got a 0. Seeing this worries her. She starts crying like a kid as she gets her phone out to text Shitbaki and tells him that she'll do it. She tells him to not get cocky because she'll expose his power abuse in a video someday. We see Oda send Tsubaki a message with a wink emoji, asking her if she can come to the special guidance room after school. As she looks annoyed, she tells them that she sent the message, but it'll be ignored anyway. Seeing this confuses Mari. She asks Oda if she hasn't blocked Tsubaki even though they aren't friends anymore. On the other side, we see that Tsubaki has received Oda's message. She looks at the message and giggles to herself. Seeing her giggle to herself creeps out Momo. She tells her, "Why are you laughing, Tsubaki? Was the shock of me telling you you're crazy that big? Well, but giving that check was just..." Before she can finish, Tsubaki calls Momo and tells her that Momo works while she's a high school student and asks her if she's done something that she didn't want to do. Hearing this confuses Momo. Momo proudly puts her hand on her chest and tells Tsubaki that Momo's way is, "Don't do things you don't want to." Tsubaki smiles and says, "A happy one." She tells Momo that she doesn't get the reason why Jimmy isn't resigning. She calls out to Momo again and asks, "Since it's been a long time, why don't you come with me after school? I'll show the happy you some interesting things." Now back to Oda and the others. We see Oda saying that the message shows that Tsubaki has read it. Mari looks concerned as she asks her if this means that Tsubaki is coming. Oda looks annoyed as she replies and says that she won't, not a chance. Oda screams and says that Tsubaki's family and looks are shitty. What she's doing is no longer some little offense. She's already in the criminal category. Expecting mercy is a big mistake. As Oda is saying this, we see that Tsubaki is standing right behind her with a straight face. Oda notices her and suddenly freezes. Oda quickly changes up and tries to act chummy with her and tells her that she didn't say anything. Seeing her change up so quickly makes Tsubaki say that Oda is a big liar as always. Oda starts shitting bricks as she tells her that she said those things because she didn't expect her to actually come. Tsubaki replies and tells her that if it was just her, she wouldn't have come. She looks at the MC and asks, "Was it you who called for me, Jimmy-sensei?" He looks at her and tells her that she's doing things that are unlike her. From bullying teachers and students, even talking too much in front of him, intentionally appearing in front of Mari in the hospital, and instigating her. More importantly, checks are different from cash. It's like revealing herself as the culprit. For Nobuko's case, before he could finish, she tells him that she didn't do anything to Nobuko. He replies and says, "Is that so?" It doesn't matter whether or not it's true. She gets surprised hearing him say this. She smiles and says, "Cruel as expected. I wonder who's truly cruel." He calls Tsubaki and says, "Even knowing that Oda was lying, you were trying to drop out of the group on purpose, weren't you? No, that was what you intended to do from the beginning. Maybe you became friends with Oda on purpose." Hearing this confuses Oda. She gets angry and screams. He continues and tells them that Momo is a model, and quite a popular one as well. And since she has many supporters, she's able to influence a lot of people and change their minds. However, if it wasn't because of Oda's guts, Tsubaki wouldn't be able to get along with him easily. Suddenly, Oda starts panicking as she screams and tells them to wait. She points at the MC and screams and says, "It's like I'm narrow-minded. Since I haven't wasted too much time, be more gentle." He hears this and stares at her blankly. He smiles and tells her that her mind is narrow for now, but they'll work hard with the teacher to gradually expand her head. Hearing him roast her makes Oda think that she's going to expose him in a video one day. He continues and tells them that it's strange for Oda, who's at odds with Tsubaki, to contact her, and it's even stranger for him to do so. Tsubaki was testing him with Oda, to test if he's aware of the truth. Hearing this confuses Mari of what this truth is. The MC calls Tsubaki and tells her that it's better for her to stop now, being a bad person that's being threatened by someone. Surely if the police had been involved, it would have been convenient for her. Once she gets caught, she can end it all. He calls her student number and her name as he asks her, "Who's tying you up?" Hearing this surprises Oda. She asks, "Being threatened? By who?" Then the reason why Tsubaki used acid on her was because someone told her to? Tsubaki immediately replies and tells, "No, that was my intention." Hearing this makes Oda get shocked and cry. Tsubaki smiles and says, "After all, Jimmy-sensei, I thought if it was Sensei, he would understand." She continues and says that Sensei and her are the same. She asks him if Takayama Kanoko is the one tying him up. No, to be exact, they should say that it's Kurosaki Kanoko. She tells him that he also has been tied up all along, even since those events from 10 years ago. In this hell-like world, lying over and over. She cheerfully smiles and says, "So let's do this again." The 10-year rewind. As Tsubaki says this, we see Momo tied up and unconscious in a dark place. Chapter 25. We continue as we see Tsubaki smile as she says, "What will the Tsubaki-san recreate?" The reenactment of what happened 10 years ago. Mari looks worried as she asks, "The reenactment of what happened 10 years ago?" Oda is confused, as well as she says, "What the heck is that?" Tsubaki smiles as she pulls out a tab and tells them that the girls are free to stay and see Jimmy-sensei's true self. They start seeing Momo through a live web camera. Momo wakes up as she's still tied and asks, "What's up with this?" And it's pitch black. She looks scared as she screams and asks, "Just where is she?" She turns around and screams for Tsubaki. She starts asking, "What in the world was in the drink you bought for me? Or rather, why's Momo tied up?" She looks angry and pissed as she asks Tsubaki if she's even thinking straight and that this is a crime. She tells Tsubaki to not think that she'll be forgiven for doing this to the super pretty Momo. As she is saying this, the lights turn on, As we see Momo sitting on her knees, still tied up, she sees a bunch of men. Seeing them confuses and scares her. Mari and Oda look at these events unfold and get scared and worried. Tsubaki looks at this and smiles, while the MC looks at this and gets shocked. Mari gets scared and screams for Momo, while Oda sounds very confused, as she asks, "What's this and why is Momo tied up, if this is a TV surprise?" On the other side, we see Momo looking scared as she asks the men in the room what's up with them. The men look at her and can't believe that it's Hananaka Momo. One says that she's the one from the TV, while the other disgustingly says that they've hit the jackpot. The disgusting men start saying that she's like a model, but she's petite, more than he thought she'd be. Another one says that she smells really good and laughs as he tries to touch her. Momo starts crying as she screams and tells him to not touch her. One of the guys tells her that they are getting paid to screw her, and this is the best. Hearing this shocks Momo. The other girls also hear this through the tab and get scared. Momo starts panicking and crying as she screams and asks, "That's a lie, right? To think that someone would do something like this because Momo is super pretty." She screams for Tsubaki and says, "You're seeing this from somewhere else, right?" As Tsubaki hears Momo's screams, she doesn't react. Everyone stands there in silence as Tsubaki says, "For real?" She smiles and asks the MC that 10 years ago, there was a similar incident at that private school, Juan Academy, wasn't there? The victim was a third-year student at the time, Kurosaki Yuriko. She was ostracized and bullied. She was violated and her classmates remained silent, as they were dolls. Hearing Tsubaki say violated confuses Mari. Tsubaki replies and says that to put it straight, it was a gang rape. Tsubaki continues and says that the school was afraid of the consequences, so they covered up the perpetrators. They tried to cover up the incident, and as a result, it hurt her deeply, and it drove her to suicide. She continues and says that if someone had helped her, maybe it would have ended differently. But the homeroom teacher who rushed to the scene only looked. On the contrary, he'd laugh along with the assailants out of fear. She calls the MC and asks him if he's going to let this end like last time. She says that the MC once failed to save Kurosaki Yuriko as a teacher. Hearing this shocks and scares Oda and Mari. Tsubaki smiles as she says that the school was blamed for her death. Before the public, both the perpetrators and the teacher had their social lives executed. She tells him that he's been taken down by society and he has no other choice in the matter. He clung to his job as a teacher, moving from one school to the next. The school manager, Kanoko Takayama, who is Yuriko Kurosaki's real sister. It became a classroom full of problem kids who'd reject any homeroom teacher. Tsubaki smugly smiles and tells him that he doesn't want to be a teacher and he doesn't deserve it. He's just a coward and a big liar who has a teacher-like face and acts like one. The MC sees Momo crying as she is getting harassed. Seeing her like this reminds him of the student from the past who he failed. He stands there as he recalls his past student begging him to help her, as he stood there and did nothing. As he's thinking this, Tsubaki tells him that there's nothing he can do to help Momo, and calls him a murderer as she sees Momo being forced. Chapter 26. We continue as we see Momo crying and struggling as those filths try to remove her clothes. She screams and tells them to not touch her, and that it's really gross. Oda and Mari look worried as they ask, "Where the hell is Momo right now?" Mari screams and tells the MC that Momo needs help. As Mari keeps screaming for him, he stands there with lifeless eyes. Tsubaki sees Momo being forced and asks the MC, "It's hard, isn't it, just being able to watch?" She continues and asks him, "How's the reenactment of 10 years ago?" Once again, you must have been disappointed with your inability to do anything about it. As Tsubaki is speaking, the MC can hear his old student scream for help. He recalls the old incident. As Kurosaki is being bullied, he stood there while she called for help. The others continued the bullying regardless, as someone told them to tie her leg. They told her that she's gross. She already knows that people in this school hate her, but she still keeps coming. Another student agrees and says that she hopes that with this, she won't come back anymore. Kurosaki cries that it hurts, begs them to stop, and screams for someone to help her. But the bullies continue as they talk to each other. Someone asks if it's okay to hit her. Another replies and says that they always wanted to hit her face. Someone suggests taking photos of her being nude. The others go with it as they say that it's funny to do that, while someone else says that they should print copies and put them all over the school. Suddenly, someone suggests that they should just f her, while she screams for them to stop helplessly. The MC just stood there with a nervous smile on his face as he looked at this scene unfold. Now back in the present, he stands there without saying a word. Tsubaki laughs and says, "The celebrity is a victim. I'm sure it will be on the front page of the news. Or is it going to be distorted just like 10 years ago?" She continues and says that way would be better for Momo. No matter how stubborn she is, she'll still have a lot of scars, both on her mind and body. She asks him, "Someone dying again would be a problem, wouldn't it?" He hears her and says nothing as he just looks at her. She laughs and tells him to please not make a scary face like that, and she's really happy right now. She can understand how he feels better than anyone, and if it's him, he'll understand her too. She also used to be, but before she could finish, he calls her name and tells her to please tell that story to the police officers, because that's not his duty as a teacher. As he says this, he walks out of the room. As he's going, he asks Tsubaki, "Aren't you forgetting something important?" He pulls out his phone and tells her that she's not qualified to be his student anymore. As he walks away, Tsubaki looks confused and asks him if he's going to call the police. Even if he does that, Momo won't be saved. He turns around and replies that it's okay. While he's on the phone, he tells Tsubaki that Momo doesn't seem to need it anymore. Tsubaki hears some voices of pain from the tab. Now we see a stun gun sparking. We see Momo in a horrible condition, as her clothes are ripped and she's out of breath. She huffs as she says, "Thank God that I always carry a stun gun with me." As she says this, we see the disgusting men on the ground electrified. Momo finally gets out of the binds and asks if anyone is there. She looks pissed and angry as she says that she just scraped the skin of her wrist, and that's really unforgivable. As Oda and Mari are looking at the tab, Momo says that she's gonna put a few more rounds in those disgusting guys because she's pissed off. As she starts blasting them, the guys start screaming in pain. Mari and Oda see this and get scared of her. As they look at this, Mari says, "Come to think of it, Momo has one for self-defense." Oda adds in and says that she didn't know, and Momo seems to be doing better than she thought. The MC looks at the girls and tells them that they should hurry up, and the place where Momo is must be the storage room of the gymnastics club. Hearing this shocks Oda as she screams and tells him that if he already knew where it was, he should just hurry up and go, and asks him if he's a demon. Now at the storage room, we see Momo loosely tied up as she walks out of the storage room. She barely has the energy to walk and stand. She walks out of the room as she has tears in her eyes. Oda and Mari look at her and run towards her. Momo runs towards them too as she looks relieved. Momo cries as she runs towards them. Suddenly, she drop-kicks Tsubaki in the face as she looks pissed. Seeing Momo drop-kick Tsubaki in the face shocks everyone else. As Momo kicks Tsubaki, both of them fall down on the ground. While Momo is on the ground, she screams, "That was refreshing!" Mari looks very worried about Momo as she tries to remove the rope and asks her if she's okay. Momo looks traumatized as she cries and screams that she's not okay at all and her legs are still trembling. As the girls are helping Momo, we see Tsubaki still laying on the floor with nobody by her side. As Momo is freed from the rope, she stands up and looks at Tsubaki. She sees Tsubaki's nose bleeding and a huge print on her face, while she looks completely confused and shocked. Momo calls Tsubaki and screams, "I wish I didn't become friends with someone who's the worst of the worst, like you, idiot." Hearing this surprises Tsubaki. Momo clenches her fist and stands firm as she faces Tsubaki. Tsubaki slowly gets up as she asks Momo, "What do you think you know about me?" Tsubaki looks frustrated and angry as she tries to say that the kind of memories she has, but suddenly the MC cuts her short and calls her student number and name as the police have arrived at the scene. As she's still on the ground, he tells her that the classes are finished and asks her for how long is she going to keep on with that monologue of hers. Hearing this shocks her. The MC continues and says, "Was it, if it's you, you'll understand me too? Not even I can fully understand you, Tsubaki." He asks her if she gets it now. Tsubaki's matters are Tsubaki's matters and his matters are his. He smiles and tells her that being nosy about other people's matters, thinking that she knows everything, and sympathizing, all on her own. Could she please stop that? He looks at her like she's something disgusting and asks her, "Just who do you think you know about me?" Now we see a flashback where we see someone say, "That Jimmy Sensei killed someone before?" We see that it's Tsubaki and someone else in her house. The other girl says that the bullying at Juan Institute, that the homeroom teacher directly involved in that case is still working as a teacher. This other girl continues and says, "In 10 years, any tragedy can fade away, huh? Just like that incident, don't you think, Tsubaki-chan?" As this person speaks, Tsubaki looks at them with hate in her eyes. We see that it's Erika calling Tsubaki a murderer as she laughs. Chapter 27. We continue as we see Tsubaki in a police station being interrogated. As Tsubaki sits there looking defeated, the interrogator asks her if she would please tell her why she did all this. Tsubaki sounds confused and asks what does she mean by this. The interrogator tells her that she means pushing Mari off the cliff while they were at training camp, and how she hired homeless men to attack the talented Hananaka Momo. She continues and says that the homeless men confessed when they were caught. It seems that Mari's case is the same as Nobuko, from the same school from before. Hearing this surprises Tsubaki. She asks the interrogator if Nobuko got out of the ICU. The interrogator looks confused, but she replies and says that Nobuko woke up without any problem this morning. Hearing this makes Tsubaki say, "That's nice." She continues and asks if she will stay arrested here like this. Now we see Sakaede outside, as he looks at the police station symbol on the building. He looks at it and says, "What a surprise. I thought Tsubaki would be more stubborn." As all the teachers are together, Amari says that Tsubaki's father's going to show up again anyway, and it'll be buried. Sakaede replies and says that as long as the police were on the case, it was inevitable that there would be rumors. He doesn't think there's a place for her in Suezono anymore. Suddenly someone calls for the MC. We see that it's Oda. She tells him that she wants to ask him something. She asks him if he knew why Shitbaki used her. What made him think that Shitbaki might have been planning to dump her from the start? The MC stays quiet as he thinks what to answer. Oda screams and tells him to give her a proper answer and asks him, "Isn't it also the teacher's job to mediate in quarrels between students?" He replies and says that it's because Tsubaki was kind. Hearing this confuses Oda. She asks if they are still talking about Shitbaki here. As some car pulls up, we see Oda scream and say that Shitbaki is the one who tried to attack her with acid and pushed Mari off a cliff. Are they talking about the same woman? Now we see two people getting out of the car. The teachers look at them and say that it's Tsubaki's mother and her father's secretary. They are here for the cover-up course. The MC replies to Oda and says, "Everything," because it could have been made as if everything was Oda's fault, ignoring and pretending to not know anything. Hearing this confuses Oda. The MC continues and says that if Tsubaki was rotten to the core, Oda would have been handed something other than tepid, dilute solution of hydrochloric acid. For both of them, Tsubaki was holding back. She seems confused after hearing this, but immediately looks annoyed and asks if Tsubaki held back because they were friends, at least for a while. Oda screams and says, "I mean, I've lied about some things, but..." As she says this, we see the past where someone is looking at Oda's Twitter and says that her SNS sure are funny. We see that it's Tsubaki saying this in the past. Oda hears this and gets really excited as she asks, "Really?" Tsubaki looks at more tweets and says that Oda knows how to attract people, and she has great charm. She also says that what Oda talks about on Twitter seems too good to be true, though. Hearing this makes Oda panic as her lies are already caught, but she lies more and says that everything she says on Twitter is all true. Back in the present, we see Oda scream and say that when Tsubaki and her were friends, she did that too. The MC replies and says that Tsubaki needed to do it, to be arrested and set free. After saying this, he tells them that he's finished his business here today and heads out. Seeing him be his usual self doesn't surprise the teachers. After he heads out, we see Tenjiku saying, "It's strange." Hearing this makes Akashi ask her what happened. She replies and says, "Just now, Jimmy Sensei said set free. If you're arrested, I think you'd become the opposite of that, no matter how you see it." As she's saying this, we see Oda looking at her phone. Now we see someone playing a voice recording. We see Tsubaki back in the interrogation room telling the interrogator to please arrest her. We see Tsubaki's mom also in the room, as she tells Tsubaki that they should go back home for now. The mom screams and says that Tsubaki didn't do anything bad. She's sure there's a problem with the homeroom teacher, as Tsubaki recalls the words, "You want to stop, don't you? Someone threatened you to be a bad person." She starts sweating and says that she's truly a bad person. Now somewhere else, we see Nagisa and Erika drinking tea together. Nagisa looks worried as she says that Tsubaki did really go with the police in the end. A rumor spread that Nobuko already woke up. Erika doesn't look worried at all as she tells Nagisa that it's fine and Tsubaki isn't a bad person. Hearing this angers Nagisa as she screams and says, "Erika, you're still saying that?" Erika suddenly puts her cup down and starts telling Nagisa that she was bullied since elementary school. Hearing her suddenly say this confuses Nagisa. Erika continues and says that the bullies were some very detestable punks. At first, it was just subtle harassment, but at some point, it became that if she ignored them, she'd get beaten up. When it became like that, the one who helped her was Tsubaki. Tsubaki was strong, kind, brilliant, and very popular. Since she'd protect Erika no matter what, Erika stuck with her wherever she'd go. She starts explaining a flashback. We see a bully telling Erika to not get cocky. Erika looks troubled and scared. The boy slaps her in the face and asks her what's up with her eyes, and that she's just Tsubaki's bootlicker. The boy becomes more rough with her and tells her that his mom told him that Erika is Tsutsuji's conglomerate daughter. As he's beating Erika, we see Tsubaki running towards them. Tsubaki pushes the boy away from Erika, but she pushes him towards the railway track. As he falls off the platform, a train comes and runs him over and kills him. Seeing this go down shocks Erika. All the people around run towards the boy and say that an elementary schooler boy fell on the railways and died instantly and pity him. They say that his classmates saw him die and how his body became a mess. We now see Tsubaki on her bed crying as Erika stands next to her. As Tsubaki cries, she calls for Erika and tries to say something. Erika tells Tsubaki that she was just helping her as always. She tells Tsubaki that it's all right and she isn't a bad person. Hearing this makes Nagisa say, "So something like that happened." Now she understands why Erika is still on Tsubaki's side. She continues and says that she didn't know anything about the two of them. She thought Erika was just being nice. It was really painful watching Tsubaki, who she saved from herself, become more and more selfish. Suddenly, Erika tells Nagisa that she's wrong, as she dramatically drops a sugar cube in her tea and makes a fucking mess. As she drops more sugar cubes and makes more of a mess, she says, "I told you, didn't I?" The one who's nice is Nagisa-chan. Hearing this worries Nagisa. Now, back to the flashback, we see Tsubaki telling Erika that she's sorry for worrying her. Erika screams and tells her that's not it at all. Erika gets a big smile on her face and tells Tsubaki that she's happy for her becoming unhappy. Hearing this shocks Tsubaki. Erika hugs her and tells her that ever since a long time ago, she's been an eyesore for her. Back to Erika talking to Nagisa. Erika tells her that to her, who had always wanted friends, and Tsubaki, who, from the moment she was born, had everything she wanted, the sun-like existence of Tsubaki. Being rescued by her was like her looking down on Erika. Suddenly, Erika smiles and says, "But from that day on, we became friends in every sense of the word." Hearing this weirds out Nagisa. Chapter 28. We continue as we see the MC standing in front of his class and saying that he's going to start the class. After the class ends, Mari talks to him as usual. After he leaves the class, we see Oda chasing him with her chemistry test, in which she got a 0 in an attempt to make him change it. Now in the staff room, Tenjiku and Amari look at the MC in surprise and say that, as usual, I mean, it's kind of... Amari replies and says, what kind of mental state is the MC in to act like normal, even when his own class attracted the attention of the police? As she says this, we see Tsubaki in her room. Suddenly, she hears someone knocking on the door as they call for her. We see that it's her mother. As she looks worried, she tells Tsubaki that she should eat something. She doesn't have to worry about what happened, and her dad will do something for sure. Tsubaki replies and says, "You've heard them, Mom. I killed someone." Hearing this scares the mother. She replies and tells her that it's all right, and Tsubaki isn't bad at all. She continues and tells her to not worry about the police, and she should leave everything to Dad. Tsubaki is beautiful and kind, and her friends also. Before she could finish saying it, Tsubaki screams and says, "They're all lies." She continues and says, "Pretending to be blind. I've lived my life deceiving myself and everyone around me, always telling lies. I despise this way of living." As Tsubaki says this, we see someone standing in front of the MC in the school. We see that it's Momo. She looks angry as she looks at the MC, and the MC looks like he could care less. Now, we see them sitting on a bench on the roof. As they sit on the bench, Momo tells him that, to be honest, she was thinking of punching him the next time she saw him, but she decided not to. After hearing his past, it'd leave a sour taste. She continues and says, also, that Sensei had helped Momo after waiting idly for I don't know what. It seriously irritates her. She says that they are humans, so it's common for them to have made mistakes in the past. There are things they can't do anything about, and she knows that. She gets up from the bench as she says, well, if what Tsubaki said is true, then I'll find out who I should really be mad at, right? He slowly says, I wonder about that. Just seeing the situation doesn't mean you know anything. Hearing this surprises her. He gets up as he says that he talked too much. She tells him that he barely said anything, though. He ignores and keeps walking, but she screams and asks him what did he mean with that. He tells her that he has a schedule to keep and walks away. She suddenly grabs his hand as she tells him that she's talking to him. Her suddenly grabbing his hand makes the MC panic and drop everything he was carrying. Among those things was his phone, which drops and breaks. As the MC looks panicked, he tells Momo to please refrain from unnecessary contact. Momo feels bad as she tells him that he doesn't have to be that wary, and she didn't mean to do that. He gets down and tries to pick up his stuff, but he clenches his right fist and keeps it close to his chest, as if he doesn't want Momo to see something. Seeing this reminds Momo of the time when Oda also tried to grab his right hand. As he's picking things up, Momo asks him if he has something in his right hand. Hearing this shocks him. Suddenly the door to the rooftop closes. Momo runs to it and tries to open the door. She struggles, but can't open it. She panics and tells him that it's locked up. She looks towards him and screams at him as he is still picking his things up. Chapter 29. We continue as the MC and Momo are locked on the roof. Momo looks worried as she asks him what do they do now, and that the people locked it without looking if there was someone here. As she asks the MC what they are going to do, he sits there without saying a word. She panics and keeps calling him, but he keeps ignoring her. She suddenly stops and kicks him as she looks pissed. She tells him that he's a teacher, so he should go and call for help right now. He picks up his phone and says that it is broken because of that fall just now. Hearing this annoys her even more as she screams and says, "This four-eyed virgin." Momo sounds pissed as she says that this is enough and that she will call Mari. As she reaches for her phone, she asks him if he was always this useless. His personality is disgusting. The only redeeming feature he has is that he can do his job just fine. Suddenly, she realizes that she doesn't have her phone on her and tells him that she forgot everything in the classroom as well. She suddenly becomes all timid and asks him, could it be that we're staying here until next morning? He doesn't say anything to her. Realizing that she might have to spend the entire night there, she cries in despair and says that she doesn't want to spend a night alone with a guy like him and screams for help. As these two are stuck on the roof, we see Tenjiku drinking and saying that the MC is too mean. We see that she is drinking with the other teachers. Sakaede and Akashi look at her and get concerned. Amari tells Tenjiku that she's drunk too much, but Tenjiku screams and says, "A student was taken to the police station, you know? One of his own students, too." She continues and says that Tsubaki is a problem child, and it's a trouble to deal with her and all, but to stay in that fresh attitude, he's a failure of a teacher. Sakaede tries to tell her something, but she suddenly turns to him and says, Sakaede-sensei properly paid a visit to Nobuko, right? He awkwardly tells her that he hasn't visited her. She gets shocked and screams at him, asking why. He replies and says, "Why, you ask? Every day is just so hectic." She immediately asks him, "Even though you're here drinking?" Like a wimp, he tries to make up a reason and tells her that the accident wasn't directly related to the school, and he sent at least a message. Hearing this irresponsible reply makes her angry. She suddenly gets serious and tells them that they all are the worst. Hearing her say this surprises the teachers. Tenjiku continues and says that Nobuko has been mentally unstable because she was threatened. Oda was bullied, Momo was attacked by unknown men, and Mari, who had suffered a lot with her parents. Also, Tenjiku doesn't know the details, but it seems that Tsubaki was behind this as well. She screams and asks them, "Don't they worry you? This is not the time to say that the school has nothing to do with it. And even more, if you're their homeroom teacher, you should care about them. If you don't have the will to do that, then it's better for you to quit being a teacher." Hearing this hits a nerve with Sakaede. He immediately gets repulsed by her and says, "So noisy." Hearing this shocks Amari and Tenjiku goes in shock. Sakaede turns around and hides his face as he apologizes and tells them that he just spoke up his mind. Amari tries to calm the situation by telling Tenjiku to not mind his words as he's getting drunk as well. As she says this, she notices Oda walking outside the bar and gets surprised. She looks at her and says, "That girl's from the A class, isn't she? What is she doing alone at this hour?" Tenjiku looks at her and says, "I'm pretty sure that direction is Tsubaki's house," and immediately throws up in her mouth. Amari tells Tenjiku that it'll be bad if she throws up here, but as she's saying it, Tenjiku throws up. Seeing her do this makes Amari say that all the teachers in the school are a handful. As this scene goes down in the back, we see Oda looking serious as she walks away. Now, at Tsubaki's house, we see her mom tell her that a friend from the school has come. We see that it's Oda. Tsubaki looks at her and smiles. She turns away as she tells Oda that they are not friends though. Oda calls Tsubaki a criminal and tells her to speak up. Oda suddenly starts playing audio from her phone and asks Tsubaki, "Do you know about this? A voice record of the teachers gossiping about you." Oda says that she was thinking of posting this on the internet. She continues and says that it sounds like Tsubaki is trying to get away with it by using her dad's influence. But if it sparks suspicion, her escape route could be blocked. At first, Tsubaki looks surprised, but she smiles and tells Oda to go ahead and do it. She continues and says, "Plain Sensei said it, didn't he? That I really want to stop being a bad person." She smiles as she looks out the window and says that this is the only chance she's got for society to punish her. She turns around and asks Oda why is she surprised, and it seems that she's getting something wrong. Hearing this confuses Oda. Tsubaki continues and says that she was a criminal even before this incident. She killed someone when she was a grade schooler. Tsubaki remembers the past. We see her dad telling Tsubaki that she did the right thing talking to him. He tells her to leave the rest to Papa. But no matter what, she shouldn't talk about this with anyone, including her mother. As she hears this, she asks him, why? The dad tells her that he'll be troubled if someone gets to know this and tells her that it's a secret between Erika, Papa, and Tsubaki. As she's remembering this, she tells Oda that the one being protected wasn't herself, it was her dad. Now, we see the younger Tsubaki and Erika in a shop. Tsubaki looks troubled as she tells Erika, "No way, I don't want to do this." Erika tells her that it's fine. She smiles and says, "Because no matter what Tsubaki does, it won't be your fault. If anything, your papa will do something about it. About this, about the murder, about everything. As long as I'm Tsubaki's friend, I won't tell anyone about anything." We see Tsubaki looking scared as she hears this. As she thinks that she doesn't want to do this, she was forced to steal. This routine keeps continuing. She bullies people as she thinks to herself that she doesn't want to do it. But we see Erika next to her in every situation, as she's the real mastermind behind everything Tsubaki has done. Now, we see the three girls bullying the teacher called Utani. The teacher gets really angry and tells Tsubaki that the great ones are her parents and not her. Hearing this ticks her off. Now, we see Tsubaki standing in front of a bird in its cage. Erika smiles and gives a pair of scissors to Tsubaki and tells her that Tsubaki isn't bad at all. With lifeless eyes, Tsubaki takes the scissors and kills the bird, as she thinks that she didn't want to do it. Now, back on the rooftop, we see Momo telling the MC, "The other day, Tsubaki told Momo, 'Have you done something you didn't want to do?' Momo continues and says that, to be honest, Momo doesn't get it. The MC replies and says, 'It looks like the teacher's bullying was of your own volition, though.' Momo immediately screams and says, 'Like I said, I'm sorry for that.' She panics and says, 'Sensei, after all, the thing you don't want to do is teaching, right? You don't like it, but you're doing it.' He just sits there and doesn't say anything. She stands there and asks, 'Is that not it?' He once again doesn't say anything and ignores her. She continues and tells him, 'If it's not, then say it.' Yet again, he doesn't reply to her. She looks at his watch and thinks that it's already 9 p.m. She gets worried as she thinks that longer conversations don't go any further than she thought they would with this four-eyed virgin. She doesn't think she'll last the night, and this guy has never been popular. She tells him that he's usually silent and keeps things private. Talking a little bit more here won't hurt him. He ignores her. She continues and says, "You don't mean to say this is an emergency, so this is overtime, do you?" Yet again, she is ignored. She finally gets pissed off and asks him what's the matter with him, and he's not saying anything. She asks him what he is pretending to accomplish by not talking to this super cute Momo. Or is it that the thing he has in his hand is that bad? She calms down and tells him that he gets hurt a lot, so she was worried about him. But suddenly, he falls off the bench like a doll. As he falls down on the floor, Momo gets shocked and starts screaming. Chapter 30, we continue as we see Oda laying on her bed and thinking that she was really lazy during this year's summer holidays. She made less progress than usual on her homework. She slept more than usual. She wasted more time than usual doing meaningless things. She sits in front of her laptop and thinks that everyone is doing the same thing on the internet and thinks, who wonders if they can be themselves among this many people? Now we see Oda back in Tsubaki's place. She looks worried and a little scared as she says, "What, murder? Tsubaki, are you sane?" Oda continues and asks her if she's lying. Tsubaki looks at Oda and tells her that she doesn't understand her. She tells Oda that she's just a piece. Maybe someday another person like Jimmy will appear. in case that even happened. Tsubaki wanted a person who was careless at her disposal. Hearing this shocks Oda. Tsubaki turns around and says, "But somehow I already used that person, and they disappeared." Oda gets angry and asks her what's with her attitude regarding people. Oda screams and says that Jimmy won't like it, but Tsubaki should have just asked for help normally instead of doing this in such a roundabout way. She continues and says, "Unless, is there someone who didn't want to find out that you had relied on your teacher, who is the person that binds you?" Tsubaki replies and asks if she heard this from somewhere, or if she's smarter than she gave her credit for. Tsubaki looks angry and pissed as she says that she doesn't understand Oda. Even though they are not friends, she still acts like they are and acts concerned. Hearing this shocks Oda. Now back on the rooftop with Momo and the MC. We see her calling him as she looks concerned. She goes close to him and pokes him as she asks him if he's still alive. Suddenly he gets up and sits. Seeing him get up suddenly scares Momo. As he sits there without saying anything, Momo calls him. As he sits, he says, "Excuse me, I passed out for a moment." Momo looks scared as she screams, "Scary." He replies and tells her that it's fairly normal. Momo once again screams and tells him that's definitely not normal and asks him just how weak his body is. He doesn't reply to her and suddenly yawns. As he looks like he's dead, he tells her that he has insomnia. Around this time, he always feels a little drowsy, and he begins to lose consciousness at irregular intervals. As he says this, he goes to sleep. She gets pissed and screams at him to not just fall asleep. She continues and says, "That's why you always go home right away every day." As he's laying down on the bench, he tells her that it's been a while since he last slept without pills, so she shouldn't wake him up. Hearing this makes Momo ask him how can he sleep in this situation. She starts panicking as she tells him that he's trapped on a rooftop with a beautiful student. As he looks dead, he asks her if that's a teacher's job. Hearing him be as usual makes her think that he says it just as unpleasantly as normal. As he looks at the sky, he calls Momo and says, "You were talking about what you don't want to do earlier, right?" She gets confused as she says, "Yeah?" He turns towards the wall and tells her that being Momo's partner is the one thing that he doesn't want to do the most. Hearing this makes her furious. She screams and says, "This fucking glasses-wearing insomniac virgin, stay asleep for the rest of your life." He calmly replies and says, "Then it's not a teacher's job." Now back to Oda. We see her walking on a pedestrian bridge. As she climbs the stairs, she remembers Tsubaki saying, "Even though we're not friends, you still act like we are. Oda, have you ever thought of me as a friend in the first place? You were only with me in order to repair your reputation." Tsubaki continues and says that it's like she's looking at herself. There's nothing to feel threatened by, since she's a liar. Hearing this shocks Oda. Tsubaki continues and says, "It can't be, Oda was never my friend." Hearing this completely freezes Oda. Oda thinks that she was absent from school and lazier than usual at the end of summer break. She lives in a world of lies and wonders who she really is. As she thinks that she's sure that she's a liar, she remembers Tsubaki smiling and telling her that her SNES is interesting. As Oda looks at her channel, she thinks that it's true that she's full of lies. Now we see that Oda is frustrated and trying her best to not cry her heart out. She remembers the MC saying that Tsubaki was kind to them. She screams and says, "Why does everyone think you're so kind, Shitbaki?" She screams and says that she's going to be herself from now on. She'll definitely become a celebrity and make Tsubaki apologize. As she's crying, she looks at her phone and sees the stories she put with Tsubaki and thinks that she wanted to be friends with Tsubaki-chan. Chapter 31. We continue as we see Momo still stuck on the rooftop and seeing the stars in the sky. As she sits there next to the MC looking all miserable, she says that her butt hurts. She suddenly gets up and screams at him and says, "You virgin! You're really pissing me off!" What kind of teacher leaves a student behind and takes the whole bench? A teacher shouldn't just leave their students alone and go to sleep. She looks at him as he's sleeping and thinks how he would be in his usual state. She imagines him being all cheerful and smiling. She imagines him being extremely kind to her. She scares herself by thinking this and sits down on the floor as she asks herself, what is she even thinking, and that it's creepy to think that. Now we see a picture of him smiling. We see that it's Erika looking at his picture. She looks at it and says that he used to smile. We see that Nagisa is also with her. Erika continues and says that she thought he would be different from 10 years ago, but as far as she can see, he's just an ordinary teacher. She looks at more of his pictures and says that the MC's appearance hasn't changed at all, but his charm is all gone. She asks Nagisa, doesn't she think he used to look better before? Nagisa replies and says that she doesn't care about that. She suddenly screams and says, "That's not the point. Who cares about that virgin's past anyways? We have other things to think about now. She continues and says, I know that Erika has a past with Tsubaki. I'm not sure how, but I know the two of you are related. The feelings Erika has for Tsubaki, she doesn't really understand them, but she'll try her best. She screams and says that Tsubaki is already broken. Nagisa remembers Tsubaki saying that she's killed someone before, and she's done something to Nobuko from Class E. She also used other people to attack Momo. That's why she shouldn't worry about her. We see Erika saying that both the incidents from the past and the cases from the present, she's sure that Tsubaki's parents will fix them. Hearing this shocks Nagisa. She looks worried as she tells Erika that there's a limit on how much Tsubaki's parents can take care of, though. Nagisa screams and asks Erika, is this what she really wants to do? She doesn't want to stay and sit here to watch Tsubaki get worse. Nagisa continues and tries to say, if it's a friend, but Erika stops her and says, if it's a friend, would you turn them over to the police and make them pay for their crimes? Erika smiles after saying this. Suddenly her eyes go dark and crazy as she asks Nagisa, then, will you push me away as well? Now we see some papers and a key in a drawer. We see Erika holding the key. Nagisa looks worried and confused as she asks Erika, what is that? Erika replies and says that she saw Jimmy Sensei and Momo going up to the rooftop earlier, so she went ahead and locked it. Then she snuck into the staff room and made sure it was empty, so Jimmy and Momo should both still be trapped up there. Erika smiles as she holds the key and says that it was a lot easier than she thought to get the keys to Jimmy Sensei's house. Hearing this shocks Nagisa. Erika smiles and says, it's not just Tsubaki, Nagisa. I'm the one who has been broken for the longest. As she says this, we see the MC laying down and thinking about something from the past. He recalls all the bad things from the past, the messages he got, the articles about him, and the reporters asking him questions about the incident. He hears his students scream for his help and suddenly opens his eyes in fear. We see Momo still sitting next to him on the floor, as she's still angry. She says that this is really annoying, and she's starting to get pissed off. Suddenly he calls Momo. He turns around and looks at him. For a moment, they both say nothing. After some time, he apologizes to her. Hearing this surprises her. She gets freaked out and asks him what's going on. He remains silent. She tells him that it's even creepier to see him apologize. She acts smug and says, well, I know I'm really pretty, so you can't help but to feel guilty. He replies and says, no. I'm talking about the day Yafu was arrested. He continues and says that he's sorry that he didn't come to her aid sooner. Even though he knew she was strong and had a plan, it was still unbecoming of him as a teacher. Hearing this makes Momo blush. She tells him that, to be honest, she was a little hurt, but it's not like it was his fault, and Momo knows that much too. She awkwardly says, Momo's sorry too, so that's it for this story. Okay. She looks at him after saying this and sees that he's already asleep again. Seeing this pisses her off. She screams at him and says, you're going back to sleep after all that. As she's still pissed, she pulls his arm while telling him to wake up and to let the super cute Momo sit on the bench. She gets tired from pulling him and says that this insomnia thing was real and she'll just sit on him. Suddenly she notices something. As she holds his arm, she sees his wristwatch. She looks closer at it and sees that there's something else on his arm. She removes the watch and sees a scar on his arm. On a closer look, she sees a deep scar on his hand and gets shocked as she says, why? Chapter 32. We continue as we see Tsubaki's house. We see Tsubaki getting a call from Erika. She picks the call and talks to her. Now we see Erika and Nagisa standing in front of a building. Erika looks at it and says, Jimmy Sensei lives in a more normal house than I thought. As she looks at it, she smiles. As she walks towards the house, she gets excited and says that she's never been to a single man's house before. It looks smaller than she expected and wonders if it's like this for everyone. As Erika is walking up the stairs, Nagisa recalls Erika saying that she got the keys to Jimmy's house, and it was more easy than she thought. As she recalls this, she looks unsure about what they're doing. Erika calls Nagisa and asks her if she's nervous. Erika smiles and says that the lights are off, which means he's still at the school. Nagisa suddenly calls Erika and tells her that they should stop here and pleads her. Nagisa continues and says that if they go further than this, they won't get off with an apology. Suddenly, she hears someone ask, what are you saying at this point now? We see that it's Tsubaki. She reaches her hand to take the key as she tells Nagisa that she can just shut up and watch, cause she'll be the one doing it after all. As Tsubaki climbs the stairs, Nagisa screams and asks her what about the police. As Erika passes the key to Tsubaki, Nagisa tells Tsubaki that she's getting Erika involved as well and asks her what the heck is she thinking. Tsubaki replies and tells her that this doesn't have anything to do with Erika. She's the one who took the key. Hearing this confuses Nagisa, cause Erika was the one who actually took the key. Nagisa asks Tsubaki how could she do that. Tsubaki replies and says that it's always been like this. She was the one who led the bullying of the teachers. She was the one who made Momo the focus of her schemes. And she was the one who used Mari. She did everything. As Erika is standing at the bottom of the stairs, the lil shit twat acts like she's innocent and says, "Please, Tsubaki-chan, stop this. You're about to commit a crime." It's not too late to apologize to Jimmy Sensei and ask for his forgiveness. Hearing Erika act like this shocks Nagisa. The lil shit suddenly smiles and acts innocent as she says, "Just kidding." Seeing this makes Nagisa finally realize everything. As Nagisa looks shocked, she asks Erika if she was the one behind this all along. Erika looks at her with a cold gaze and says, "Oh no, Nagisa-chan, didn't you hear me? I didn't do anything." As she says this, Tsubaki puts the key in the lock and tries to open it. As they turn the key, they are confused. Now, in the morning, we see Tenjiku looking shocked. She sees the MC looking the same as usual, while Momo looks pissed. Tenjiku panics and asks him what in heaven was he doing with Momo on the rooftop. They both can't be bothered to answer her, so they just stay silent. He replies and tells her that he still has some time before he has to go to work, so he'll go home. Momo looks really tired as she says that she will take a bath and skip classes for today. He walks away after saying that. As Momo also walks away, she looks worried and scared. She thinks that she doesn't feel like talking at all and wonders if the scar on the MC's wrist is probably a scar from a wrist cut. She wonders if it's like the one Mari has, but she thinks that it's different. His scar is more serious. Now, we see the MC looking at his watch being a little loose on his wrist. As he's looking at his wrist, something suddenly bounces off his head. He sees that it's the key to his house. Suddenly, he hears someone ask him if that is really the key to his house. We see that it's Tsubaki. She tells him that it didn't open the door to his house. He calmly replies and tells her, "I see." As he picks up the key, he says, "So that's why we were trapped on the rooftop. I'm glad I made this dummy key." Suddenly, Tsubaki says, "Unbelievable." She starts screaming and says, "You, Momo, Mari, and Nobuko. No matter what I did, everyone always managed to get away." He calmly looks at this dumbass and says, "Most people would, though." She replies and tells him that if they run, she'll have no choice but to do more. As she looks scared, she says, "A dummy? Give me a break. I'm sure I'll be called upon to do even more evil than I already have." She screams and says, "Don't make me suffer anymore," as she remembers the lil shit Erika's face. Tsubaki calms down and says that her father is being held hostage. If what her father has done for her were to become exposed, his life, let alone his job, would be over. She continues and says, "Ironic, isn't it? The more she tries to protect her father, the more evil she becomes. And each time, her father would cover for her and prevent her arrest." She asks him how can she ever be free. He calls Tsubaki and says, "That's enough. Why don't you stop pretending to be the victim? You're a perpetrator." Hearing this shocks Tsubaki. He continues and says that she has attempted theft, attempted trespassing. She's not the victim here, he's the victim. He asks her if she wants him to draw her a diagram. He draws a very simple diagram for this not-so-simple dumbfuck and tells her that the father who is protecting her is also a kind of accomplice perpetrator. If she wants to get arrested, she should tell her fellow perpetrators who say they're preventing the arrest. He tells her that it's not like this will be in the upcoming tests, but she should please remember the difference. He continues and says, "What's truly ironic is that even though you can understand mathematical formulas and writing problems better than most, you and your parents don't have the same understanding of social common sense." Tsubaki looks scared as she says, "Jimmy Sensei." He responds and tells the dumbfuck, "Yes, that's me." He tells her that she can have that diagram until she's expelled. He tells her this and then goes into his house. As we see the MC in his house, he suddenly says, "Just kidding." We see that he has another identical phone already. He calls Director Takayam with it. As he looks at Tsubaki's student details, he tells the director that he just worked 14 minutes and 22 seconds of overtime, and he'd like to apply for it to be added to his overtime pay. As he walks in his house, we see that it's an absolute dump filled with loads of papers and documents. As he's still on the call, he tells the director that Tsubaki is a bit of a problem, but as a teacher, he'll take the appropriate actions. He says that he's got a lot of work to do, but he's sure that he'll get it done soon. As he sits down on his desk, he looks at some papers and says, "It's fine, because it's my duty." Chapter 33. We continue as we see Tsubaki recalling the MC telling her to stop pretending to be the victim. As she locks in, we see her calling her mom and dad. She tells them that they need to talk. At the school, we see Mari looking emotionless as she slowly pulls out a box cutter. Momo sees this and gets scared as she tells her that it's a misunderstanding. Mari looks pissed and annoyed as she screams at Momo saying, "You were locked up with Jimmy Sensei until the morning? That's unfair!" As she screams at Mari and tells her that she wasn't locked up there because she wanted to, and that she's been through a lot. Momo hesitantly says, "Besides." Hearing this confuses Mari. Momo struggles how to say it and thinks whether she should say it or not. But Mari blackmails Momo. Seeing that Mari might commit non-existence, Momo gives in and tells Mari to calm down. Momo tells Mari that she saw something as she recalls the scar on the MC. She continues and tells that Jimmy Sensei had a scar on his wrist. Hearing this surprises Mari. They both turn around and see that Oda is also there, and she looks like she doesn't care about what she just heard. Momo says that she thought Oda would enjoy gossiping about Jimmy, and that she was happy about what he did. Oda smiles and says that she doesn't really care at all. She continues and says that she was wondering why Momo called her this early morning, and guessed that maybe a woman dumped him a long time ago and tried to commit non-existence. That's why he's been a virgin for so long. Oda continues and says, "If anything, you're the strange for even worrying." Mari looks concerned as she says that it must have hit him pretty hard if he ended up hurting himself. Mari gets more worried as she thinks that if he was willing to not exist, and says that he might have gone all out. He must have left a pretty deep wound with his dominant hand. She recalls all her interactions with him and says that he mostly uses his right hand to hold things. Sometimes he moves his left hand as if he was protecting it from something. Momo also recalls her interactions with him and says, "That's why I'm telling." She continues and says that maybe there's some damage in his brain, whatever the reason is. He really tried to not exist once. Now in the staff room, we see Tenjiku staring intensely at something. We see that she's looking at the MC working. She thinks about how she found him and Momo on the rooftop and wonders what he did last night with Momo on the roof. She doesn't think he was the only one that had a hard time, though. Suddenly, she calls him and says that she was wondering about something. She hesitates and asks, "If you don't mind, as a fellow teacher, I'd like to know what you were doing with your student." With a straight face, he asks her what is she talking about. He continues and says, "More importantly, Tenjiku-sensei, regarding the test given after summer break, the students of Class B." Before he could finish, she screams and says, "I'm talking about that day on the roof." Amari in the back hears Tenjiku scream and says, "On the roof?" The MC replies and says, "Oh, you were talking about that." He continues and says that he doesn't have the obligation to answer that question since it was a private matter and not about work. Hearing this baffles Tenjiku. As they are talking, someone calls for the MC. We see that it's Tsubaki greeting him good morning. Seeing her shocks Tenjiku. The MC wishes her back and tells her that she came to school so early today, it's just past 8 in the morning. She tells him that she was waiting for him. He tells her that she's been quite behind in her classes since she was absent. As she's holding an envelope, she tells him that he shouldn't worry about it. As she hands the envelope, we see that it says school withdrawal notice. As she gives it, she tells him that she will stop attending Suezono starting today. Now we see someone saying that they are just happy to happen to be here today. We see that it's the director. She asks Tsubaki, "Isn't dropping out too sudden?" As she holds the school withdrawal notice, she tells Tsubaki that she doesn't understand why. She cannot find any signature from Tsubaki's parents. Tsubaki has a serious face as she hears this. The director asks her if her parents are aware of this. If there's no signature, Tsubaki will not be allowed to withdraw. Tsubaki laughs and says, "I think it's better for you to admit it, right? You know, right? That I'm a criminal?" The director replies and says she doesn't want to. She gets serious and tells Tsubaki that usually she would have already expelled Tsubaki, but the board of directors is vulnerable when it comes to political talk. There's nothing the director can do if the police get involved. As Tsubaki smiles, she clicks her tongue. She asks the director, "Doesn't justice matter in Suezono?" The director asks her, what should she do? She says that the parents of Mari were hoping to get back in their former company. They promised not to prosecute. Momo's office is already under control to keep her mouth shut. The director asks Tsubaki how does she think she can convince her parents in a world without justice. Tsubaki replies and says that there's no normal way to do that. As she says this, they suddenly hear breaking news on the TV. The news anchor says, "This morning, around 7:55 a.m., Shozo Yabu, a member of the Japanese Democratic Party, and his wife Masami found with multiple stab wounds to the abdomen and lower back at his home in Tokyo." As we hear this, we see Tsubaki's parents in a puddle of blood. The anchor continues and says, the secretary, who was suspicious of the lack of communication, called the police to report that the couple had gone missing. Both of them survived, but they are still unconscious. As we hear this, we see the flashback where Tsubaki tells her mom and dad that they have to talk. We see Tsubaki telling her parents that she wants to turn herself in. The parents scream and tells her that's enough. She continues and tells them that she has done too many sins. Same for mom and dad, that always covers her up. As she cries, she pleads them to please understand that she doesn't want to suffer anymore. The father gently calls her name as he gets close to her. He suddenly grabs her hair and pulls her as he says, "You really are a handful of a child, you know." As he says this, he slaps her. Seeing her get beat worries the mom. The dad kicks her as he says, "Whose fault do you think this is, huh?" He kicks her in the gut as he says, "This is because you've been killing these bastards. You have put this family into a difficult situation. I'm a politician. You're a pain in the ass." As she gets kicked, she screams in pain. The dad keeps kicking her. Suddenly he tells her that all she had to do is to keep Erika happy for her entire life. Hearing this shocks Tsubaki. She has the eyes of someone who got betrayed. She looks at her dad and asks him if he knew about Erika all along. She can't believe what she just heard. As she looks betrayed, she says, "Why, I can't express how tough it was for me. How much longer?" As she says this, she backs into the kitchen counter. Suddenly, she gets a knife in her hand. The mom comes between Tsubaki and the dad and tells her to not carry such a thing. She tells Tsubaki to let's talk it out. Tsubaki looks confused as she says, "Talk it out?" The mom thinks that Tsubaki wants to talk, so she becomes hopeful and says, "Yes, I'm sure there's a better solution." As the mom is telling Tsubaki that she should listen to her father, Tsubaki stabs her like she's trying to see if she's cake or real. Tsubaki pulls the knife out as her eyes have gone completely black. The mom falls on the floor as she covers her wound. Tsubaki holds the knife with both her hands as they tremble. The pussy dad tries to keep his distance from Tsubaki, but she stabs him multiple times like it's a hack and slash game. After stabbing her parents, she holds the bloody knife and starts crying. As she's crying and covered in blood, she starts laughing as she looks like she's finally gotten rid of a heavy burden. Now back to the present with the director and Tsubaki. The TV anchor continues and says the Metropolitan Police Department plans to investigate the case as a homicide. They're going to talk to the daughter, a high school student, who is believed to be on her way to school. Tsubaki smiles and tells the director, "After all, it's still better for you to receive the withdrawal." We see the MC looking out the window and see that there's a bunch of TV channel reporters standing outside the school. As we see this, we hear Tsubaki say that she's going to turn herself in. Chapter 34. We continue as we see Tsubaki walking out the school as the news channels say, in case of Congressman Yabu and his wife who were stabbed in multiple places all over their body at their home and are seriously injured and unconscious, the police announced that they have arrested the eldest daughter, a high school student, who turned herself in. As we hear this, we see Tsubaki smiling. Now we see that the school has a lot of reporters surrounding it. We hear the news channels discussing about this as they say, how in the world did something like this happen? They say the girl was just like usual, laughing and all. Now we see someone seeing Tsubaki's face on the internet as they say that Tsubaki's face is all over the internet. Akashi looks at it and asks, what should they do? Suddenly we hear someone scream and say, "Give me a break." We see that it's Amari. She looks pissed as she screams and says, "It's been a night and the media is still all around the school. It's so annoying." Suddenly, we hear someone from the TV saying, "Our school wasn't involved in this incident in any way." We see that it's the director giving an interview about the situation. She continues and says that they received a withdrawal notice from the student in question, and they already consider her a former student. Akashi looks at it and says, "Well, you look dignified there. You've already held a press conference and all." Tenjiku tells Amari, "You won't really say anything about that incident you tried to get rid of, will you?" Amari replies and says, "It's like you ran away as fast as you could." As they are talking, we hear someone tells director that they look great on camera. Tenjiku and Amari hear this. Tenjiku asks Amari if this is really the time to be talking about such carefree things. Amari replies and says that they can't say anything inappropriate, considering how Jimmy-sensei feels. As she says this, they both look worried as they look at the MC. They see that he's working like it's another normal day. Seeing this surprises them. Tenjiku looks worried as she says, "He's just the same as always, isn't he?" Amari replies and says that both the director and Jimmy have iron hearts. It's as if this isn't the first time he's dealt with this kind of thing. Now, we see Erika on the rooftop seeing the director's interview. Nagisa looks worried as she calls Erika. Nagisa asks her why did Tsubaki do that. Erika replies and says, "I wonder why." She continues and says, "Hurting a person you've been protecting for so long by making them do things they don't want to do. Even if the rumors of her arrest become too widespread and she got pushed into a corner, rumors are rumors." She continues and asks Nagisa, "Don't you think they're too far-fetched and don't really prove anything?" If only her father had been honest enough to allow her to admit her guilt at the time she killed her classmate. Maybe her heart was worn out and she couldn't take it anymore. Nagisa replies and tells her that she's the one who cornered Tsubaki with that story. She's the one who's been making her do things she doesn't want to do. Erika smiles and says, "No, that's not quite it, Nagisa-chan." She continues and says that Tsubaki didn't have to do it if she didn't want to. It was Tsubaki herself who made the choice. Who do you think is really at fault? The congressman, who was too busy defending herself. Tsubaki, who failed to see the true nature of the crime and chose to repeat it. The mother, who turned a blind eye to all her sins. Erika looks at Nagisa and says that Tsubaki finally did the right thing. She realized that what she had been protecting all her life wasn't worth protecting. Erika looks serious as she says, "I wonder who put that in her head." Now we see Momo looks at her phone while looking annoyed. We see that she's getting messages from news channels asking her if she wants to talk about the situation about Tsubaki to them. As she's sitting next to Mari, Momo screams and says that since yesterday, she's been getting calls on social media asking her to post information about Tsubaki. Mari replies and asks, "I know it's inappropriate, but isn't it an opportunity? It's not every day that a third-rate model gets to appear on a live news program." Hearing this pisses off Momo as she screams and says that she's a top-notch one, and she'll do it right someday, without any help from a scandal. She continues as she looks worried and says that she was told not to tell anyone about the incident by the office in the first place. Mari replies and says, "I wonder if this is because of Tsubaki's father. I heard that he's in critical condition, but he's still influential." Momo tells her that people are suspicious enough as it is. The school was trying to keep quiet about it, but the rumor has already spread so much that anything remotely controversial is going to be posted all over the place. Momo looks tired as she says that she knows it's just another rumor now, but if there's anything definitive, it's just a matter of time before she's dead, socially. Now we see Oda standing on a pedestrian bridge as she tells someone that she went through a lot of trouble to send it to them, but they're not releasing that recording. TV and the internet are full of stories of Tsubaki. She doesn't know if anyone will believe her because it's just audio, but if they're going to release it, now's the best time to do it. At the very least, the students of Suezono should be able to recognize the voices of the teachers. Oda looks serious as she continues and says that if only she had brought this out to the public earlier, this incident might not have happened. Now we finally see that Oda was talking to Nagisa. Oda continues and says that Tsubaki said that someone threatened her to do something bad, that she killed someone a long time ago, and that's why she always wanted to be arrested, it said. Oda asks Nagisa if she knew about this. Nagisa replies and says, "Even if I found out about it normally, you would have kept quiet if you're a friend. In the first place, I was never told if she wanted to be arrested or not." Oda screams and tells her that if she's Tsubaki's friend, she should do whatever she can to make her pay for her crimes. She continues and says that she thought Nagisa was that kind of girl. Hearing this surprises her. Oda tells her that unlike Erika, Nagisa said that if she was harsh, she would save Tsubaki. Suddenly Nagisa screams and tells Oda to shut up. She tells her that she should have done it herself. Nagisa looks frustrated as she says, "Isn't that your specialty?" Oda didn't like Tsubaki, so she could have been merciless at any cost. "You should have lied or something, getting a lot of attention on the internet, let it burn or something, and exposed it to the public, yourself." Oda screams and says, "That's right, I'm good at it. It's such a waste. If I made a video of it, I'm sure it would get a lot of views. But even if I do, they'll probably think I'm lying again. Once again, she screams and says, "That's why I left it up to you, Nagisa-chan." Nagisa looks confused as she asks her, "What's the point of releasing it now?" Tsubaki's been arrested already. Oda replies and says that there's one thing: Tsubaki's parents and the guy who threatened her need to be made to pay for their sins. Oda looks serious as she says, "You know, the kind of father who's been covering up his crimes for his own career all these years?" No matter what Tsubaki said at the police station, there was a good chance that she would play victim Zilla and run away. Oda continues and tells Nagisa that she doesn't have to give her real name, her face, or anything. She'll even teach her how to make a video. If she got annoyed with her talk room and deleted it, she still has the data here. Oda pulls out her phone as she says that she can send the file again. As she pulls out her phone, the bitch Nagisa smacks the phone out of her hand. As she does this, the bitch looks scared. She apologizes to Oda and says that she really can't do it. Chapter 35. We continue as we see someone on the news saying, "Why did the girl turn on her parents?" In the darkness of her mind are the problems that modern society is facing. We see some girl watching this on multiple TVs as they stand outside an electronics store. As the girl is watching this, they say, "Suck it up, criminal." Now we see Nagisa recalling Oda telling her that she left it up to her. Nagisa slams her locker in frustration and says, "Damn it." Suddenly, we see Akashi asking Nagisa if she has a minute. He looks concerned as he tells her that she hasn't been coming to club activities for a long time. He tells her that she's admitted on a sports recommendation, so she'd better start doing it right. He continues and tells her that she's always excelled in academics outside of sports, and because of Congressman Yabu's arrangement, she was placed in Class A, the same as Tsubaki, instead of a special sports class. So he knows it's complicated for her now that Tsubaki's house is in such a mess. Suddenly, Nagisa gets serious and tells him that he doesn't get anything. She tells him that he doesn't know anything about their feelings. After this interaction, we see Nagisa walking as she sees a girl with a broken leg. As the girl approaches Nagisa, she trips and falls down and drops the papers she was holding. Nagisa gets down to pick up the papers and help the girl, but we see that the girl is Nobuko. Nobuko sees that the girl who's helping her is none other than Nagisa. Seeing that it's Nagisa scares her. Nobuko screams and tells Nagisa to get away from her and that she's a friend of that criminal. As Nobuko looks terrified, she says that she won't forget. Tsubaki pushed Mari off a cliff at the training camp and that Nagisa and Erika turned a blind eye to it. She continues and says that she won't even forgive her for what she did. Now, in the staff room, we see the MC and Tenjiku. As Tenjiku is working, she keeps peeking at the MC. He notices this and directly asks her if there's something she wants from him. Seeing that she's been caught makes her panic and sweat. Tenjiku looks a bit serious and concerned as she asks him, what does he think about Tsubaki's situation? He replies and asks her what does she mean. She asks him if he's sure he wants this to end like this. She continues and asks what in the world was going on in her family. Has she hurt so many people because adults have not taught her right and wrong properly? She continues and says that they're just scared to death of Tsubaki's backing. She wonders if they could have done more as teachers before this happened. He replies and asks, "You mean whether or not we could have stopped this from happening?" Tenjiku Sensei, are you perhaps thinking that being a teacher means to be something like a hero of justice? He continues and tells her that they're just teachers. All he can do is try to teach them some basic social cues. They don't know if the student will commit a crime or not. As long as the teachers are doing their job properly and to the minimum, the blame lies with him or her and not with them. No matter what the circumstances, no matter how unreasonable the reasons, unless they're a completely helpless infant, if they choose that path of their own will, they can't go back to the life they've previously had. He believes that actions always have consequences, and if she can't see anything in the dark, and there are no options, then they just chose the path that there were no options. Hearing this confuses her a little. Suddenly he shows her a book as he says, "Tenjiku-sensei, I've warned you many times before, and so have your students." As she takes the book, she looks confused. Now we see at the entrance of the school, there is a board saying, "No one from the media is allowed to enter." We see Momo and Mari hiding behind a tree. As Momo hides, she looks scared. She asks Mari if the media is still hounding the school ground. She continues and says that Momo's so cute and stands out a lot, so Momo could get caught. Mari looks worried as she says that it's a big story that caused quite a stir in the public, and she doesn't think they're going to give up until they get some details about what really happened in Tsubaki's family. Suddenly, they see Nobuko looking at all the reporters. They take a closer look and figure out that it's Nobuko. She looks at the reporters and says, "Why is it that, with all these media gathered here, there's almost no coverage of what Tsubaki has been doing?" She looks terrified as she says, so she's still being protected even though she stabbed her parents? She thinks about the time when she asked Sakaedi for help and says, "Yet I had no one to protect me." Suddenly a reporter calls out to Nobuko and asks her if she's a student of this school. He hands her a card and tells her that this is who he is. He says, "If you don't mind, I was wondering if you could tell me anything about this incident. Rumors, anything you know, anything at all." Nobuko looks at the card with anger. Suddenly she replies and says, "I do have something." As we see the other students looking at the reporters outside, we hear Nobuko tell the reporter, "I was pretty sure I told the police about it, but the school is hiding it from everyone. There's been so much talk about this, and everyone should know about it. It's not just Yabu Tsubaki, Class 1A is full of monsters." Chapter 36. We continue as we see Nobuko looking angry and disgusted as she tells the reporter that Class 1A is really full of monsters. As she looks scared, she tells him that she'll tell anything to make them suffer. The reporter replies and says, "Class 1A? Wasn't that the class of Counselor Yabu's daughter? Is there something wrong with the class itself, not just her?" She replies and says, "Yes, in fact, I think we should definitely expose them to the public." She gets all angry and says that they should make sure the bad guys get served justice. But suddenly she stops as someone comes behind her. She turns around and sees that it's the MC. She looks at him and says his name. The MC asks the reporter, which news organization does he work for? He tells him that it's prohibited to directly ask an interview from the school officials and tells him to please refrain from any further action. As he says this, the MC takes Nobuko and walks away. As the MC walks away, the reporter finds the MC's name familiar. He thinks that he's pretty sure he's seen that teacher somewhere before. Now at the police station, we see Tsubaki walking into a room to talk to a person. As she walks in, we see that person say, "You've done something very unladylike, haven't you, Tsubaki-san?" She replies and says, "It's been a while, Sugano-san." As she sits down, she tells him that this is rather late appearance for a lawyer, and she almost forgot who he is. Sugano smiles and tells her to not be so defensive and to take it easy. There is no one else in this room that will hear them. Tsubaki tells him that he's lucky. She's practiced her patience and asks him if it's fair for her to interpret that it took him a long time to prepare. Sugano apologizes to her and tells her that from now on, he'll be careful to make sure she doesn't have to wait as long. That's why he would like to share the good news with her as soon as possible. Though it was not disclosed to the press yet, her father has woken up. Tsubaki replies and says, "That's sad news. You didn't come all this way to report something so trivial, did you?" Hearing this makes him smile awkwardly. He continues and says that's not all. He slides a medical certificate to her. He tells her that this is a psychiatric report. According to this report, Tsubaki has been suffering from severe mental illness since middle school. This record also shows her many years of hospital visits, painfully going through her daily life as she fights her disease. Tsubaki replies and tells him that she doesn't remember going through that. Sugano makes a devilish expression as he says, "Oh no, you did." He tells her that they're hoping for a sentence of 3 years in prison and 4 years of probation. There's room for sympathy for why she stabbed the victims, her parents. The victims never wanted their daughter to go to prison. That's the scenario. He continues and tells her that then they'll fly abroad, or whatever, until everything cools down. Tsubaki makes a very disgusted face hearing this and says, "Fuck my father." Sugano smiles and tells her that's not a very ladylike thing to say. He gets serious as he tells her that she's such a spoiled little girl, and there are many dirty things in this world. As he says this, now we see the MC and Nobuko. Nobuko looks dissatisfied as she asks the MC why did he stop her. She screams and tells him that she's not the only one. Mari from his class and many others. She asks him if he has any idea how much Tsubaki hurt those people. As she cries, she screams at the top of her lungs and says, "Is self-preservation really that important to you?" As he looks at her, he remembers his past student. He remembers her saying, "You have no idea how much they've hurt us." As he's remembering this, Nobuko tells him that she'll never forgive him. They'll definitely punish those guys. Suddenly, he calls her name, class, and attendance number. He tells her that it must have been hard for her. It must have been painful. She has every right to want to retaliate, but he's not going to give her any lip service related to this case, nor would he recommend fighting recklessly anymore. Hearing this surprises her. He tells her that she must run away, even if she knows she's in the right. Sometimes it's better not to confront them. Now we see him walking in the school after talking to her. As he walks, he holds his head as if he's in pain. He goes to the special room and holds a strip of tablets. As he takes it, he remembers his old students calling him. Now back to Tsubaki and Sugano. Tsubaki looks up at the ceiling and looks at the light. As she looks at it, she says, "It's certainly dirty. My father knew everything about what I did before. He did nothing. I don't expect anything from him anymore." Tsubaki asks if he knows this person by any chance. She tells him that this person has been trying to reach her exclusively through calls. We see that it's Erika. She says that Erika probably doesn't want to leave any of her interactions with her in writing. She's very thorough. A call history from a friend is not enough to prove anything about herself. She continues and says, "Our hands are clean. She didn't leave much evidence. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. But she got my father on board as well." Tsubaki tells him that she's sure there'll be nothing to worry about once she's arrested. Hearing this scares Sugano a little. He asks Tsubaki what girl is she talking about. Tsubaki replies and says, "Erika Tsutsuji, she's been playing me like a fiddle ever since my father covered up the murder I committed a long time ago." Hearing this shocks Sugano. Tsubaki smiles. She apologizes to him and says that he asked, so she told him. She continues and says that Sugano's position may be in jeopardy if he finds out about this. Tsubaki apologizes to him for being such a spoiled little girl. Sugano says, "I see." He asks her, what exactly does she want? Tsubaki smiles and tells him that there's someone she wants to see. As she says this, we see the MC sitting in the special class. Chapter 37. We continue as we see a flashback of Tenjiku in high school. One of her teachers asks her, has she thought about what she wants to be in the future? The young Tenjiku looks all excited and happy as she says, "Of course, I want to be a teacher." Now back to the present. We see Tenjiku in her class. She greets everyone and says, "I know you've been through a lot lately, but let's switch things up and keep working hard." As she writes on the blackboard and turns around to the students, she tells them that the first period is Japanese. She tells them to open their textbook to page 82, but she sees that nobody actually cares and they all are just talking to each other. They treat Tenjiku like she's air and gossip about Tsubaki and the whole media situation. The students continue and say, I wrote a little story about Tsubaki and it got really popular and I was so scared. I heard that the teacher has been monitoring social media since the incident, so wouldn't it be dangerous if they found out? It's creepy that they're monitoring the students in the first place. As Tenjiku hears this, she thinks that she always wanted to be a teacher since she was a student. To her, teachers were respected mentors, dependable, always ready to help, and shining heroes of justice. Now we see her taking attendance and thinking that Tsukishita is late again. As she does this, she recalls the MC asking her if she thinks that being a teacher means something like a hero of justice. She recalls this and questions herself what exactly is a teacher. Now outside the school, we see a girl look at the horde of reporters and get worried. She climbs over the gate as she says that the reporters make it hard to get in through the main gate. As this girl jumps over the fence, she sees that there's another girl right there. They both crash into each other and drop all their things. We see that the other girl is Nagisa. As she's on the floor, she asks what the hell's wrong with the other girl. The other girl gets worried as she calls Nagisa Tsubaki's groupie. Nagisa is about to say something, but suddenly notices something on the ground. She sees a stack of cash in an envelope and gets shocked. The other girl frantically apologizes to Nagisa and tells her that she'll buy her pancakes next time, but Nagisa tells her that she doesn't want it. The other girl gets serious and says, "But you're Nagisa, aren't you? If people find out that I hurt the prince of the ballet team, they'll be very angry with me." The girl suddenly pulls out some cash. Seeing this confuses Nagisa. Nagisa gets pissed and tells the girl that she told her that she doesn't need it. Hearing this surprises the girl. The girl replies and says, "You don't? Money is important, you know?" The girl continues and says that she thought Nagisa would like it because money is power. Nagisa replies and says that she's not interested. Suddenly, that girl asks her, "Then why were you hanging out with Tsubaki?" Nagisa continues and asks the girl, "What about you? I don't know what class you're from. Why do you have all that money?" Now we see that this girl's name is Tsukishita Hitomi. We see Tenjiku looking concerned as she looks at Hitomi's attendance card and thinks that she's been frequently late since last month. Tenjiku once again recalls the MC telling her that he's warned her many times before. She gets worried and thinks that comment by Jimmy Sensei. I wonder if it means that there's something wrong with Hitomi. Suddenly someone says, "Tsukishita Hitomi?" We see that it's Amari. Amari tells Tenjiku that Hitomi is terrible and if Tenjiku could say something to her. Hearing this shocks Tenjiku. Amari continues and says that Hitomi never does her assignments and she sleeps most of the time in class. Sakaede also shares the same sentiment and says that he feels for Amari as it's the same with him. He continues and says that Hitomi has no motivation at all. Amari adds in and says that it's amazing that she's even attending classes at all. She's become strangely flamboyant lately. She came to school with a brand name bag the other day. Hearing this shocks Tenjiku. Amari continues and says that the brand is also super luxury brand, where 20,000 to 30,000 yen isn't enough at times. Akashi adds in and says, "It's not like Hitomi's parents are CEO or anything." He's pretty sure that Hitomi's house is a normal family. Amari replies and says, "I wonder how a high school student got their hands on that much." Sakaede asks if she's getting a part-time job without telling the school. He continues and says, "Unless you have a special case like Momo, you're not allowed to take a part-time job while studying here at Suizono." Tenjiku didn't know about this, so she looks surprised as she says, "That can't be." As they are talking about this, we see that the MC is done with his work. He immediately heads out of the staff room. Seeing him go, Tenjiku calls him and follows him. The MC turns around and asks her, "What is it?" As she looks concerned, she asks him if he thinks Hitomi might be having some troubles. She continues and says, "As you pointed out before, in addition to tardiness, I understood that my attitude towards classwork, such as submission, was not serious, but is there anything else?" With a straight face, he replies and says, "Why are you asking me that?" He turns around and says, "Class 1B, attendance number 14, Tsukishita Hitomi, is a student from your class, Tenjiku Sensei." As he says this, we see her standing right behind him and hearing them talk. Now, in the garden of the school, we see Nagisa recalling Hitomi, asking her why is she hanging out with Tsubaki. As Nagisa looks troubled while recalling this, she tries to tell herself something, but suddenly someone calls her. We see that it's Erika. Erika looks concerned as she asks Nagisa if she's okay, and that she looks like she's been under the weather lately. Seeing Erika surprises her. Erika continues and says that Akashi-sensei was worried about her. He said that she hasn't been coming to club activities at all since the summer. Erika asks her if she's worried about Tsubaki all this time. Nagisa tries to say something, but Erika interrupts and says, "I'm sure you're not." Hearing this scares and shocks Nagisa. Erika just looks at Nagisa's terrified face and smiles. Erika continues and tells her that she never was actually interested in Tsubaki. Now back to the MC and Tenjiku. Hitomi looks at them and says, "Aoi-chan sensei and Jimmy sensei?" Suddenly she puts on a big smile. Hitomi suddenly screams and apologizes to Tenjiku for being late again. She says that she's been sick a lot in the mornings lately and once again apologizes. Hearing this worries Tenjiku. Tenjiku gets concerned and asks her if she's fine now. Hitomi starts crying and says, "That's right, I'm sorry to have worried you." Tenjiku suddenly gets tense as she was about to say that if she's okay now, it's all good. She suddenly notices a brand name bag, which Hitomi is carrying, and remembers the other teachers saying, "She came to school with a brand name bag the other day." Tenjiku gets more nervous and tries to ask Hitomi about the bag, but suddenly Hitomi changes the topic and says that second period is about to start and bolts away from Tenjiku before she could ask her anything. The MC and Tenjiku look at her as she runs away. Now back in the staff room with the other teachers, we see someone saying that they think that they have an idea about the thing they were talking about before. We see that it's Amari. Someone asks her, "Is this thing about Hitomi?" Amari looks worried as she says, "Yeah, no matter what you say to her, she never actually listens." How can I put it? She's so good with words. She always manages to get away with it. As Amari recalls the cheerful Hitomi's face, she says that she found something while she was monitoring her SNS. As the teachers look at what Amari found, everyone looks absolutely stunned. As they look at a post, they say, "If this is her, it might be too much for Tenjiku-sensei to handle." Now we see what this post is. We see that it's Hitomi saying that she's looking for a papa with some rules attached to it. She says that she's looking for a papa to meet with this week's Saturday. Chapter 38. We continue as we see the post which Hitomi had put. Someone sees this and says, Tsukishita-san is doing compensated dating? We see that it's Tenjiku. Hearing that one of her students is doing this shocks her. We see her standing in shock, as she says, "Sugar daddy," in disbelief. Now after school we see a plate of fluffy pancakes. We see that it's Hitomi eating them. She smiles and says, "I'm so happy. I didn't really expect you to come with me." We see that she's talking to Nagisa. Nagisa tells her that she did not come here because she wanted to, and Hitomi is the one who persistently invited her. Hitomi replies and says that she did it because the pancakes here are very popular. She craves for them on a regular basis. She points at the crowd outside the store and says, "Looks so crowded, doesn't it? That's why I'm too nervous to go alone." Nagisa looks annoyed as she tells her that she could have just invited someone else and asks her, doesn't she have other friends? Hitomi replies and says, "Yeah, no." Hearing this surprises Nagisa. Hitomi continues and says that she spent a lot of time working part-time as soon as she started school. She didn't really fit in with the rest of the class. As she's saying this, suddenly someone says, "Luna-chan?" Hitomi turns around and sees an older-looking man with a young girl. Hitomi looks a bit troubled as she calls him Mr. Yu. The guy tells her that he knew it was Luna. He remembers this place being her favorite. He looks at Nagisa and asks her if she's a friend from her school. He looks at her uniform and says that's the Suizono girls' school uniform. He didn't know that she went there. Nagisa tries to say something, but the guy smiles and apologizes for interrupting them. He looks forward to seeing Hitomi again. He taps Hitomi's shoulder and tells her that he'll give her lots of allowance, so she can look forward to it. Him suddenly saying this makes the situation awkward between Nagisa and her. Nagisa gets worried and tries to ask her something, but Hitomi immediately panics and says that it's just a part-time job. She smiles and says that the man they just met was Yu Orito, and he runs a big company. She met him online, and they see each other regularly, but this is a super high-paying job. She continues and says that they give her tons of money just for dressing up a little and going out on dates with them. She tells Nagisa to not get her wrong, as there's no indecency going on here. She tells her that Mr. Yu is a very nice and wealthy man. He can definitely afford it, and she's just like a friend. Suddenly, Nagisa asks her if Luna is a fake name. She tells her that she's using a fake name and hiding information like which school she goes to. It's definitely not a decent relationship. Now back to the teachers. We see them looking at more pictures of Hitomi's account. Tenjiku looks at them and looks shocked as she asks them what is compensated dating. Sakaide replies and tells her that it's about looking for a supporter that's like a dad who gives them allowance. In this case, it's meeting older men online and going on dates with them in exchange for money. It is said that physical relationships are not necessarily required, but he's heard that some people tend to accept them. We see someone say, "In a nutshell, it's a prostitution ring." Hearing this shocks Hiragi. We see that the one who said it is the director. She looks indifferent, as she says that in their school, when such a situation is discovered, suspension or expulsion is the rule. Sakaide says that first it was Tsubaki, and now it's Hitomi. It would be a disaster if two students from the same year get expelled right after the other. Akashi also looking worried says, "As expected, you can't put the same sanctions on attempted murder and compensated dating." Suddenly someone says, "I can't say that." We see that it's the MC. He tells them that in the event that the other adult male has engaged in sexual activity with the student, sexual intercourse in exchange for money or goods constitutes as child prostitution. That could be serious enough penalty. Hearing this shocks Hiragi even more. She can't take any more of this and faints. Seeing her faint worries the teachers. As Tenjiku looks at everything going down, she looks terrified. Suddenly, the director calls her. The director asks, "Tsukishita-san was a student from your class, wasn't she?" Whatever it may be, Tenjiku needs to get the facts from Hitomi. If it's true, then she should instruct them to stop it immediately. This weekend, there will be a briefing session for the parents about Tsubaki. It's going to get the press attention again. They'd like to lessen as many problems as possible that could potentially damage the public image of their school. The director continues and tells Tenjiku to keep in mind the expulsion is inevitable. In the worst-case scenario, they can't keep a student who has committed an illegal act in the classroom. Now we see Tenjiku at her desk, looking at Hitomi's daddy dates posts, and thinks, what can she do now? She looks troubled as she doesn't know what to do. She wonders what if the compensated dating is real? What if the worst case happens? Tenjiku starts crying as she thinks about Hitomi getting expelled. She suddenly looks at the MC and asks him what is she supposed to do. He looks at her and says, "I don't know." He tells her that she's in charge of Class B and to not bother him about it. Getting this response baffles her. She apologizes to him and tells him that she's totally useless. She thought she was all set to be a teacher, but here she is. Her students despise her even more than they despise Jimmy Sensei. She tells him that the other day, he told her, "Are you under the misunderstanding that a teacher's duties also include acting like a hero that fights for justice or something?" In fact, for her, her teacher at school was like a hero. She thinks about her past and says that her teacher in high school was, no matter what happened, they were always there to help her, even more so than her own parents. He was always on her side, and she loved him. She gets a bit sad as she says maybe he couldn't leave it alone. As she tries to say something else, suddenly they get a phone call. Tenjiku gets up and says that she has to take this. As she goes to take the call, he tells her that he'll leave her to it. He's running way past his regular time today due to one emergency staff meeting. As he heads out, she tries to stop him but gets distracted by the phone. Suddenly, her face loses all its color as she says that she's Hitomi Tsukishida's homeroom teacher. She suddenly screams Nagisa's name too. All the teachers hear this and get worried. She cuts the call and tells the MC that Hitomi and Nagisa got put into protective custody by the police. Chapter 39. We continue as we see Hitomi and Nagisa in the cafe. Nagisa looks at the old man sitting with the other young girl and tells Hitomi that she's gonna have a word with him. Hearing this surprises Hitomi. As Hitomi tries to stop Nagisa, she still goes ahead to talk to the old man. Now, in the police station, we see the MC and Tenjiku. As Tenjiku looks at the old man with a bruise on his face, she looks shocked. Tenjiku screams and asks what the hell is going on. The police officer replies and tells her that's what he wants to know. He continues and says that the old man was peacefully eating in a restaurant, and suddenly he got assaulted by Nagisa, their student. As Nagisa stands there, with no regret on her face, the police officer says that he's been asking them why they beat him for a while, but they're both being quiet. The MC looks at the girls and says nothing. Nagisa looks pissed as she says, "What do you mean? I just punched him because I was creeped out." Hearing this angers Tenjiku as she screams Nagisa's name. The police officer looks pissed as he says, "Why don't you just apologize for what you've done?" The victim might have said that they won't file a report. Hearing about getting reported shocks her. Nagisa gets angry and screams, "Who do you think you are? You fucking pervert! I'm the one who wants to file a report." Suddenly, Hitomi gets angry and defends the old man as she tells Nagisa to stop. Hitomi looks scared as she tells her, "Please don't do this." Seeing this reaction surprises Nagisa and the others. Now we see the officer asks the old man if he's sure that he's settled with this arrangement. If he is settled with this, he should fill out a form. The old man agrees and fills it out. As the man is filling out the form, Nagisa looks at him with disgust. She takes a closer look and sees that his name is Makoto Ishida. Seeing this surprises her. She suddenly slams her hand on the form and screams, "I fucking knew it!" with a terrified look on her face. Seeing this reaction shocks Tenjiku. Suddenly the MC stops her. He bows down to the old man and apologizes to him. He says that he'll be sure to discuss this matter thoroughly with his students, with his head down. Now outside the police station, we see the girls and the teachers talking. Tenjiku looks worried as she asks Hitomi why did she call the teachers to come and pick her up instead of her parents. Tenjiku continues and says, "By any chance, the guy we were talking to earlier was your sugar daddy?" Hearing this makes Hitomi sweat as she says nothing. Seeing her silent makes Tenjiku say, "You really are doing compensated dating. Is that why you stayed silent the whole time?" Suddenly Hitomi screams and says that if the police find out, they'll call her parents. As she continues, the MC tells her that, of course the school will call her parents. The school is obligated to. This time, she was lucky that he overlooked that, and adding the fact that he was assaulted. She should consider herself lucky that she got off with just a slap on the wrist. Under her breath, she says, "The worst," as her eyes look like she hates everything and everyone. He continues and says that she's not prohibited from continuing that line of work. Tenjiku is worried for her as she says that earning money like that and having a sugar daddy is not good. But Hitomi screams and says that it was consensual, so it's fine. And she promised herself that she won't do any sexual favors, so it's not like she's a prostitute. She suddenly points to an advert with Momo on it and tells them to look at that. Even Momo from Class A is making money from her entertainment business. Hitomi asks them, why is she the only one being stopped here? The MC replies and says that Momo is working with permission from the school. In Hitomi's case, He doesn't think the school would approve of something as illegal as compensated dating. Hitomi replies and tells him to shut up and not make a big deal out of this and call it illegal, and then continue to beat around the bush when it comes to Yabutsubaki. She gets upset and runs away as she screams, "You're showing favoritism, you dwarf!" As she runs away, Tenjiku tries to stop her. After she's gone, Tenjiku apologizes to him and tells him that she thought that Hitomi was a good and honest girl. He replies and says he doubts she's a good girl if she keeps being tardy and absent without any valid excuse. Tenjiku looks at the direction in which Hitomi ran and stays silent. The MC asks her if she's not going after her. Hearing this confuses Tenjiku. He asks her why is she confused about this. She's Hitomi's homeroom teacher. Once they're taking in a student, it's their duty to send them home. Tenjiku replies and says that he's right. She's sure that she can't save Hitomi alone. She asks him to please chase after Hitomi with her. He replies and says that he's still responsible for sending Nagisa home. Tenjiku looks shocked. She asks, "Didn't you see what happened back there? Even though I was in charge, I had less presence than Jimmy-sensei." She continues and says that if she goes after her alone, Hitomi won't listen to her. In a situation like this, it's better to have a male teacher. Hearing this doesn't impress the MC at all as he can't be bothered. He tells her that she's in charge of the class. Tenjiku screams and says that she knows that, but she just doesn't know what she's supposed to do. Hitomi's definitely doing compensated dating. Once it comes out, she could be expelled. She doesn't even feel remorseful for doing it. She asks what makes him say that confronting her about it is the right thing to do. She tells him that he's always like this. He might be perfect at his job, but he always looks like he doesn't care at all. Even during Tsubaki's incident, he was like that. She asks, what about the students in other classes? "We're colleagues, aren't we?" She screams and tells him that if he's her colleague, then at least give her some advice. Now we see Hitomi looking out of breath after running. We see her apologizing to the old man, saying that the incident must have been bothersome. He tells her that it's okay and it wasn't a big deal. He continues and says that after what happened, it might be hard to see her again. Her school's going to be very strict. Hearing this worries Hitomi. He asks her if she still wants the money. She nods her head and yes. He grabs her shoulder and says, "If that's the case, then let's go on one last date." Now back to the MC and Tenjiku, we see him telling her that they're in front of a student. She suddenly realizes how she was behaving. She apologizes to him for behaving like this. He continues and says, "You know exactly what I mean, don't you? Yes, we're colleagues. I take care of Class A, Tenjiku takes care of Class B. Each teacher has to do their best for their own students. That's the job we were assigned to. Of course, there are some who may not be good at what they need to do, but having high ideals and not even putting any effort into it, I don't think it's right to put blame on your colleagues." Hearing this shocks her. He continues and tells her that he's not her teacher. It's not his job to help her. How long is she going to be the student? Sensei is her title, isn't it? He doesn't want to work with someone who unnecessarily drags others down. Hearing this shocks her even more. He looks serious as he tells her that if she's going to cause him any more trouble, then she should please quit. That's some advice from a colleague. Now we see Momo near that area where this is happening. She looks around as her manager thanks her for shooting today and that he'll give her a lift. The manager notices her not listening to him and calls her again. She looks at Hitomi and the old man. She says that it's her school uniform and asks, "What's with that man next to her?" She says maybe it's her dad or something. But suddenly, the manager sounds shocked as he stutters and says, "Momo-chan, wait a minute. Don't tell me they're going to." As he says this, he points at a place. We see that he's pointing at a love hotel. Seeing this makes Momo say, "Seriously?" as she sounds worried. Chapter 40. We continue as we see the old man and Hitomi enter the love hotel. Momo sees them enter the hotel and says that she can't believe this. Isn't this a crime? Now we see the manager telling Momo to wait. He tells her that she's a celebrity and an underage high school girl. She shouldn't get involved in bad things like love hotels and prostitution. He continues and tells her that these things have been getting more and more popular recently. Momo replies and tells him that she knows. That's why she's looking for him. As she says this, she comes to where the MC and Tenjiku are. The him she was mentioning was the MC. She screams and tries to call him by calling him a virgin, but she realizes she's in public and calls him Jimmy-sensei. As Momo calls him the MC, Tenjiku and Nagisa all turn towards her. Seeing this surprises Momo. Momo looks pissed as she sees Nagisa and asks her why is she here. Nagisa replies and tells her that she's the one who should be saying that, and asks Momo why is she here. Hearing this reminds Momo of the actual reason she's there. She panics and tells the MC that he should hurry up and come to the Love Hotel with her. It's the building nearby that looks like a castle. Hearing this from her makes him push her away. The people around them recognize Momo. She realizes how bad what she said sounds and tells him that she didn't mean anything weird. Momo continues and tells him that she came across a crime scene earlier. When she called the school, the teacher said that he happens to be nearby, so she came looking for him. Hearing the word crime worries Tenjiku. With worry, she says it can't be one of my students again. Suddenly Momo gets in a rush and says that she doesn't know who it was, but someone in their school's uniform was walking into a love hotel with an old man. That's definitely a bad thing. She tells them that she's heard that love hotels are very strict when it comes to that kind of thing these days. The manager interrupts her and tells her that now that she's told the teachers about it, they should go home. As the manager says this, Momo tells them that she's sure that the girl who she saw had long hair and was carrying a luxury brand bag. Hearing this makes Nagisa realize that this is Hitomi. She suddenly turns around and starts running towards the hotel. As she runs away, Momo gets confused and asks the teacher if the girl in question is Nagisa's friend. Tenjiku replies and says, maybe. Hearing this makes Momo run behind Nagisa as the manager tries to stop her. Tenjiku gets worried and asks the MC what should they do, but as she tries to ask him, she sees that he's already gone. As Momo is chasing Nagisa, she sees that Nagisa is already far ahead. She says, as expected from someone from a specialized sports class. The MC asks Momo, what does she mean by this, while he's right behind her. Seeing him behind her scares Momo. She tells him that once Nagisa sees someone as an enemy, her strong temper gets triggered, especially if it's towards men. She might beat the geezer to a pulp. Hearing this reminds him of the time when Nagisa kicked the MC. As he recalls this, he says, I am aware. Momo starts worrying as she says that if there's violence, the reputation of Suezono will fall. It was the only famous school Momo could get into, even if she was dumb. As they are talking about this, we see the manager has caught up to them and tells Momo that she can't do this. Now we see the MC thanking her as he tells him that, as the manager said, this is no place for a child. If anyone sees her, her reputation could be tarnished. Anything beyond this point is the teacher's job. As he says this to her, he tells the manager to take care of Momo. Seeing him being so considerate of her makes her blush and question, why is he acting so cool? She gets annoyed as she says, you usually act like such a virgin. Momo's never been in a love hotel herself, let alone that virgin of a teacher. Suddenly she turns to the manager and asks him to confirm that she's right here. The manager gets shocked and says that he wouldn't know. Now, we see Tenjiku looking all worried as she says that she was late and got separated from the others, and wonders if this is the right hotel. She asks herself, maybe Jimmy Sensei's already here? Would it make sense for me to go in there after taking this? She's looking at her phone and thinks that maybe there's something she can do if she waits. She thinks about calling the police. Her face turns pale as she worries and says, but what if Momo got it all wrong? In fact, there's also that possibility of Nagisa losing her temper and causing a major incident. How am I going to make up an excuse now? As she thinks about this, she remembers the MC telling her that he doesn't want to work with someone who unnecessarily drags others down. If she's going to cause him any more trouble, she should just quit. As she remembers these words, she starts crying and wonders if she should just quit. Suddenly, we see the manager see Tenjiku and screams at her. He comes close to her and looks surprised as he says, you're the teacher, right? You were just with Momo. Tenjiku sees him and notices that he's Momo's manager. He tells her that he was standing by the car waiting with Momo. Momo told him that her homeroom teacher stopped her from following him, but she said she wouldn't leave until things were resolved. The manager tells Tenjiku that he'll wait in the car with her if she wants. It's not safe for a woman to be alone. Or would she like it if he waited here with her? As he's saying this, she looks out of it, so he calls her by saying, Sensei? Hearing this makes her a little sad as she says, yes, I'm a teacher, but I'm a teacher who can't do anything. It's pathetic, isn't it? To be honest, I don't really have any success stories in my life. Even though I've seen some amazing people, all I could do is admire them. I don't understand how they do it. My ideals are getting higher and higher, but I'm not reaching them at all. My coworkers would be pissed. So I'm thinking of quitting. The manager nonchalantly tells, if you want to quit, then just quit. He continues and tells her that he thinks there are many reasons why people work. To keep living, there's no other choice but to just do it. On the other hand, there are many people who would want to quit, but couldn't. He thinks that Tenjiku is lucky to have the option to quit. He tells her that the reason why he's a manager now is because he originally started as a part-timer. It's a tough job, and there are a lot of unpleasant experiences that come along with it, but he believes that he's the only one who can take care of Momo. It feels pretty rewarding for him now, and when he does get sick of it, then he'll just quit. He suddenly calls Tenjiku and asks her why did she become a teacher. Hearing this question reminds her of her past. She remembers when she was in high school. She tells her sensei that she'll stop taking entrance exams. The sensei asks her, "Why? When you're as good as you are? I'm sure there are lots of other ways." Tenjiku interrupts and tells him that they don't have any money. She tells him that she's been going back and forth between orphanages. She only got admitted to this school because she got a letter of recommendation. It's not like she has anything in mind for her future. It's best to work right after she graduates. As she's saying this, her sensei asks her if she wants to quit. He tells her, "If you want to quit, you can. Of course, that's just an option. If you know what you truly want, then you won't regret any of your choices. So please don't lie to yourself." As he says this, he asks her, "Does Tenjiku-san want to quit?" As Tenjiku recalls this memory, she clenches her fist and says, "I don't want to quit." And this is how this chapter ends. Hope you all enjoyed. Please like, share, and subscribe, and leave a comment. Thank you,